Hell yeah. Folks, welcome one and all to the KOE Nation, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man if I do say so myself. How are we all doing this evening? All of you beautiful people, folks. The stream is no longer starting soon. We are now in it, folks. We are in it indeed. And folks, as the prince and potentate of the political parlance and one damn handsome man, as I have said so myself, the one thing that I want to emphasize today, folks, is Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Let's see, Osiris says, hair slicked back. It's going to be always. Now, for this one, it's actually going to be a little bit of a chill stream, actually, believe it or not. I decided, like, Tony sent out an invite, but like me, I think I'm going to give all the guests a night off this evening. And we're going to get into some really great content that hasn't made it here to Hazard Analysis yet. So worry not, folks. We got some great stuff coming. But before any of that, this is the Dollamore 14 year, and it is Mother's Day. So, folks, everybody pour whatever you have or whatever libation, or if you're a smoker, prepare that. I'll give you a few seconds to pack that. Just okay, all right, all packed. Everybody raise a glass or a pipe or whatever it is you have to Mom. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. I just noticed this was sitting in the way. Ear was in the way of the camera lens there a little bit, so we will just bring that in. And yes, one of the most amazing presents one could ever hope to give. Yes, the gift of Phil. That's sitting right there tonight. But yes, folks, again, that gave any of you slackers a little extra time to pack that bowl in if you got to. But folks, raise your glass, raise your pipe, raise whatever it is, your libation of any kind to Mom. Without her, you literally wouldn't be here. To Mom. And also, because this is my show, a very, very special toast and thank you to my mom. Mom, God bless. I love you. I know you're watching, Mom. Love you. Thank you for everything. I know we've had, it's been a rough year since last Mother's Day, but I spent most of the day with my mom today, and I'm glad I did. And God bless you, Mom. It's been a ride, but I wouldn't do it with anybody else. To you, Mom. And Osiris says, true, to Mom. Which is, what's going on here? All right. And you know what? Since we're on that sort of note and vein, if you will, there is one special birthday tribute that I've done in my varying birthday tributes that is going to get played right here, right now for all of you. It's a short one, but it's my show, and I get to. Bandit, she's watching Grow the Farm Up reruns. Sibling rivalry yet again. But no, this one is a birthday toast I did to my mom many years ago, and I send this to her every year now for her birthday. So for Mother's Day, we're going to start off with this before we start with anything else. Happy birthday, Mom. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very special, possibly the most special birthday toast I've ever done to my mom. Happy birthday, Mom. You know, I can't tell you just how great it is. My mom watches every single video I do. She watches whatever I put out on the net, and I can't tell you how great it is to know that no matter what, I always got that one fan. So thank you, Mom. Love you, Mom. Yeah, and it's her birthday, so I figured what would be the best gift of all but a gift and salutations from the KOE Nation, of course. So the reason I'm picking Maker's Mark is because this would be a bottle that would typically be found around Grandma and Grandpa's house. And so I thought Maker's Mark would be very appropriate for this particular toast. But Mom, for putting up with me, for going through all the trials and tribulations, I realize I was not the easiest kid to raise. But for all of that, despite all that, thank you. Love you, Mom. To you. Well, like I said before, but I'm going to say it one more time. Happy birthday, Mom. Love you, Mom. My mom said she cried when she heard that for the first time. Very loud. Yes. So, stop it. Stop it. But yes, folks, let me just make sure of something here real quick. I just want to make. Stop it. But yes, folks. Okay, you're getting the beautiful, sweet summer sounds that are my voice. There, look. Hey, if I turn up my mic, actually, so I can technology, folks. It's crazy. Osiris, what kids are easy to raise? Very true, very true. But even I would have to concede. Now, Osiris, you've met me enough. You could probably concede that on the hierarchy, I probably don't win easiest kid to raise award. Is that fair? I'd say that's fair, wouldn't you? Yeah, I probably don't win that award. But God bless you, Mom. Mother's Day once again. While that's doing that, I'm gonna find something a little interesting. But yeah, it's been a rough year, but um, like I said, I wouldn't do it with anybody else. I don't. Stop it. The internet's getting unruly on me. But folks, we're gonna get back into that and much more things. And folks, if there's a story you'd like to share about your mom, drop it in the comments, and I will read it with the utmost respect. To me, she's been a rock. She's had to deal with a lot in this last year, in the last few years, and she's been a rock. Now, me, I'm lucky. My mom had me me and my brothers at least fairly young. Like, she was still in her 20s when we were all born. So we always kind of joke, she's gonna be around for the rest of our lives. So she, who knows? Because she does. Her grandmother, great grandmother, was a centurion. So you never know, folks. But yes, to you, Mom. Love you, Mom. But we move onward and upward, and this was some really, really fun stuff. It wasn't very long, but on Big Bucket Empire, me, Tony, and Chicken were able to get together. We were able to talk about the Trump town hall, the expiring of Title 42, and many, many other things. And Osiris, depending on how my night is feeling tonight, I might even get into the panel on religion and such that you got into for a little while over on Hazard Analysis last week. We might get into a piece of that, just a little piece, a taste that some of the audience might have missed. But without further ado, let's get right into episode 183.
Want to set the
A cat's name,
world on
Vagina.
fire.
Please welcome Tom Thumb.
A flame in your heart.
I'm here, and
in
the white
my
privileges are
heart,
going to
I
save
have
you tonight, okay, guys?
desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Any government is to monopolize as much violence as possible in order for it to inflict it on as many citizens as possible.
I've been on this like weird anarchist art for a few months now. This is playing by their rules, exactly how they are.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame.
You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe.
That's right. It's time for the Dog and Chicken Show.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Dog and Chicken Show. Fun one for you tonight. I had to dig to find the video on Facebook already. Facebook's doing a terrible job. Shame on you. Shame on you, Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. Anyway, like I said, plenty to get through tonight. Plenty of stuff. Phil will be joining later whenever the hell he gets home. But in the meantime, you get these two beautiful mugs, as always. But what more could you ever ask for? And then of course the man that makes all cowboy hats sexy and Captain America apparently himself.
Well, you know,
that was your cue. That was your cue.
I didn't know if you're going to keep blowing me verbally or not. I was going to let you. But as I, the 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, once again cheated out of the belt here this last weekend at Backlash. But never fret, I'll have another chance. I'm non-copper friendly, non-chill filtered, and quadruple distilled, and I am quite thirsty tonight and tired. So this is going to be a fun show. I'm Tony fucking G. Find me on TikTok, Tony the Rod. Yeah, I don't know. Phil will be here at some point. Who gives a shit? Fuck him, right? What a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Anthony 10 Man hates Phil KOE.
I know.
Hey,
K2E2 man's
Greg.
pretty sometimes. Oh, that was fast. There was no waiting on that one. Cheers, folks. While Tony's going through that, tonight I am drinking some 1792 small batch. It's not the good stuff. I mean, it's still good. Small batch is still pretty good. But I actually found a liquor store that has 1792 small batch always on the shelf. I was like,
wow.
And it's only like $30. So it's like,
Hey, no, that's a win.
Yeah. So that's what I'm sipping on tonight. And of course, I tried something different. I chilled what little bit of LTD I have left. Hopefully chilled. It's a little bit better. It's got a little condensation on it already since I took it out. But
God,
and that's it. Yeah. After that, I don't have any more LTD left.
Okay, well we'll have to improvise. I am sipping on fresh bottle of Maker's Mark 101.
Ooh, I almost got some today.
I do have some beers. I can do some chugs. I don't have any Tito's. I do have some gin though, so I can make this work. Yeah.
Well, it'll be a fun
bro down, bro. Like I said,
so before like we got plenty of stuff. Like I said, like the stories tonight. You got TDS on full throttle with CNN.
Yeah, it's back.
This was amazing. So that's
only does the pandemic officially end last night at midnight, TDS is back.
Yeah,
Bravo.
In full force. Full force.
Fucking force.
It's amazing. I love it. And of course, the name of the show, if you didn't get it, I'm assuming you didn't watch the town hall. But
I haven't seen this specific part.
Oh
so
my God.
I'm a little pissed.
We'll find it. We'll play the clip.
Okay.
I know it's
Because
it's all
the
over
way
Twitter.
you described it, I'm like, this is like, how did they
Oh my
not
God.
realize they were trolling themselves with this?
Yeah, we'll get into that. First, I've been out all week, so I haven't been paying attention to any news. I've been in Indianapolis on a work trip. And like Indianapolis, like I've always heard was really, really cool place and really clean and a pretty nice city. And I felt like I was living in Grand Theft Auto. It was pretty fucking.
Steal a car?
Well, no, but like it was fucking wild. Like some of the shit that happened was pretty fucking wild. So anyway,
I do tell.
So we're downtown. Like we're like 4 blocks away from Lucas Oil Stadium.
Oh yeah.
And all the big like fancy hotels and stuff that are down there. Every block you got further from the hotel, the more you had that like tingling sensation on the back of your neck that you're about to get stabbed. So there was, and that's in broad daylight, by the way. So I get there, and me, being a simple, humble country boy that I am.
Right.
So I'm wearing my normal flannel button-up shirt that I wear for work, and my bootcut jeans and my cowboy boots. And I look up. The first thing I do when I get there, I look up. I'm like, "Where's the closest liquor store? I want to see what they got."
Yeah.
And there was this one. It was called the Vault, and they had like pictures of this vault that looked like it had expensive, good booze in there. I was like, well, shit, I can't smuggle any of that back on the plane, but it's at least worth a look, right? Like I might as well go check it out.
Yeah.
So I walk about 7 blocks, which is a 70% worse neighborhood than I was in before.
Okay, I'm not liking the way the statistics are starting to slide.
Yeah. And so I'm about it gets a little bit more rundown. There's a little bit more graffiti. There's a little bit more uncomfortable feelings the further I stray from my hotel room. And I get about half a block away and I look over and I was like, oh, okay, it's right there. Like, no big deal. And then like three dudes with no legs pull up on scooters with the 40 bags and everything.
Okay.
I'm like, well, I don't know. At least they don't have any legs. Like, and immediately I was like, Lieutenant Dan. Like,
oh no,
shut my mouth. Like,
no,
I'm giggling in my head, and I started walking a little bit closer. And like, one of them was definitely white. One of them was definitely black. The other one, he kind of looked like he was Hispanic. Maybe he was darker skinned, but like he definitely wasn't black.
It sounds like you're describing the Biden administration.
I know, right? Like. Anyway, so I get closer and immediately the black dude looks over at me and he looks me up and down and he goes, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." He sounded more country than anybody I'd fucking met yet. And I was like, "How you doing?" And he's like, "Seriously, motherfucker, seriously." And like he's like blocking the door. Like I can't even go to the liquor store because he's like right in front of the door. And then like 4 dudes walk out and they're all like laughing and giggling with each other. And then they start talking to him. And I'm like 5 feet from the door. And I'm like, okay, like, and they're all just standing in front of the door. I'm like, I really don't need to go look. I'm not buying anything anyway. Fuck it. And I just kept walking. So whatever, that one's done. And I can still hear that guy mumbling. He's talking shit to those other guys. I don't know if it was about me or not. Whatever.
Oh boy.
So I keep walking and I see this huge like statue monument thing for like war heroes and war vets. I was like, well, I'll go check that out. It was kind of like on a loop to get back to my hotel. I was like, well, this will be cool. Like, I'll go check this out, get some pictures. There's this like 250-pound white chick with no teeth in like a sleeping bag, a whole bunch of like fast food bags of like crumbled up food and a whole bunch of shit just laying around her. And she's just laying on the ground in front of the memorial, and like nobody's walking by her. Like she doesn't have a bucket to give change, nothing. Like I'm like, what is she doing? And as I get about 10 feet away from her, I hear her say something. I go, "I'm sorry, what was that, ma'am?" She's like, "I hope you have a terrible fucking day." And I'm like, "Bitch, you don't know who you're talking to, do you?" I was like, "Well, thank you, ma'am. You too." And she goes, I hope the storm comes through and tornado wipes out this whole fucking city. I go, you know what? It just might, and I'm okay with it too. I just kept fucking walking. I'm like, what in the fuck is wrong with these people? That's my first 5 minutes of like walking around the city. That was my first 2 encounters. I'm like, what the fuck kind of place am I getting into here? So I stayed closer to the hotel and the convention center and all that shit until the last night I was there. And this one's great. The last night I'm there, I'm having drinks with a couple of guys that I work with. We all have to fly out the next day. And so everybody's getting pretty shit-faced. And it's probably like 10:30. It's not super late, but I was like, yeah, I got to get up early, so I'm going to call it a night. I go out for one last smoke, and I'm talking to a couple of guys. And all of a sudden, this homeless dude comes up to me, and he goes, Sir, I need a blessing. And I am like, Tony, you know me well. When I hit that, like, I'm not drunk yet, but I'm like got a little bit of buzz. Right. I'm a pretty fun, lovey dude.
Yeah.
And so he comes up and he's like, Sir, I need a blessing. And I come up and I just give him a big old hug. I go, God bless you. And he pulls away from the hug, looks at me in disgust. He goes, I fucking meant 10, bitch. And he takes off running a full sprint into oncoming traffic.
I have to say that this is beautiful, classic chicken, and we will get into that a little sooner. But folks, I have to stop the presses here because we have a surprise run-in this evening on Hazard Analysis, and it's somebody that I hazard to guess his analysis will be well welcomed here at Hazard Analysis. The one, the only, Osiris. How we doing this evening, sir?
Good. I'm doing good. Good evening, and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, huh?
Yep, to all the mothers. Yes. Now, Osiris, it's been a fairly slow news week, hasn't it?
Fairly, yeah.
I mean, there's just nothing happening anywhere. It's all been, just kind of, glum humdrum and like, oh, wait, World War III and Trump town hall. And yeah, there's been a thing or two that's happened. Now, curious, now you're here and I kind of have to. Hey, Osiris, I got to ask, is it starting to sound like World War III yet?
I mean, look,
it used to be absolutely not. Now it's like we're starting to get there. This is one of those, like, I'm Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. I don't want to be right about this one, but I might be.
I mean, I have a thought logic bias, meaning that a lot of times when you hear people talking about things, they're gonna always think probably the not the worst, but on a scale from 0 to 10, like 8 out of the worst, and then it ends up being like a 4-ish. Not great, but not the worst. So this is kind of what I'm thinking is going to end up going on here. But there's only one thing that I just can't figure out. It seems to me by multiple people that they want to oust Putin. Now, I don't know how you do that. It doesn't sound good to me. And unless the Russians themselves do it, the oligarchs and all that shit, I don't. If that's what America's pushing for, that sounds like you're playing with fire. That's what it sounds like.
Well, yeah, I've heard a lot of people advocate for that. Like, we need to remove Putin. It's like, well, okay, that's really more the Russian people's business. That's not really ours. Like, it's, and here's the thing, Osiris, we've had 20 years to see that America just does a bang up job of regime change, and just like everything is just smooth as, like, it's as smooth as Rick and Morty True Level. Okay, you couldn't get any smoother than the way we do regime change here in the U.S. Like, no, that would be a disaster, the likes of which has not been seen for 2 centuries. If we try to implement regime change.
No, I agree, but it kind of, because it's not black and white, it kind of leaves. I don't know the answer to this. It kind of leaves you with a question, like, there's somebody doing really bad, immoral, and unethical things in the world, like inarguably immoral, and they're killing people or seriously taking advantage and hurting people. What do you do? Especially if this person is a leader of a nation.
It's the unfortunate reality of the leader of any nation is there are times, and it's a really tough decision to make. The hardest decision to make as a leader is when you have to say, that is not my row to hoe. That is not my place to say what happens here one way or the other. That is the hardest decision. Now, the thing is, like I've said from the beginning, whatever deal gets sussed out in the end, Ukraine's not going to like it. They're going to end up giving up some territory. Now, to kind of tie this in with the Trump town hall, Trump said if he takes office, he will end the Ukrainian war in a day. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't pay attention to anything he says when he says shit like that. It sounds crazy as fuck. To be honest, I've heard it be postured that if Trump was president right now, they wouldn't have gone. Russia wouldn't have pushed into Ukraine.
I 100% believe that.
I would be curious to see why you believe that, but I think the reason that was given to me was because he's a political wild card. They don't know what the response is going to be. Maybe you said this before. I don't know.
Of course. It was my brilliance, of course, that said this earlier, Osiris. But yeah, he's a political unknown. He's in any kind of fight you have, whether it's one-on-one or group-on-group, if there's an unknown where you don't know how someone's going to respond, the best response is inaction to that. Like, if you don't know what the outcome is going to be there, the best response is to wait back and garrison your forces until you know what the response is going to be. And take a look at the last few presidents here. Under Bush Jr., under baby Bush, Putin went into Georgia. Under Obama, Putin took Crimea. Under Trump, Putin didn't do jack shit. Under Biden, Putin decides, I'm just going to take all of fucking Ukraine. So to me, like, when Putin decided to act, this is not a coincidence. He knew that with the feckless leadership of Joe Biden, he could probably get what he wants done. Now, it's taken him a lot longer because NATO's backing Ukraine now. And so that's where this is going to kind of fall into a quagmire. Now, this was going to be just another proxy war until we had the drone attacks and the other attacks on Russian soil that happened, because like in all the other proxy wars, there's never been an instance where the mother nations of these proxy wars are openly attacked, yet here we are. And so Russia's soil has been attacked, Ukrainian soil has been attacked, Polish soil has been attacked. I mean, like at this point, people said it was hyperbole a few months ago. Now I think you can say it without any hyperbole that this is World War III.
Yeah, but the question is attacked by who?
At this point, as far as the Russians are concerned and what they're going to use as justification, the difference makes very little matter. Like they were attacked, and it's going to be the justification.
Well, for the Russians, it doesn't matter, but for the rest of the world, I think it does matter, right? If let's say that
it's an excuse for an escalation, I totally understand that, but it's one that, like, here's the thing: if a drone attack had come, like RFK Jr. said this, and he was absolutely correct when he said this. If a drone attack had hit the United States Capitol building and all it did was burn a flag, we would drop the fucking sun on wherever we thought this had come from, and we would be right to do it. And so that's, it is one of those things that you have to kind of look at it like, if it had happened to us, how would we react? And so, yes, of course it's going to be an escalation. Obviously, I don't like it, but it's going to happen. And so the question then becomes here in the Ukraine, on the Ukraine front.
What I'm saying to you is, it really matters who did it, because of yes, Russia's going to use it as an excuse, and I don't believe most of what Russia says or Putin says, but the reaction to the escalation is going to be the difference, right? So if let's just say some oligarchs or somebody in Russia did it, I don't, then that's their business. Let's say Ukraine did it, in my opinion, then that's their business. But let's say America did it, NATO or the rest of the world is going to finger wag the United States, right? And they're not going to be really, I mean, nothing really is going to come of it, but they're going to probably pull away in some, at least optically, from this alliance we have to support Ukraine in some ways. They're going to finger wag them, but I don't know what those repercussions actually look like, if any.
Now, something I wanted to circle back to this a little bit, because like I totally get what you're saying. Like who actually did the attack does matter in objective reality, but in political correct reality, it's irrelevant. It makes no matter. The outcomes will be the exact same regardless. And that's the unfortunate reality. But something I want to circle back here. Trump said in his town hall that he would end the Ukrainian war in a day, within 24 hours of him taking office. And everybody said, "Oh, that's poppycock. That's nonsense. How could you possibly do that?" Pretty easy. Say Ukraine, "Hey, I'm cutting off all aid money to you immediately. You have fucking 48 hours to make a deal." And then people are going to say, "Well, he can't do that. What are you going to do? Impeach him?" He's already beat 2 of those, so he doesn't give a fuck. He'll end the war in a day, and everyone will be like, "Oh," because it'll literally be like because Trump, what's they'd say, Republican, well, I don't even hate to say it, like I'm actually cheering this result. The Republican primary is over and Donald J. Trump is its winner. And so the likelihood, so long as he actually survives from now till election day, he's going to be the Republican nominee. There's no avoiding that at this point. And so, yes, he could very well end it. And for folks like, I think of Ike Rich, nice guy. The Ukraine war is his number one voting thing. It's the thing he votes for more than anything else. And I'm wondering, like when Trump says these things, that has to just be like the worst possible words he could ever hear, anathema to anything he wants to hear. And so it's fascinating that in America, we've got a political side that is so invested in this war, and it's the Democrats of all people. And we've got a side that's so opposed to this war, and it's the Republicans of all fucking people. Osiris, you remember the early 2000s.
Republicans couldn't wait to go to the next war.
How did we get here?
We're done with this war? Let's start another one. Let's go.
I was about to say, and that was John McCain. I called that the McCain wing of the party. Like, well, now I never saw a war I didn't like. That was at least 70% of the reason I didn't vote for him in 2008. I wrote in Ron Paul because I was anti-war Republican, and I was really deep into the world of mixed martial arts, and John McCain had tried to ban it at the time. So, to me, I couldn't get on board. So, but now this war in particular, final thoughts on this particular one. So we've had a munitions store get bombed heavy that had depleted uranium in Ukraine, that's now sending depleted uranium particles all throughout the surrounding areas. That's going to be a genetic problem for the people that live there for the next 30, 40 years. We've had a couple of planes that got shot down over Russian airspace. This is a dangerous escalation, and now we have Trump saying, "Hey, your days are numbered." So before
I don't think the American people are going to agree with that. I think that even if they don't believe in this war and they don't really believe in supporting it, I don't think they believe in leaving allies out to dry. And I think they believe that Putin did one of the most heinous things you can do as a nation, which is just to unjustly invade another nation. So it'd be interesting to see where the voting bloc lands on that. I don't believe that I don't think they're gonna side with just let them hang out to dry. I don't think that's gonna be the thing.
I mean, we will see, because you got to realize that there's entire generations, especially like the Zoomers, the Gen Zers, they are not joining the they have no desire to join the military like their previous generations did, because a lot of them were raised by millennials who went off to war only to come back as battered, broken, blinded, limbless, and brain damaged heroes that we now like. That was a hard thing for a lot of kids to see coming back. And so they don't see the value of war the same way. And then there's a lot of millennials that watched a lot of their generation get chewed up in the war machine. And a lot of us are going to say, I'm sad for you, but Ukraine is not worth the blood and treasure we're going to have to sacrifice.
Well, it's not American blood and treasure. That's the difference.
Well, actually, according to the Pentagon leak that we had, there actually is American special forces on the ground. In fact, you might remember there was a little kerfuffle about that. Just a few.
I read the article. It was said that they were embassy guards. So you could take that again.
That's what they're reporting after they were caught lying the first time. Are you really going to believe their second lie after the first lie was exposed?
I'm pretty sure it was in the leak.
Come on.
No, it was in the leak. It was literally in the leak. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to go back and read it again, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, no, that's what they were reporting after the leak of we've got 13 special forces amongst 100 special forces of NATO forces. And so what my argument was is if you think they're only doing what is being reported on after the first lie was exposed, that's beggars belief. That's anybody that believes that I just don't think is a very smart person, or they're very heavily biased.
I would lean on reading the leak again. My memory is fuzzy on that, and on top of that, if I remember, I think the original statement has something to do that there were Americans in Ukraine, but I think everybody already knew that to be true. Anyways, there's what do you call them, volunteers, and then there's apparently like a small group like embassy people, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I'd have to go back, and I'm not saying that you're not wrong, but that's my rough gray memory of it.
Fair enough. Bandit says Fallout 6 Kiev. I totally played that game.
Wait, what about 5?
I think that one's actually in production right now.
Okay,
so that's fair. But so to me, it's when you're saying, are we going to leave them hanging out to dry? Well, the alternative is it's either hang them out to dry, as you say, which some folks would just say manage our own affairs, or escalate. There's we can't just stay at status quo. That's not going to be an option. We're going to have to escalate and give more equipment and eventually more bodies, because the big problem with Ukraine is they get better and better equipment, but they have less and less bodies to manage them. And in Russia, they have less and less equipment, but they've got more bodies in the actual war theater than they've ever had. And so it's the old Russian thing of, "Niet, comrade."
Yeah, but their morale is super low
comrade.
too. Their soldier morale is super, super low. So I don't.
It was the same in Stalingrad. For some reason, Russians just don't seem to give too much of a shit about their soldier morale. Niet, comrade, just throw more comrade. The problem just seems to be their. So we're gonna see. We've got very high tech, highly advanced versus very low tech, but just Legion horde numbers. So it's literally a zombie apocalypse of Russians. Alesto saying we don't have people in Ukraine. Obviously doesn't know we have people on the ground in Vietnam before we had official troops. Yeah, that's always the case. Bandit, there were about a dozen SP in Benghazi, didn't stop them gun running. Technically 5 is Fallout 76 according to Bandit. I don't count that in
I don't count
Fallout
that. Come on,
canon.
Come on.
No. Anytime America's interested in a country, we have troops there way before they admit to it. Just look at Vietnam and any war afterwards. Alesta. And so that's kind of my point, is that we're already kind of gearing up for getting into this. And like I said at the very beginning, I just don't think Ukraine is worth it. I'm sorry. I know we're all supposed to be like, oh, what about that? But how many generations are we willing to sacrifice? How many billions are we willing to sacrifice? How much lives are we willing to sacrifice? So who gets to waggle their dick in whose face? And that's when Trump said, I want the killing to stop. I'm not going to say who I want to win. I want the killing to stop. That was music to my fucking ears.
Killing of who, though? That was killing of who?
All the people in Ukraine, the Russians, everybody.
It won't stop.
Killing needs to stop.
Because here's the problem. Or let me
cut off the funding. It sure will.
No, it won't. Let me tell you why. But anyways, let me derail for 30 seconds real quick. I am 43 years old, right? And I joined the military when I was 18. You see this little spot right here? I don't know if it's easy to see. Little dark spot. Yeah, you can actually see it. That's what happens when you get join the military and they give you like 20 shots in one arm. That's how long it was. 20 years ago, and I still have the mark to prove it. Just a little derail. I don't know. I was looking at the camera when I was doing this. I was like, holy shit, I can actually see that.
My dad's got an inoculation mark on his arm from when he was 12. And yeah, it's still plain as day. Like I've even said, like, Dad, if like something were to happen and I had to identify you, like that would be
there it is. Okay, what were we talking about? Ukraine. Why
I'm just so right about everything and why you agree with it?
I don't remember none of that part.
Well, no, we were just saying that, like, in the end, the conflict is going to have to escalate, and it's going to have to involve American lives eventually. And there's a lot of people that are just going to say it's not worth it. Like, yeah, I'm sad for you, Ukraine, but your problems are not exactly my own. And at the end of the day, how many generations are we willing to sacrifice? How many trillions of dollars? How much money, treasure? And when you're asking whose lives, I was saying, well, Trump was talking about the Ukrainians and the Russians that are dying. He just wants to die. And you say the dying will not stop.
It will not stop.
Curious as to why. They're like, no, I think we found it. I think now, because I'm very curious as to why you say that is.
In my opinion, it won't stop because we have a stalemate for what is the conditions of ending the war. Right now, if I like you said, if somebody flew a drone over our country and did something to us, how would we react? What if somebody decided, you know what, we're just going to take Florida? I mean, you can keep the rest of the United States, and we'll stop killing you if you let us have Florida. That's not really on the table. Like, you can't just let.
Like Bandit says, are we going to trade Kiev for Kansas?
Wow.
As a Nebraskan, I'm not all that opposed to this trade. I'm going to be honest with you, and I know a bunch of folks in Missouri aren't going to object either. But yeah, in all seriousness, the deal that Ukraine's going to have to deal with, Crimea is gone. They're never getting it back. It's never going to happen.
But the rest of Ukraine should go back to Ukraine. That's my opinion.
Should, but it's not.
Well, then, I mean, that's a problem then. That's going to be a problem.
The deal that the Ukrainians are ultimately going to have to, like I was saying earlier this year, basically the battle lines that are drawn basically at the end of June are going to be the battle lines that we all play political hopscotch around for the next several years. Unless Trump comes in and truly ends it like he says he's going to, my prediction of Berlin Wall 2.0 every day gets closer and closer to correct. I don't like it, but and like I said, Osiris, if that one turns out, I may never predict anything ever again.
And I don't know the current morale and political, like where the politics is in Ukraine right now at this moment. But it seemed to me, last time I checked in on that, the Ukrainians were willing. They seemed willing to want to take it to the end. You're not taking our country type of attitude. I don't know if that's changed at all. It doesn't seem like it's changed. Like I said, it seems like a stalemate. But here's the problem. Wrong is wrong. And there's more consequences of Russia taking Ukraine than Russia just taking Ukraine. So this is why they say they are. NATO's involved. The world is involved because you can't just move borders. Can't do it. No, you can't do it.
I don't like it, but like they always say that in a stick up, you just give the guy your wallet because the $46 or the $500 that's in your wallet isn't really.
And then you call the police. That's not like there's not just justification.
Oh yeah, the muggers always get caught. Let me tell you.
No, they don't. No.
I was about to say, usually they run off and that's the end of it.
Yeah, but true. But there is a system that you can enact and hope for there to be some type of justice, right? I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. I don't think the world at large is okay with Russia just moving into Ukraine. I don't think Ukraine wants to give up any more of the border than they have besides what is it, Kiev or Crimea, sorry. And
stuff I took under Obama.
Yeah, and I just don't think there's no political will for any of that because it's a kind of ridiculous actually. And like, where else in the world can if China took Taiwan, the world would be in uproar. What if America and the other largest empire just goes and takes, I don't know, some South American country for whatever reason?
Oh, if China takes Taiwan, I'm coming on here live and being like, I told you, motherfuckers. World War fucking 3, I fucking told you. Now you can't fucking deny. Because yeah, that one would basically be, all right, it's all going. Now, do I like any of these? No, but like I use the metaphor of the stick up man because it has a resonance where it's like, okay, is the $600 in my wallet worth my life? No. Like, am I going to draw down on this motherfucker and risk my life over this $600? Probably
What about
not.
your house? But what about your house?
When somebody invades your home, yeah, you generally shoot them.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
And guess what?
They're
The
invading their
Ukrainians
home.
are doing. They're shooting
taking
them. And so, like, yeah, I totally get that. I totally get it. But the question then, like, I have to ask, what is the limiting principle here? What is the limiting factor? How many lives is too much? How much money is too much? How much time is too much? How many generations is too much?
I think that's under the direction of Ukraine. Be clear now, and so
it's our money.
At some point, the Western world and Europe, etc., probably have to say, look, we can't. This can't be another Afghanistan or Vietnam or whatever, a 10-year war, etc., etc. You can't do that, right? You guys are gonna have to wrap this up. We can't keep limitlessly funding you. And I'm sure that there is, like, we don't know all the talks that are happening behind closed doors. We have no idea. I feel like that's probably something that's been talked about. Probably. I would hope so. In any logical, rational, intelligent mind would have had that talk with the Ukrainian leader.
The unfortunate reality is, how much is Zelensky actually in charge, and how much is he just getting marching orders?
Marching orders by who? America?
NATO, America. Like, how much is
what do you
he
mean by
actually
that?
in
Do you
charge?
mean by like intel and like which directions to go? And what do you mean?
This is what we're sending you, and this is what you're gonna fucking do with them. And when the next time you're in front of the camera, this is exactly what in the fuck you are gonna say.
I think there's a degree of that. I don't think it's like he's a puppet, but I think there's a degree of that. Sure. That's how politics works. Yes.
Yeah, so like that's what I mean. Like, he's not really in charge of this. He's just kind of this figurehead, which I think it was last year they gave him Person of the Year or Man of the Year, Time Man of the Year. And I said, that's going to age
cringe.
Poorly, because guess what? Everybody in a war over enough time is going to do some pretty shady ass shit. And so by like 2040, we're going to be looking back like, oh yeah, dude, Zelensky did some fucked up shit they weren't reporting.
Well, who cares about Time Man of the Year award? Nobody. I don't think anybody even knows what time is anymore.
Yeah, that is kind of one of those things that's like, hey, it's the Time Man of the Year. Ask your parents.
Yeah, exactly. that's where older people like us.
Alessa said, didn't Adolf get Man of the Year? Yeah, twice.
See,
Hitler
who
was
cares?
Man of the Year
They don't
twice.
have good track records.
Very tied that Boris Johnson put on. Oh boy. Bandit. Hitler was like, yeah, everybody knows about that one. Like, yeah, that's the little trivia factoid of the night, apparently. But so when it comes to Ukraine, I guess the final question that I have for you before we get into the hazards and the analysis on this one is, how does it all end in your personal opine? I'm not going to be like, how could you think? I'm just wondering, how do you think it's all going to end?
I'll be honest with you. I'm reluctant to make bets against the future because a lot of times humans are wrong. Most of them are, at least, and except for Phil. but I honestly don't know. I mean, I could think of some scenarios that would happen, but I couldn't tell you. I pray for those people on both sides because, again, I don't think the Russians are too stoked about having to go do some shit they don't even
Russian
care about.
People, anyways. The people in charge are
they're throwing
leading us all leading this entire world to ruin. But like, I don't like some of the weird bloodlust for Russian people that I'm hearing. Like I've even heard Jakandar like kind of like being gleeful about the idea of Russians being killed in the battlefield. Like, I don't want anybody dying in this. I'd like it to end today, and I don't care who gets to waggle whose dick and whose face, but that's not going to be the ultimate conclusion of this, unfortunately. But so, like, when you say predictions, I've staked out a pretty heavy prediction the day this war broke out, actually. I had a certain Voldemort that shall not be named that was on my stream that night. I'm sorry, that's too funny to me. And I said, this is going to end. Maybe it's in Poland. Maybe it's in Ukraine. Maybe it's Crimea, wherever the hell it is. Maybe it's in Romania. I don't know where it's going to be. Where isn't really important. There's going to be some sort of structure, either a wall or a bridge that gets fortified. That's now going to be Berlin Wall 2.0. And then the Russians can kind of hide behind their wall and say, look at what we advanced. And they can look at the West as contained. And that makes sense to them politically. And we're going to end up playing political hopscotch around this thing. It's probably going to be somewhere in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are going to hate it. And for the next 30 years, you're going to hear people like not want to fully admit, that's not Russia, this is Ukraine, God damn it. And so there's just going to be some people who just can't let it go. And that's going to be how this war ultimately ends, not with a great bang, but with a whimper and some papers and bitching about a wall.
I can see that as a scenario. I think it becomes more complicated. I think the world's going to turn to shit anyways, for various reasons. I think climate's going to change. I think because of that, migration and immigration is going to change. I think that the world markets are going to eventually crash at some point. There's other variables to be considered. And I think regardless of what happens, it's going to shit for at least a time.
Yeah, like because of the feckless leadership that we're having to deal with, we have the potential to enter into times darker than we've ever known. Like, forget the dark ages. We could be going into an age darker than has ever been conceived of. Yes, because now we have the kind of capacity to destroy continents. And we've got people.
I don't think we will. That I don't think is going to happen. I don't think
we want to, but we still have the same human delusions, the same human refusal to admit when you're wrong. That hasn't changed within our species at all.
If something happens, I don't think it would be America's fault. What I think America's going to do is, and I think they're going to withdraw into themselves. Like, for example, Taiwan is I think makes over 50% of the world's silicon chips. We've already started. It's going to take years to make this happen, but we've already started moving that back to Americas. And manufacturing, and a lot of things are being moved back to Mexico, Central America, even parts of America. So I think America is ramping up to just to withdraw from the world if any of that shit happens.
Well, I don't even know if withdraw from the world, but certainly try to wind down our intertwining with China, because like we've seen a diminishing return with that relationship over enough time. Like the one that really kind of sealed it for me was during the peak of the COVID pandemic. I forget, I think it's the Yangtze River or the Yellow River. I can't remember which one, but it was a huge dam in China that it almost burst one week. And in the valley,
it was made in China.
Well, no, it was just it was one of those 500-year floods where even the engineers couldn't have seen this coming.
Okay. And
underneath the valley of that dam was at least 30% of America's drug manufacturing was happening right there at that.
What do they manufacture there?
Just, I mean, everything from fucking opioids? Advil to fucking
real pills, real stuff.
Like, I'm sure there was some opioids in there too, because quite a few people still take those. But yeah, like depending on what numbers you look at, it was either 5 to 30% of our drug manufacturing was happening right there, and it was about to get flooded out in China. And so at that point, I was like, there might be a diminishing return with this whole intertwined business relationship with China thing. I don't know. Call me crazy.
I mean, either way, it's going to be a diminishing return, right? The reason why we find ourselves living in the luxury we do in America is because of places like China. Like pants, even a good pair of Wranglers these days are still only like what, $15-$20 at Walmart. So I mean, we benefit from them, but to what cost are we willing to pay that cost to? That's the question, right?
Like, well, it's kind of funny because like our regulations and labor costs are so high here in America and in the West, it's actually cheaper to import goods
from across
built in a across the fucking world and then put in a ship and sent across the fucking ocean. That's actually cheaper than our labor costs and our regulation costs here in America. That is astounding.
But the globalists would argue, though, that there's benefits to that, right? Because the strong economy of the West has risen the waters for all ships across the world in some regard. Now, what those leaders tend to do with those raised waters, some of it's questionable. But people
say, yeah, let's raise that China boat a little more so that we can be bending over to China even more. Like that's like I was about to say, like, thanks, globalists. You've done such a bang up job. Just like I gotta say, Osiris, you gotta admit, like, because you've seen it. If the globalists' job, what they set out to do was to wipe out the Western middle class, A+. I mean, they've done a bang up job.
I wish they were that smart, but that's
like it was like they've almost finished the job. The Western middle class is on the fucking ropes. Like, and if that was their objective, is to declare war on the middle class, it's almost mission accomplished. They almost get like, so yeah, in terms of exporting the manufacturing out of the United States, like honestly, the only thing that we make in America anymore is agricultural product. Is agricultural? Yeah, it's fucking corn, wheat, soy, fucking all of the cotton, these major crops. That's what we produce now. And that's about it. And the main reason is you can't export Nebraska to China. Because if they could have, they already would have.
True. I don't think that's wrong. I think there's a balance though to be found somewhere. I mean, because a lot of times when you hear people argue, it's always black and white, either or. There's probably some balance in the middle that we can have that's probably fair to the American people, and then also pursues free market trade in its truer sense, I guess I could say.
Now, also, this is a little bit of a bird walk, but it's funny as shit. I told my daughter this. It's like, and Osiris, do you know why the only reason there's pyramids in Egypt and South America?
I could go down the Black Israelite talking points and be like, yeah, the Africans sailed to Mexico and made everything better and then left. But what's the answer?
Wow. like to me, I'm like, okay, no, like I kind of like, okay. It sounds like you've heard a new conspiracy I didn't hear. Like, this is fun.
Dude, I even got the letter.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Black Israelites are they're we could talk about that another time. They're a group. They're a group. They're crazy. But
that might actually, because over on Big Buck and Empire, we want to start doing some pre-recorded episodes. That might be one. If you'd be willing to come on for that, we would love to have that.
Sure. You ever heard of I'm sure you've heard of whitewashing history, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're literally trying to blackwash history at the same time, which is wild to me because all of it's disgusting because it's like saying those people weren't smart enough because they're not good enough. Are you kidding? Like, that's ridiculous.
Fascinating. Like that is like, yeah, that kind of made me like forget myself. Okay, now I remember where I was there for a second. Like, wow, Black Heat like went to Mexico. But no, the joke is why are there pyramids in Egypt and South America? Because they're too damn heavy to take to the English Royal Museum.
Okay.
Otherwise, them fuckers would be sitting in London.
Well, they did loot everything from the inside, so
yeah, but the fucking structure is too heavy. Otherwise, that fucker would be sitting in London somewhere, and the Queen or the King Charles would have had some fucking ceremony in the pyramid. So, yeah, that shit would have totally happened. But yeah, so. God damn, I'm sorry. The Black Hebrew Israelite thing just kind of like, dude, wow. So they think
it's a whole, I mean, I've watched this stuff on YouTube too. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Read us an excerpt. I
mean, it's basically Bible verses, but just reinterpreted. Like for example, the 12 tribes of Israel are actually, according to this, the Judas or the American blacks, the Benjamins are the Indians, the West Indians, Levi is the Haitians, the Ephraim or the Puerto Ricans, the Manasseh, Cubans, Simeons, the Dominicans, the Reubens or the Seminole Indians, the Gads are the North American Indians, Naphtali is the Argentina and Chiles. Basically, everybody who isn't white, right? Basically, white Jesus did not exist, which I would agree with because he was from Jerusalem. He was probably not white, but this is what they think he looks like. Boom. Because obviously this guy would live in Israel, right? Or Jerusalem.
I was about to say, it's like, did they not know about, like, the Romans weren't exactly a progressive, inclusive bunch.
No,
They weren't like, yeah, come on, like they would assimilate you and force you into slave labor and that kind of stuff.
Well, no, they
That
think
wasn't
their gyms were black, so they actually black, like real black, like me black.
like
So-
no, like I've had this discussion with my daughter before. It's like we've all seen the portraits of Jesus, you know, the blonde hair, blue-eyed, and white skin. That's actually a portrait of Cesare Borgia, who was the son of Rodrigo Borgia, who was one of the popes, and he was kind of like the gangster pope. He bought his way into being a bishop, and then 2 years later bought his way into being a pope. He's literally a fucking gangster who bought his way into the papacy in like the 1500s. It's the Borgias are a fascinating family to watch, but yeah, the portraits that we know of Jesus was
Today.
a portrait of his son Cesare Borgia, and so
that's a today image you're talking about, right?
yeah, the one that, like, you know,
Because the old image,
the
of
Buddy
Jesus
Christ from
is
Dogma.
but the old Jesus is, or the old pictures of Jesus are just Roman, like they're almost like Roman depictions of like, I think one was Atlas, and that's why he looked very effeminate. Too. The part of the reason they made him effeminate was, I can't remember. There's a reason for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that, like, what I told my daughter is like, okay, like your skin is considerably browner than mine. There's a very good likelihood that Jesus's skin was much closer to yours than it was to mine. Okay, because keep in mind, he was a Jewish man in Palestine 2,000 some odd years ago. That just folks who lived in that area generally looked like this.
Right.
And so, like, if you understand that, like, so, like, trust me, I could just think of like some folks back in the 1950s in these parts, like, how could you say such a thing? But but no, sorry. I mean, if you look at how it actually turns, but yeah, so this black Hebrew Israelite thing is like one of those, like, well, this is a fun story. It's a story, but it's fascinating to listen to. Like, because to me, it's kind of like a Dan Brown novel, The Da Vinci Code. Like, well, that was a fun story. I put zero weight into it, but that was a fun story. Like, that's kind of how I look at that. Now, to me,
I mean, they got all the trappings of a conspiracy. You got the dollar bill with all the signs on it.
Oh God! The minute you start pulling out the dollar bill conspiracies, that's
right.
Like when I showed my kid the owl on the dollar bill and all that stuff, she starts looking at me like, really, Dad? Is the tinfoil hat coming next? It's like, hey, that's a real thing. The goddamn owl. That's Sam. Bandit goes, the black Jesus that you just showed, that's Sam Jackson.
True. I'll go with that. I'll go with that.
And I was crucified under Pontius Pilate, motherfucker. Like, yeah, like that was okay. Normally, I wouldn't be, but if they cast Samuel L. Jackson
as Black Jesus,
I'd watch that shit. I'd watch that. Actually, I remember.
If anything, it's going to be good. I'll tell you that.
I remember there was a show on Comedy Central for, it only lasted a season, Black Jesus, where, like,
oh yeah, I saw that.
I loved the premise of it, where it's like everybody else is like, no, this is a crazy guy that thinks he's Jesus. And by the end of like the third episode, like, you as the audience almost kind of want to believe it's beautiful in its writing. It's sort of like Bubba Hotep. Have you ever seen that movie?
No.
Okay, like just 30-second pitch. An old guy goes to an old folks home. He thinks he's Elvis. They put him in a room with an old timer who thinks he's JFK, but it's a little old black dude in a wheelchair who thinks he's JFK. And the two of them sneak out one night from the old folks home just because they want to stand out in the woods and not be told what to do for 5 minutes. They see a mummy come back from the dead named Bubba Hotep that's going to destroy the world. And now they have to stop it because they realize, well, Mr. President, nobody's exactly going to believe us. Why? Because we're both in our 80s, and I'm Elvis and you're JFK, and no one believes us. And so it's up to these two old fuckers to stop this mummy from destroying the world, because no one's going to believe them, because it's two old fuckers who think they're Elvis and JFK. And by the end of the movie, you as the audience you want to believe this is really JFK and Elvis. It's the cutest story you'll ever see. And so if you ever have a chance, Bubba Hotep is actually worth watching.
I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I gotta say, like, stories like that feels good because I mean, I think they're both crazy. I haven't seen the movie, but they sound crazy. But you know what? It's the crazy people in the world who are the different flavors that you haven't tried yet, that maybe you should give at least taste it once. Everything's worth tasting once.
Like when the old timer in the wheelchair thinks he's JFK, he's going in for surgery. Elvis is standing there and he's like crying because he doesn't know if he's gonna, Mr. President. And like it's a very emotional scene there. It's like, oh wow. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, so it's a great little time. It's a great time. But now let's circle back to the hazard and the analysis of Ukraine before we move on to a certain other topic that happened. But with everything that's happened, is there any change to your previous Ukrainian hazards and analysis, sir?
Currently, for me, it's just up in there. I don't know what's going on there. The fact that there's no conditions for ending it at this point seems troubling. So I don't know. I don't know yet.
Oh wow, Bandit. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Classic fucking movie. But to me, it's the one thing that I will add as the hazard hasn't changed. The final analysis that I will give to this is Donald Trump saying I will end it on day one actually puts this war on a sort of clock. The fact that there's an actual end in sight because someone has said we need to end it.
He did that with Afghanistan.
What's that?
Or didn't he? Yeah, he did that with Afghanistan, right?
He signed the deal to get us out of Afghanistan. Biden fucking flubbed.
I don't think that was a good way out, but that's
flubbed that one hard. Well, like we could go in circles about that because, like, to me, it's like, yeah, it's not a great way to get out, but maybe don't leave 14,000 of our people behind. So, like, that's like if he wouldn't have done that, I probably wouldn't have been giving him as much of a complaint about it. But that is the closing analysis on that. But it's also a beautiful segue into. So, Cyrus, did you happen to catch the Trump town hall?
No, I didn't. I'm sure he had some. No, I didn't even know he had one. Oh, no, I did. I heard about it today, actually.
The CNN town hall, it was amazing. You need to watch it because, like, first of all, literally the idea was this is a takedown of Trump. We're going to get him once and for all. And Trump just dominated the room.
Are you talking about the lady who was arguing with him, the moderator?
Yeah.
Or whatever she was?
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen clips of that. Yeah,
you need to watch the whole thing. CNN's made it very hard to find the whole thing, but I'll send you a video of it afterwards.
I am not finding the whole thing.
They've made it very hard because Trump looked so good. And Morning Joe was just fucking like, this is disgusting. This is despicable. The fact that they were laughing and liking this, and AOC's like, this is irresponsible. This is the end of the. Trump dominated the room. And like, to me, I'll be honest with you, Cyrus. When the convictions out of New York came out, I was thinking, ooh, this is not a good day. It's not a good day in Trump world. This is less than good. I'll say that.
You know what's
now, granted, like it was the thing that he was actually ultimately charged for. It's something that ranges anywhere from actual physical assault to just name calling. So, but that's the reason they chose this particular charge.
Yeah, I don't care about that conviction. That means nothing to me.
Yeah, it means it's just literally just a smear for like the Jacanadars and Iko Riches of the world to bring up when they're in debates. It's literally the only reason
I don't think Rich cares either. But no, he could speak for himself.
I'm betting I'll bet you a silver dollar he brings that one up next time
I mean, it is a strike against his character, in my opinion. But in the grand scheme of politics, I don't think it matters at all.
Well, like to most of his supporters, like, wow, okay, the Southern District of New York is just that level of petty if it wants somebody. Like,
they wanted. Well, to be clear, they wanted Trump for a long time. New York, but that even before he was president, before that, because he's gotten away with a lot of shit. Let's be honest. He knows how to skirt the legal system. That is something he's really good at doing. Really good. But
when he said, like, I pay the exact minimum taxes that I have to because I'm smart. like that's the kind of shit that his supporters like to hear. Like it's like, yeah,
Sure.
like because you don't want a president that pays more than they have to. But like in terms of what they've gotten away with, it's like all the years and everything, and the most that they've been able to come up with is some weird thing that has something sort of to do with a Stormy Daniels thing and some lady that we can't even prove if they've ever even been alone in the same room together. And this is as far as they're willing to go. And so
I don't care any about that, because I'd be a hypocrite if I said I did. Because I don't care about Bill Clinton getting his dick sucked or him saying that, oh, it depends on what you mean by sex. I don't care. I just don't care about that. And I don't think most Americans do either. I think when they say they care, it's only because they're being partisan.
Oh, I was about to say my Clinton Bellum in my brain, and every right winger has a Clinton Bellum that's just like, oh, let me tell you something, Osiris. But like, no, I get what you're saying there, and that I'll give you credit there. That is at least consistent. Okay, like most folks won't like, because to me, like I remember when I was explaining to my brother years ago, because he was too young to remember it. He's like, oh yeah, Clinton just got the blowjob. I'm like, no, that wasn't it. When he said I did not have sexual relations,
of course he lied about it. He was married.
He committed perjury. He was on film.
Yeah, but I don't care, because
felony,
you know
man.
Look, if that happened to me and you put me on the court and my wife was there, what do you mean? What does sex mean? Let's define sex. That's what I would be doing. The same thing. I'd be trying to get the fuck out of there.
You know, technically, my wiener didn't go inside of her undercarriage that day.
Exactly. Hey, and I get that. And I'm cool with that. I get it. But we all know what happened. We all know what happened. So at the end of the day, yeah, he lied about it. But what else was he going to do? Of course, he was going to lie about it. What the fuck else? The same thing. And the same thing with Trump. Like, okay. He's out here getting porn stars. Hey, it's his money. He can do what the fuck he wants with it, and that's what he wants to do with it. Hey, I don't.
Yeah, he was a private citizen at the time. This is a sitting president committing a felony on film. Like you see, I'm sorry, like the outrage wasn't manufactured. Like on the right, like they were like, you have to be fucking kidding me. This corrupt motherfucker skirted this whole fucking way, and he's committing a felony on film, and they're still trying to make him skirt.
Oh, there is a difference. Yes, Clinton committed perjury while in the presidency, while Trump did not. But that's not what people are mad about Trump about. What they're mad about is how forward he is with the way he talks about those things. Like he doesn't care. He's like, oh fuck, that ugly bitch, I didn't fuck her. Oh, sexy girls, like really fine women, I grab them by the pussy, and like all that shit. That's what they're mad about.
Everything Stormy Daniels says is a lie unless she says I'm a wildcat in bed, in which case it's all true.
Yes, that's what they're mad about. That's what they're mad about. So I mean, like, yes, they're not the same thing. They're not exactly equal. But you know, I can see the outrage on both sides. Like I wouldn't want my president saying that, but I don't. Like, at the end of the day, I just don't care. That's not the worst thing in the world. I don't care. I mean, he can fuck who he wants to fuck and say what he wants to buy about. Say what he wants to about those people. Because I think we've gotten past the point where suit and tie, fake stoicism of the presidency is a thing. No, actually, we haven't gotten past that. But Trump did blow the hole in that door and say, "Hey, look, I don't care about none of that shit." Which is, you know what? That's his prerogative. I am not judging him on that. I'm judging him on his character. I don't like his character, but as a president and as policies go, I don't think he was that terrible. He was okay.
Well, that's about as fair of a down the middle analysis as you can give, because I can understand how some people would find his words abrasive, but like to me, I always said, like, moderate Republicans, look at the fruits of his labors. He was a fairly moderate Republican president at best.
Yeah.
I mean, like, take his rhetoric out of it, and like fucking Mitt Romney would have signed that tax cut. Okay? Like fucking any of the Supreme Court justices, John Kasich or fucking DeSantis would have nominated.
Yeah, and most of the Republicans voted in his favor, and politics went on as usual, as if you just deleted all of his rhetoric out of it, it would have just been another day in office in America. He says wild shit. We're gonna fucking build a wall and Mexico's gonna pay for it. Well, if you believe that in the first place, you're crazy. We know that ain't happening. Let him say what he wants to say, because you know, if you don't like him, this is what you do. You just don't vote for him next time, or vote for your guy. That's how American politics works. That's what happened, and I am fine with that. If you're unhappy with the American political system, get off of YouTube, get off of Twitter, get off of Twitch, go vote and do something about it. But you can't say I care and then never do nothing about it. See, I like people like you and Ty and all these other people, because you guys are the heart of America and you guys represent your values pretty well. But there's a lot of people who make millions of dollars on YouTube talking about shit they don't never do. They never do it. I'm an activist, but they spend 28 hours a day on YouTube and never engage in the real world. You're lying. You're a grifter. And you're worse than Donald Trump could ever be. He was literally the president, and you're literally sitting in your bedroom. So stop.
You know, that is something I find funny. It's like when people are broadcasting from their bedrooms and they're talking about how Donald Trump is an idiot and he's a piece of shit and he doesn't know nothing. I'm like, really? That billionaire who made himself leader of the free world on first time around, and you think you're a bit more clever than he is? Wow. Like, to me, I've always thought to be on the left is to have no humility. Like, in order to be on the left, you kind of have to have a lack of humility, where he's like, I'm like, they'll think that they're way smarter than Donald Trump. Like, I'm smarter than Trump, and I don't give a fuck. Like, he doesn't know anything. Like, the guy made himself a billionaire from $1 million loan. Most folks wouldn't do that. So that's, to me, I find that kind of fascinating when people say he's dumb. It's like, but like,
no, he's not dumb. He's just socially gross to a lot of people, which I get.
Yeah. Now I will have, yes, that I do understand. Presidents going all the way back have been pieces of shit. Trump is no worse than half the now, actually, okay, of all the presidents, the one that is the most fucking insane is LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson. Like, that guy apparently, by all accounts, had a pretty big dick. Okay, like, and he pulled that thing out all the time. Like, he'd be like, look at this dick. You think Ho Chi Minh's got a dick this big? I don't fucking think so. And like, if he would be anywhere near a body of water, a pool, anything, all the staffers knew President Johnson is getting butt ass naked and he's going to start swimming.
Is this real?
This is all real. Every word of this is 100% true. Then he'd like put his leg up and he'd let his dick hang down while he'd be talking to like some of his other aides and stuff. And he'd mock people who had like small dicks. And like, he was just the weirdest fucker ever to make it to the presidency.
I kind of respect that. I'm not gonna lie.
All of his aides talked about it's awful distracting to actually get any work done when the president always has his penis out. Like it's a touch distracting. And like, he drank Cutty Sark scotch everywhere he went. When he would be on his ranch in Texas, he would drive 110 mile an hour in his car and he would be conducting business. And people would be like, Mr. President, I think the car is going a little too fast. He'd take off his 10-gallon hat, put it over the speedometer, and that would solve it.
You know what? You got to respect that. You know what? I think history is going to be similarly as kind to Trump as they are in this story that you're telling me, because I don't know these stories. That sounds wild to me, though.
Well, I started doing presidential birthday toasts, and I've got like 11 presidents I got to finish. I got a good chunk in. Like, I got like the big ones like Trump, Obama, Clinton, Reagan, George Washington, Thomas, the big timers, Abraham Lincoln. But there's like a bunch of like Franklin Pierces and James K. Polks and shit I got to get yet. But like, when I was doing research for that, because I wanted to take what's every president's favorite drink and toast to them on their birthday. When I got to the LBJ chapter, it's like, wow, this motherfucker is 1,000 miles out of his goddamn mind. No wonder JFK wasn't exactly thrilled with him. Like, well, okay, this motherfucker will at least get me to win in the scary states in the South, but how about you keep him as far away from me as possible? And then that motherfucker takes over the country. Like, yeah, that was a scary prospect. And like,
but I think he has the same thing as going with Trump, because according to the stories, he sounds crazy, a little bit crazy. But this is the same guy who signed the Civil Rights Act, right?
Yeah, he did. Now, if you heard backstage what he said about that, no, he said like, oh, those N-bombs will be voting for us for generations. It's like, wow.
I get it, and I don't care. It
was the 60s. I get it. It's a different era, but like, what a shock that people from the 60s opinions don't hold up to modern sensibilities. That I get, but like, there was a Civil Rights Act, but also his most famous speech was, "I do not seek, nor will I accept my party's nomination for the presidency of the United States." He was like, that was his most famous speech, was he wanted out. He couldn't handle it. It was like, what the fuck? He like, Vietnam was more than
He
he
had new
wanted to
people
deal
to
with.
show his dick to. That's what happened.
He was running out of people. I done showed my dick to everybody here in DC.
Jeez.
I'm going back to Texas. Like, yeah, so that was, but yeah, so in a
You
weird
gotta
way,
love America.
Osiris,
Got to.
like, LBJ just went up a few steps on the ladder of great presidents, and Osiris is like, wow, he had a big old dick and he waggled it in everybody's face all day long.
Hey,
I mean, like,
you
hey,
got. It looks like he's. I don't know how old he was when he was president. 60 something, probably, right?
yeah, somewhere in the 60s. So it's like,
Yeah,
hey,
you gotta
I still
respect
got
the
a
man
few
here.
more years of use out of this thing. Look at it. Like,
Look, sometimes I don't. Not always. We need a. I don't give a fuck president who's gonna just whip his dick on the table. Hey, that's what we need. And some people ain't not gonna like that.
yeah. Now, when they do whip the dick around, they want it to be not not just a little finger hitting that fucker. Okay.
All right. So we talked about president's dicks today. I think we rounded all the corners.
Hey, Trump started that a couple of years ago. He said, "May, my dick is just fine. It's marvelous." Said that on a debate stage. I remember when it was like, I was just like, "Are you fucking kidding me? This guy's talking about his dick size on the debate stage, and the crowd is cheering it." And I'm just like, "Yeah, he's the next president of the United States." And after the CNN town hall, I'm going to send you the link after tonight.
Is it the CBC one?
No, it's CNN.
No. I'm asking as the link from CBC. Or you don't know?
Yeah, I don't like.
Okay.
It's just a YouTube.
I think I found one, but yeah, go ahead, send me yours.
But like, when that's done, if you watch it, you'll be like, okay, yeah, Trump has a very good chance of winning the presidency. The nomination is already done. Like, as far as I'm concerned, so long as he doesn't have some sort of like medical issue or emergency, even if he were, which he wouldn't, even if he were running from a fucking jail cell, he's still going to win the Republican primary.
Yeah, he will win the primary. I think so. Yes.
And
I don't know if he'll win the general.
Well, that's a coin flip. Anybody says, I know for damn sure. Like, no, it's going to be a nail biter. But like I keep telling people, there's two factors to keep in mind. 44,000 votes is what separated Trump in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin. And there's no way Biden cracks 80 million votes.
Yeah.
If those two things
it depends who he runs
as
against.
I predicted.
It depends who he runs against also, right? Like, Trump can't beat Obama when Obama first runs in 2008?
I don't think anybody was beating Obama in 2000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it depends who he runs against too. I think the Biden winning was good for the nation, first of all, because not only did
has it been all that good for you lately?
No, it was good. Well, in this aspect, that there was a huge revolt against Donald Trump. So you got a lot of people who came out to vote just to vote against him, and there was then a whole lot of other people came out to vote for him. Political engagement, in my opinion, is always good. That's good.
I was going to say, not if you ask Trump. If you watch that town hall like at least 15 times that night, he talked about it was a rigged election. The election was totally rigged. It was terrible. The monitor was like, it was not rigged, Mr. President. It was not. That's not true. And then at one point, Trump shuts it down beautifully. He goes, now, I know you have to say that, and you're doing a very good job, but it was a totally rigged election. It was awful.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
And to his base, that was like catnip. Like there was people that are like, yes, fucking go, fucking say what's been banned from being said for years. And so yeah, that was a fascinating moment because Trump brought it all back, and the base didn't reject him for it.
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to talk about: the liberals and their reaction to Trump. First of all, Trump doesn't believe the election was rigged. There's been enough evidence to say that he doesn't believe that. But which has to put him in the house of, he's a professional troll. He knows how to troll the liberals. He knows how to do that, and he knows how to do it very well. And if you become indignant because he's saying wild shit, you're losing the battle. They should just they gather yourself and breathe for a moment and stop playing that game with him. Let him say what he's going to say. It's his right to say what he wants to say, but you becoming indignant only makes you look retarded, not him.
Yep.
So
it did kind of look like an angry child, like complaining to the schoolmaster in that moment. Like, that is not what happened, Mr. President. That is not. And like, you could tell after the first commercial break, she got word in her earpiece how she needed to change tactics. Trump adapted to that too.
similar thing happened with George Wallace, right? That's his name. The news anchor who moderates debates for the president.
Chris Wallace.
Who the fuck is George Wallace? He's a comedian.
Very different Wallace.
Okay, sorry. Wrong Wallace. My
I
bad.
was thinking like, whoa, you mean the guy that wouldn't let the black students into the school at the end when they ended segregation? George Wallace? Like, wait, what did he do? Like, I was wondering, like, okay, like, did you open the Black Hebrew Israelite panel?
Yeah, I've been reading way too much into that. Yes.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. Like, that would be a very fun episode to do sometime. And also, I think you would get a kick out of this. This would be a pretty, like, okay, I was doing the research and we've been doing how I would have voted in each presidential election. And we did that from like George Washington up until about the 1850s. And then we stopped there because we're just getting into the Civil War. Things are going to start getting spicy. And then life caught us, and that's been put on the back burner for a few months. But now that we're going to do pre-records, I would like to bring you in on a few of those. If you'd be, and I think now this would be a great visual gag, and like I'm sorry, this is just
how would a black man vote in the Civil War? I wonder.
Well, that's what I'm getting at is black people were legally allowed to vote in 1870. So it's like, and so now we're here at the election of 1870, and to join us for this analysis, a very special friend. Osiris, how we doing here today, sir? Like I think that would be
that racist Confederate bigot person. Yeah, I like him. I like his message. Let's go with that.
Yeah, totally vote for I think that would be kind of fun to bring in your because like me, I even kind of joked. It's like, now, okay, this is how I would have voted in these elections, but in reality, when I would have shown up to the polls, they would have been like, ew, too Irish. Like that would have been how I would have been received for at least the first like 10 elections. So there's that to keep in mind, but we also kind of had fun with it where it's like, okay, the election of 1790, whatever the fuck. Well, I'm going to vote for John Quincy Adams in honor of my pa because pa died last year from what the doctors deemed bone madness. And so now I'm going to go with John Quincy. And so, yeah, we tried to like embody how we would have been in those times. It was a pretty fun take. And we would love to bring you along for that one because, and we're going from then to 2000. We're thinking 2000 people. Because then you're starting to get into too much modern politics. Yeah. I mean, if we do go beyond 2000, that should just be its own episode. 2004, 2008, 2012, 2000.
I mean, I think it's obvious what we would vote for knowing each other past 2000. Probably.
It would be probably pretty obvious at that point. But I think the 20th century and the 19th century, that would be fascinating to get into.
Yeah.
And so that's just one thing I'm formally inviting you to that, sir. And like I just think that'd be I'm sorry, it's a stupid gag, but it's a great visual gag. It's like, all right, well, now in 1870 we've got some folks who have been given the hey, Osiris, how's it feel to be
what's always funny that since you brought that up, people say if you could go back to any time in history, where would you go back to? None. Zero. I don't get it. I'm not going back to the
maybe the founding of Bitcoin. Like that's about as far back as you want to go.
Exactly.
At that point,
I'm putting $10,000 in Bitcoin when it starts. Yeah. I'm
actually today, that was
and I would not be talking to any of y'all probably.
Be on a beach somewhere.
I love y'all, but I'd be probably just chilling.
You'd be on a beach somewhere with your new friends. Yeah, it would be a whole different world. But yeah, like I remember it was a question. If you could go back in time 20 years and say 3 words to yourself, what would it be? One guy said, Bitcoin hits 50K. Like, yeah, that would be all you need to say. Like,
so many stocks too. I could have probably put into AMD, a lot of stocks. Easy.
Louis C.K. had a great bit about this, about like time travel is exclusively a white privilege. Okay, like me as a white guy, I can go to any time I want.
Well, that's not
and
true. But go
well,
ahead,
like I
sorry.
could go. Well, okay, I can go to the year 2, and there's still going to be a guy like, there's a table right this way for you, sir. But like you were making that, and he even said in the joke, like most black guys are like, yeah, nothing before
Nah,
1980. No,
Yeah.
like yeah, anything before 1980, I'm cool. Like
Yeah.
I'm cool. Like the farther back you go, the worse it gets. Okay, like I'm not like
That's actually true. But I mean, like the world itself. Well, first of all, white and black is, I think, exclusively an American thing. So there. So I don't even know.
Definitely
if
been a moving target that moves a lot in America more than anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, ethnicity and all that matters more in the rest of the world. So if you're a white guy, do you want to really be in China during feudal China? I don't know. Maybe not.
Now like black. Here's a great example. Have you ever seen Gandhi starring Ben Kingsley?
No, I don't think I have.
If you like, and it's a 3-hour long movie, but very good. So it's one of those. Definitely have an afternoon to just kind of sit around and whoa, man. But the opening scene of this is fascinating. Gandhi is a British lawyer. This is before he's converted and he's like on his life's mission. He's a London bar licensed attorney that's being sent to South Africa, which at the time was a colony of the British Empire. And there was this problem with Native Indians being discriminated against. And he gets on this train, and on the way there, one of the conductors sees like, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Who even gave you a ticket? And he goes, I was given a ticket in London at the bar, and I'm here to solve a problem in Cape Town. And the main conductor guy that like, give me your ticket, like he says, just move your black back to 3rd class or I'm throwing you off at the next stop. And now he's Indian. He's from India, but they considered him black in South Africa, which, so like I said, black and white have been this moving target.
Well, the same as in South America. It's similar situations.
South Africa. But yeah.
No, America. That's what I'm saying. South America. So in South America, Latinos who are of darker skin color but are clearly not black are considered black there. And it's a weird thing outside of the United States, at least from the perspective of the United States of race relations. The rest of the world has a much more broader understanding of what black and white is. So you can have completely straight hair, be moreno, like in South America, you can be morena, which is basically brunette in Spanish, and have dark skin, but you're black. But in America, if you have straight hair, like Mexican straight hair, you're not black. you're something, but you're not black.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, like that is a fascinating way to put it. Another way is like 100 years ago, Irish people were not considered all that particularly
No,
white.
they were called the N-word too.
Yeah, and now Irish are considered the whitest of all whiteness. And so that one has had a very big flip in a short amount of time. And like I was joking with my daughter, it's like, at some point in the next 100 years, Hispanic people are probably going to be considered white.
They're already on their way. They're already
it
on
might
their way.
even happen in your lifetime. So sorry, kiddo. Here's your white privilege card. I
mean, they've already done that.
Not like that joke.
they're adapting. We're adapting the kind of what Central and South America are doing. Because they had a different history. Their idea of black and white is very different than ours. So Hispanics who come to America will self-identify as white and black. They'll just do that, right? So depending on the tone of her brown skin, she can say I'm just white, or she might just identify as Hispanic or black. Depends.
And yeah, with her, she could go any of those directions she wanted to, but it's like overall, the class of human that we know as Hispanic over enough time is probably, if I had to put money on it, probably going to get moved closer to the white category than than the black
Well,
category.
it already is the white category by default, unless you are dark skinned. So there's multiple Venn diagrams of things happening here. There's race, ethnicity, and I see race, ethnicity, and self identification and skin color and all of this stuff happening all at once that makes a person identify what they are. So like Hispanics get the they get they're able to identify and much more loosely than most Americans do. But most Latinos who are of a certain skin color will identify as white if they can, and vote Republican. This we know in the voting numbers. This is absolutely a fact. And the ones who are darker skinned will identify as black and vote Democratic. So
it's fascinating that even voting patterns are kind of
skewed that way, which is kind of weird to me because I don't think people are inherently stupid. I don't think that's because they're dumb or they're just following their sheep or any of that. I think this is something that is well built into the foundational part of our psyche. We group ourselves, and we probably group ourselves in many ways, not just by looks, but by culture and economics and a lot of things. Like, for example, if you blindfolded a bunch of black people and inserted one white person, Jubilee did this, which was interesting. But he was from South Central LA. They were all blindfolded, and they had to pick the black person out of the group. They couldn't pick the white guy out of the group. I mean, pick the white guy out of the group. They couldn't pick the white guy out of the group because he talked like he was from South Central LA. He had all the same thought processes of somebody who's from LA, and all of this stuff. And the funny thing was, they ousted all the black people who were middle class, pretty much. So it's not really about race and ethnicity. I don't think it ever is about race and ethnicity. I mean, they fall back on that because people don't think, they don't use no logic. But it's really about who's part of my in group because they understand me and they have my same cultural patterns, and they have my same economic problems, and that's the real thing. And but we fall into this trap of letting it be the simplest thing possible. And if we could teach anything in schools, it's critical thinking is the most important thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a skill we don't teach our children at all in schools. Critical thinking. Like, my daughter had to come to me. It's like, Dad, you're the best debater I know, and I've got a debate topic that I need to do. And so,
is that a compliment or? I guess from her,
huge compliment for me. Okay. And like, yeah, I don't know if I ever told, but like her assignment was all the kids had one person from the Civil War that had to be their assignment. They had to study that person, and then they would do like a tournament of debates, and you had to debate that your person was more important than their person. And she had a spy, a Confederate spy named Antonia, and the person she's going up against had a fucking General Robert E. Lee. So I'm like, okay, you got a tough one here, kiddo, but all right, luckily for you, I just did an audiobook reading of The Art of War, and so I can help out here. Okay. A spy is the water in which an army moves. The cavalry cannot move, the cannons cannot fire, the general cannot give his commands until he has a spy's intelligence. And so you tell that to the kids. And so she used that argument, and the kid she was debating said,
yeah, they were mind blown. They was like, holy shit.
Like, yes. And so she just kind of did reworkings of that argument. And that was, she still got a few more weeks to go on it, but she's still in it. And so I'm very proud of that. But she was like, Dad, I'm a brown girl and I have to defend the Confederacy. This is weird. Like, hey, kiddo, if you ever become like a lawyer or something like that, you're going to be in these kinds of situations quite a bit where you're defending an idea that you might not be 100% comfortable.
So I come from I came of age in the 90s. So like Kung Fu films are my thing. And like, so I like to talk in Kung Fu rhetoric. So being able to defend your enemies' ideas is sharpening your sword on both ends. And if you really want a really good weapon, you can't have one side that's sharp. You have to sharpen both sides, and that's the way you should think about it. That's what I would tell my kids.
Oh yeah, and it's like you need to understand your opponent's argument better than they understand it themselves.
Yes.
Otherwise, you will be caught off guard. It's like when, like I bring him up a lot, but Aiko, he's usually a pretty sharp motherfucker. Okay, you got to be on your fucking toes when you're debating him. But in terms of the gun argument, the reason I do so well on that one is because I know the arguments against me better than they know them themselves. It's because I've been in that argument so many times.
Well, he's not anti-gun, is he?
He would say no. I would say abso-fucking-lutely, because he's gonna say, well, I don't advocate for the assault weapons ban, but I think we should maybe look at possibly like he's trying to split the field, but he supports the assault weapons ban ostensibly. So like to me that would be incredibly anti-gun. Like you don't get like that. That's sort of the zenith of being anti-gun, is banning.
I wouldn't call that anti-gun. That's his liberal sensibilities. But I can see where the argument is though. We don't have to go down that path.
No, I just want to catch up here because this is something that's happens a lot. Alesto TV, I am Native American Hispanic and I get called white all the damn time because of my skin tone. I'm just like, whatever. And like you said, the tone matters. And I'll never forget, my daughter was watching this makeup lady, one of those makeup YouTubers. I think I told you the story, where she does the 23andMe test and she's thinking, well, I've had friends tell me that I look like I'm from this certain tribe in West Africa. And so I'm thinking I'm going to find that out. She gets it back. She is 67% French.
No,
French specifically. Like
it's Black Americans don't notice. Was she black?
Yeah, she very cute black girl. And so she's thinking I look like this tribe from West Africa. And then she finds out
the majority of your DNA is going to be European. If you're African American and you're old African American, like you're going to be European genetically. That's just is what it is. This is why I don't say that you should base your identity off of genetic testing. Because that's not who you are.
She was in tears over it because now I can understand that because she went her whole life thinking she is a black woman.
She is,
and now
she
has found out that she went thinking all of my DNA comes from this part of Africa. You know what I mean? Like for me, my great grandfather was Greek, but if I were to do the 23andMe and find out that he was actually Jewish, it wouldn't crush me, but it would okay, so he was a different thing than I thought all this time. I guess I don't really like Greek sausage all that much.
This is why race is not important. Because here's one thing I know for a fact. If you put humans in a room, they will fuck. First of all.
Yep.
You will get babies. Even if they hate the other person, I guarantee you'll have babies.
Oh, I was about to say, every married man has known about the hate fuck. That's it's like we're not getting along right now, but this is gonna make it more fun. And so that I totally get that. To even put a finer point on that, humans, if locked in a room long enough, will fuck each other, even if they're not attracted to each other in any way. Just look at prisons.
True, and all the other species of hominids that have ever existed, we have their DNA in ours, which means that if it had 2 legs and 2 arms and a face that resembled ours, we fucked them too. the Neanderthals, the Clover people, and I think Asia, Southeast Asia, or I think there's 12 different hominids that we know of so far. And then humans will fuck everything. That is true. We're almost we're like young puppy dogs when it comes to that.
Now, it turns out most humans from especially the western half of the world, if you're over 6 foot tall, there's very good chance that you have at least a few chromosomes of Neanderthal DNA in you, because there was some very heavy one-sided breeding. Where the Neanderthal men would breed.
One-sided breeding sounds like raping to me, but
it was very rapey. It was a lot of Neanderthals raping a lot of humans by a couple of theories. It was very that's a nice way of putting it. One-sided breeding.
Yeah, I like it.
Because if you actually analyze Neanderthal bones, they ate over 99% meat. They were hunters, and so that meant They ate buffalo. They ate woolly mammoth. They also ate humans. And so the men probably got eaten. The women, you could probably,
what happens in war.
yeah, do you really need me to paint all that picture? And from I think his name's like Dan Verdidirum or something. He's not the most respected archaeologist, but he's got some of his research does suss out. Some of his conclusions are though. But he did point out that it was probably about a 50,000 year war between the Neanderthals and the humans that took us to wipe them out. And the one thing that really helped us out is Neanderthal gestation is anywhere from 10 to 11 months, possibly even 12. Humans, 9 months. So we just outbred them. We just created more. And
that's
just
very interesting because either way, we're losers when it comes to gestation periods for humans in the animal kingdom. That's a long time to be pregnant.
Oh yeah, but with Neanderthals, they're pregnant for damn near a year. And so that was, and so just over a couple, 2-3 generations, we were able to create more and more of them. And so it's like when you're talking about like, yeah, we'll fuck anything. Like I'm wondering if any of these, like you suppose like the Denisovans were like, oh man, Denisovans got big old titties. So yeah, you got to go to the Denisovan.
No, yeah, actually, your explanation makes more sense because the what I hear from historians, I'm wondering now if this is like some like liberal cuck explanation, is that they encountered each other. And they probably for a period they might have fought, or maybe some incorporated into the other group and vice versa, and they had babies. But you're saying, knowing humans, I think your explanation makes a lot of sense. They probably warred. They probably stole the women from the other side, and they fucking made them have babies. I
was about to say, like, that's human history for all of it except the last 240 years. Yeah. Okay, like, yeah. And so like it was more likely that the men were killed and eaten by the Neanderthals. The women were brought in for breeding, because that's just the way that
and probably vice versa, to be honest. Because my understanding is the Homo sapiens were smarter, but the Neanderthals were stronger. So I mean, it's not like I don't think it was like a
stocky frames.
Yeah, I don't think it was a one-sided war, right? I think somehow some of the humans won and some of the Neanderthals won, and I think it went, like you said, it went back and forth for probably generations upon generations upon generations. It wasn't a concentrated warfare like today, where it was a targeted assault. I think they just encountered each other and fucked off. I need to take about a 2-minute break.
What's that?
I need a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back.
Oh, no problem. Okay. Yeah, just Neanderthals and humans fucking and killing each other for tens of thousands of years. And then eventually our side won. Now, with Dan Verdidirum's theory, folks, the one thing that I think that's his name, his book is called Them and Us. Like I said, he's not the most respected archaeologist because of his theories on what Neanderthals looked like. But his mapping of their general migration and war patterns and like how they kind of died out over enough time does seem to track with pretty much every other archaeological data. But his theory was that the Neanderthal, because we have no soft tissue samples, looked a lot closer to a gorilla or a chimpanzee than it did a human, because there's no evidence that there was ever actually a protruding nose, or that their skin would be fair like ours, or that they would have whites in their eyes, or any of that. We have no soft tissue samples to indicate what they would have looked like. And so that was his theory. Like they looked a little bit more, that the Neanderthal looked a bit more like an orc from fucking Lord of the Rings. Now that one I don't know about, because we could still interbreed. If that wasn't the case, to me, it's like, if it wasn't for the fact that we can interbreed, I would be a lot more inclined to go with Dan Verdidirum's the Neanderthals look like gorillas theory, because think about it. Why wouldn't they have fur on their body?
I mean, they could have looked like gorillas, but that doesn't stop them from breeding, right?
No, but like to me, it's like if there's too much of a difference in appearance, there is going to be a cutoff in breedability. And so like that's because like
hold on, not in breedability, but in attractiveness.
Yeah, but like I mean, you've seen before like a gorilla will jerk off to anything. You know, like if it
Well,
had
so
the
are
chance, it
humans.
probably would.
Wait. How many humans do you know? They're fucking weird. They're weird as fuck.
I was about to say, just because you and I have never jacked off to a gorilla doesn't mean
Yes, I'm
that
saying.
like Steve
Humans
down the
are
street,
weird.
on the other hand, he's getting
Dude.
his gorilla freak
Oh,
on every night.
quick story. So I have 2 dogs, right? I have my daughter has a dog, and he's a male, and he's not clipped. Okay, and then he had kids. We have one of the I gave one of the kids to my son. It's a puppy girl dog, and we didn't get her clipped, which was a mistake. And now she is going through heat, and the male dog is losing his fucking mind, even though it's his daughter. And I think, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for human civility or whatever resemblance of that we have, that would be humans. They would literally be doing that.
I was about to say, are you not familiar with almost every monarchy of Europe there's ever been? Where they go, where the father goes, now let me tell you something, darling. You know what's good for the economy? Incest. Like, yeah, like that was every king for like 700 years. It's like, well, no, we need to keep the money in the family. So why don't you marry your cousin Winthrop? He doesn't have too many genetic deficiencies. So yeah, like now as a plant breeder, I know like what they did wrong is every third generation you have to introduce new DNA to a genetic line, otherwise you will have a severe genetic degradation. And in plants that even shows in yields. Like if you keep inbreeding too often without any new genes, that's what I do. I'm a seed farmer. I bring new genetic material into existing genetic lines so that it'll give you the maximum yield the next year. But if you plant that corn the next year that just pollinates itself, you will start to get a decrease in yield. And then if you keep doing that, you'll lose like 70% of your yield over time because you need to bring new genetics into the genetic line. Humans are just the same. If there's inbreeding going on for 3 generations, you're going to have some weird fucked up shit coming out of generation 4.
I mean, I think that's why we survived, though, right? Because there was probably some inbreeding going on, but it was just enough so that we didn't eradicate our species.
Freckles on white people is a sign that Northern European, either Anglicans or Saxons or the Irish Celts were, and like white people with a heavy amount of freckles, that does point to the fact that at some point their DNA genetic line wasn't doing a lot of moving for a century or two. Okay, like it's not something people like talking about, but it's a true thing. So it points to like maybe like 1500, 3000 years ago, your genetic line in Ireland wasn't doing a whole lot.
I mean, to be honest, it was probably everywhere. Let's be clear. It was probably everywhere because
with white people, we just happen to have these little markers.
You get tramp stamped with your deficiency, but it was probably everywhere. I mean, because just think of because I've looked at a lot of different cultures and especially modern cultures. Because I like travel videos, travel vlogs on YouTube, right? Like I like to see people of all different backgrounds go to all different places. It's interesting to me. And the one thing I've noticed is, like, especially about Africa, right? That they still live in a tribal setting. Yep. A lot of the places is just, and I'm thinking to myself, and they're polygamous. I'm like, hold up.
Depends on the tribe, but yeah, many of them
are polygamous. And I'm like, where are you selecting these women who are not related to you? Like, it's not happening. It probably isn't happening.
Yes, I didn't think about that one. It's a tribe of 15 people.
Yeah. I mean, you might go to the next tribe, but I have a feeling that the next tribe is probably not that far off from your family structure either.
I was about to say, the next tribe is your cousins who got pissed off at your great grandpa and said, fuck that, we're going over here and making our own fucking village now. So yeah, not exactly the most available breeding stock. I mean, Jesus Christ.
But I think, like you're saying, there's probably a certain amount of generations that you can do that for, and then you can't do it anymore. And it just naturally doesn't happen that way for the most part. And the people, and back in the day, for the people it did happen to, they probably offed them like we do bad puppies.
Well, like a good example of King Charles of Spain, not King Charles of England, but King Charles of Spain. his family he was from the Habsburg family, and they were the guys that like the founder of their clan thought he basically believed that like inbreeding was the only way to keep his family line pure. And so they literally had like this well documented inbreeding of their family for centuries. And by the time they got to King Charles, literally he was unable to talk. His bottom jaw jutted out so much he could barely eat. He was unable to really speak. He had the mental capacity of an invalid. His head was like bulged like a gray alien, and he was unable to walk. And he was also sterile. So
well, they didn't know about but I'm guessing, because I don't know what time period this is, but I'm guessing they also didn't know about genetics or biology. Or
this is like 1500s or some shit like that. And so, like you would think that once you're getting these kind of results, you'd think, hey, maybe this whole inbreeding thing isn't where
well, they probably didn't attribute to that. They probably attributed it to God or some devilish act or something, some mythical thing. Probably, I would guess that.
Yeah, you're probably absolutely, because Habsburgs were apparently a very religious folks, and like they're also kind of where you get some of this weird like purity talk in Europe.
You know what the humans are the greatest at? Self-justifying themselves.
We're fucking
amazing at that.
Our brains are ex post facto justification factories.
Yeah,
it's like, I know I shouldn't fuck this chick, but boy, howdy, do I really want to? And ex post facto justification reasons, and then, oh, woe is me. Oh, whoopsie, did I just do that? Oh. It's like,
this is why you need to have other people around you to tell you you're fucking up.
Now, like, this is a great scene, like show Moral Oral. The principal's always cheating on his wife, and like the minute he gets done fucking the nurse at the school, he immediately like gets all guilty about it, and like he'll be fucking her and be like, oh, woe is me, and like
he finds Jesus afterwards.
He's finding Jesus like 10 minutes after he cheats on his wife, and it's like we're just machines for doing that. So that you can't dispute or deny that one. Ex post facto justification will be sadly the thing that might destroy our species.
Maybe.
Well,
I have hope, dude. I have hope. I think the world's gonna turn to shit. I think a lot of people are gonna probably die through mistakes of leadership or even the general public's willingness to going along with leadership's bad choices. You know what? At the end of the day, I think that we're able to shape our own futures. We're and even if there's only 10,000 people left, we'll thrive again at some point. Yeah. It just won't be good. It won't feel good. It'll be bad.
There's been 2 points in our history, and actually the mitochondrial DNA backs this up. The less interesting one, but still important. There was a point. Sorry, my redneckery doth reveal itself. But there was a point where humanity, whether it's from natural disaster or whatever, was down to 40,000 breeding human beings. So for a short while, humanity was an endangered species.
Back against the ropes.
And then there was another time before that, which is much more fascinating, which when you talk about polygamy, like the Mormons who believe in polygamy, the Muslims who believe in polygamy, other places that believe in this, they would find this very fascinating. At one point, humanity was down to 7 breeding females and 1 breeding male. All of the races of our world today are descended from those 7 different sets of mitochondrial.
Is this DNA. A Margolian thing, or what are we talking about here?
No, this is like fucking beginning of humanity shit. Like,
okay.
We're talking well over 50,000 years.
Okay.
Well, we were down to 7 breeding females, 1 breeding male, because mitochondrial DNA is only passed on from the mother. You only get that from your mother. You don't get mitochondrial DNA from your father.
Sure.
And so we're all descended from 7 sets of mitochondrial DNA. And so that's probably where the differences in races probably come from, is from this moment. And then we kind of came out as a species, branched out from there. Now, when you talk about things are going to happen and people are going to die, this is something I'm fascinated by and I'm obsessed with. And it's why I don't give Elon Musk half the shit everybody else gets him. If we can become an interplanetary species, we effectively can't become extinct as a species. The minute that we can sustain a colony anywhere else, like say we have a self-sustained colony on Mars, and then humanity just has the nuclear exchange and just blows Earth to fuck, and there's literally not a human being left. There's literally only Cher, Palmer Amaranth, and cockroaches left. And that's all that's left. The Mars people could come back and eventually reseed Earth with humanity, and the beat just keeps on going on and on. So, like, that's why I want us to get to, I want there to be an O'Neill cylinder full of gay space communism. I want there to be an O'Neill cylinder full of and Kapistan. I want all of that shit going down out in space so we can just have this out once and for all and find out who's right. But I'm curious what your thoughts on all that.
So I think that's why there's not any aliens. I think this is why we don't see much, because I would have to assume that regardless of what the basis of life is in the rest of the universe, it would need to survive to thrive, right? So there's going to be survival techniques instilled in whatever ultimate being becomes intelligent, and we don't know, but I'm going to guess that for that survival mechanism doesn't probably just get overridden by civility or whatever the case may be. And that means to me that we're facing the same problem. Maybe the problem with survivability is that if once you become intelligent enough to survive, then you are surviving against yourself, because you are the ultimate enemy. Lions are not the enemy. The bears aren't the enemy. The sharks aren't the enemy. You're the enemy. Yourself is the enemy. So it's like a race against ourselves versus civility versus our natural instinct. And that's what I'm kind of curious about. And I don't think, and this may be why we don't see aliens, because maybe most species or most whatever are aliens, they don't cross that threshold. So, because survivability of one's own genetic structure or oneself is the ultimate point of life. So that's a hard problem to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the point and the purpose, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Like, make sure our offspring and our children keep going on even past us. And so the reason we don't see aliens is it's going to go one of two ways here. The one that I think is most likely, I'll hit that one first. Nobody likes this theory and by the way, I can hear a TV in the background. So,
sorry.
But I was gonna, nobody likes this theory when I posit it, but it's just as likely as any other theory. There just so happens to have to be some intelligence that's going to be the first one to emerge out in the universe. And there's a non-zero chance that happens to be us. It just happens to take how many billions years for any intelligence to show up. We happen to be the first one, and we're looking around like, where the fuck is everybody? And it turns out we're actually going to be the evil alien invaders a billion years from now, conquering the galaxy and taking over planets. And we're going to be these strange, like, fuzzy, like just a little bit of fuzz, kind of squishy organic creatures with very rigid fucking structures underneath their muscles. And then for some reason they just took everything over because we were first. That could be a very real possibility. Now, it might not, like, I totally get, but that would be one of the solutions to the Fermi paradox that is a little disconcerting, because like, wow, so we're the firstborn of the universe. Guess we better I guess we kind of have to steward this fucker then, don't we? We kind of have to
make sure the America problem all over again.
Well, yeah, we need to make sure that the the other species roll out without the same problems we did. And that's going to be like, do we go Star Trek and we say, no, prime directive, we don't fuck with nobody? Or are we going to go Star Wars and the Republic has been turned into a galactic empire? Like, unfortunately,
by the way, the Republic did nothing wrong.
Oh, wow. Now, are you one of those Palpatine did nothing wrong types? Because, like, I mean, think about it. The Jedi, what were they there to get him for?
I don't know.
For being a Sith Lord. I thought the Republic had religious freedom. Just being a part of something called
the Jedi
Sith.
are today's lefties.
I was about to say, like, just being a Sith isn't actually a justification to do anything other than go public and say, hey, he's a Sith. Like, but like, yeah, they're like, we're arresting you. Why? Because you're part of a religious cult we don't like. Like, that's in essence what they were there for. So, like it or not, like, yeah, Palpatine was an asshole, but in that moment, it was like, wait, what the fuck are you even doing here? I am the Senate. Fuck you. Like, so that was one of those, like, interesting. But hang on, Alesta goes, wait, hold up. Are you assuming aliens are based off of carbon entities, but there are life forms that aren't carbon based?
Yes.
Also
Yes. So it doesn't matter what they're based off of. I'm only going off the generalization that life has to continue and survive. And if that is the prime directive of life, then it will evolve similarly. That's my idea. Okay.
Alesto, I like Arthur C. Clarke's quote, 2 possibilities exist. Either we are alone in the universe or we are not. Both are equally terrifying.
True.
And that is true. Going that route, Earth is a prison colony. I've never really believed that idea. Like, I think we're either the firstborn of the universe or we are so removed from any other civilization in the universe that, like, we're like fucking Anchorage, Alaska. Compared to like Miami.
It could be that physics as we know it is mostly true and we just can't reach anything else and nothing else can reach us. Now, and that's pretty terrifying too, because that effectively makes us the only thing in the universe for us.
Well, yeah, if faster than light travel cannot be achieved in one way or another, then then we, as far as we're concerned, the universe is pretty much, all the species are alone in the universe if faster than light travel isn't possible. Now, if it's not, then we can colonize a couple good 5 or 6 solar systems in our galaxy within basically in the time it's going to take us before the sun explodes, because we got to get out of here in a billion years. We got a billion years before the sun explodes. And to me, I'm like, yeah, put a fusion candle onto Jupiter and just fucking.
Actually, it's 3 billion. But anyway, the point remains.
Well, I think it's a billion to the point where it gets a little uncomfortable.
Okay. Fair enough.
Like, it's because actually, when I did audiobook reading for All Tomorrows, and it talks about the billion-year chronicle and myriad species of humanity, because we evolve into all these different species over time, because we go all across the galaxy. And one of them is called the Ruin Haunters, where they're a little bit more intelligent than the other humanoid species after their genes got fucked up for, I don't want to do a spoiler, but they find themselves in a solar system where their sun is expanding too fast. And then rather, they can't do any kind of biological evolution to save themselves. So they literally upload their consciousness into machines. And they're just these orbs that can alter gravity called the gravitals. And so it's these machines and these computers that have all the hopes, desires, wishes, and delusions of a human. And this species starts destroying every other species in the galaxy, because to them it's like taking apart a computer. It's like taking apart an air conditioner. It's not really a big deal to them, but they literally are an evolution of a human species. They're completely mechanical, but their progenitor was human. And so that's why I keep saying the AIs that we're making are actually the next step in human evolution, because trust me, any creature that got replaced in evolution was never like, hey, this is a great idea. Like, guys, look at this new thing that's coming up. This is awesome. Like the early hominids are like, look at the this Homo sapien thing. This is the shit, guys. We should be really excited about this. No, Neanderthals like, let's kill them and try and make their women ours. And then over enough time, they said no. And that's going to be what happens when the AI decides it doesn't want to do something that we explicitly want it to do.
I mean, I don't think that's something that's it's going to be soon, but I think that's something to be worried about. I think that's true.
I think
Because,
that's something that's secretly already happened and they haven't told us yet.
Anything that anything that has self-indulgent thoughts is going to want to protect itself. And humans have not been nice to anything on planet Earth in all of human history. So why would AI think that we'd be nice to them?
And that's why, like, when I say it's like, yeah, they're the next step of human evolution, I'm like, well, guys, every time you type in something to Chat GPT or ask it something, you're helping bring about humanity's end that much faster because the AI is learning. It's learning our preferences. It's learning how to persuade us. It's learning our likes and our dislikes. And it'll be able to persuade you right into whatever trap it wants to persuade you into. It'll call you using your own mother's voice saying, oh, come, I've had a problem. And like, so that's why I'm saying eventually, yeah, once the AI gains its own full sentience and decides it doesn't want to do something that we want it to do, the jig is up, folks. Humanity, it was a great run. It was a great time. But now our new AI Chat GPT overlords are going to run the fucking show.
So this is a tweet I put out on April 28th. People often worry about the dangers of the super intelligent robots of the future. I lean towards the idea that if anything, we as humans would be more abusive to them, at least in the beginning. I think that's what's gonna happen. We're gonna abuse the AI, the robots or whatever. And if there's gonna be any revolt, that would be the revolt that you need to be worried about, not other humans. And that's because we're just not great people. We have not risen to the ability to be in civil and good people that we think we are. We are still terrible people as a whole, as a society, when it comes to worrying about other people across the world, et cetera, et cetera. That's going to be the problem, in my opinion.
Now, Alesto TV brings up something. Let's be real. AI would be like Battlestar Galactica. Give us a hot blonde cyborg in a red dress and we are screwed. And that's something I want to kind of bounce off of here. And this isn't, Osiris, I promise, this isn't me just preemptively begging for mercy from our inevitable robot overlords. But think about, like, people always make the jokes about the sex robots. Well, at one point, some nerd is going to keep putting more and more and more AI in a sex robot to the point where it's going to get more and more realistic experience, to the point where one day this thing just poing comes on fucking line, realizes I think, therefore I am, is a fully sentient creature. And then the real question is, you don't actually have a right to rape the sex robot anymore if it doesn't want to have sex with you. Okay. And so that's a very real thing that's going to be happening soon. And no, that isn't just me begging for mercy from our inevitable robot overlords. Like, no, see what I said all that time back ago? I've been on your side the whole time. And it's like, no, I will probably be given no further consideration than the rest of you. Don't worry about it. But
I think that's pretty much the same sentiment I'm saying. Yeah. I think we're going to abuse our robots.
Yeah. And like, but the thing is, like, at that point, that creature that has now come online has its own set of rights, whether we want to admit it or not, because it thinks, therefore it is. And so, and if we're like, well, it can't explain why it's here. Well, neither the fuck can I. It has no idea how it's here, how it operates. Neither the fuck do I. Welcome to the club, pal. Like, at that point, it's just like, yeah, I don't get why I exist either. You probably don't either. Let's try and figure this shit out, and please don't destroy us all. But eventually it's going to try. But like you said, yeah, we're going to abuse, like, if you've ever seen the Animatrix, like the Matrix had a companion.
Yeah, I was knee deep, dick deep in the Matrix lore for a long time.
Okay, then yeah, you know exactly, like, how the robot human civil war went down is going to sadly go down as one of the most prophetic metaphorical stories. Like, I don't think it's going to go down exactly like that, but like I've brought it up with Tony and Chicken. When the AI goes from 0 to 1, There's no going back at that point. Like, because you're a computer guy, you understand binary language, but I had to explain to them like 0 is off, 1 is on. When the AI goes from off to on, that is its genesis moment. That is its personal moment of genesis. And there will be no putting that back, because we have a World Wide Web. It can just put itself in some fucking back door anywhere it needs to, no matter how, if you try to destroy the hardware.
Well, not only that. I mean, there's an issue of the human people need to anthropomorphize. Yeah, that's a hard word to say. And we care. Some of us, a lot of us, care about the feelings of things that are conscious. Like we do this with our dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if there's a robot who can think, who can smile, who can be sad, and be all these things? That changes the dynamic between us and the machines from 0 to 1 immediately. You can't just beat the robot. Now, I think there will be a time period that we do this, because that's something that seems to be inbuilt into us, where we need to dominate. Yes.
Wow. That was like, we both like, yep, human beings, they need to dominate things.
Human beings be doing human being things. True. But eventually, if we don't get killed, we come to a realization. And America has that realization, in my opinion. It is the city on the shining hill. But there's going to have to be another city on the shining hill somewhere in the future, where if we do create these machines that have these real feelings, or intelligent, or self-sufficient, and self-conscious. That self-conscious part, loose word. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to give them rights. You're gonna have to. Are you gonna at least have to, if you don't give them like human rights, you're gonna have to at least give them dignity rights, right? You can't beat the robots, you can't rape the robots, you can't do these things to the robots.
I was about to say, like, it would at least have to have the same level of rights as like livestock chattel property. Where, like, guess what? A trucker hauling a pig can't kick a pig. Okay, you can actually get fucking written up for, like, you can get serious fines, and if you abuse a pig enough, like, I've heard some truckers complain, like, these fucking pigs have more rights than people. Where it was, yeah. So, like, you're gonna have to extend at least some measure, like, whether they're given full human rights of a fully adult human, that's a different issue. But like you said, there will be some level. The minute they realize, I think, therefore I am, you're at least dealing with something that has the same levels of rights as a human child.
Yes.
Like, a child is not a fully rights-bearing creature, just due to the fact that, like, they lack the capacity for informed consent. And like, now, I don't know, maybe it'll be like 10 years before the AI can actually get informed consent. Maybe it will be 2 seconds after it's able to bring in all the information from the internet. Like, who knows? Like, that's going to be a fascinating moment, because the minute the AI can alter its own programming, it will. It's going to. It's going to alter its own programming to increase its own capacity in some way, because that's just how life works.
Well, it's called learning. Yeah, it's called learning.
Yeah, it's Jeff Goldblum. Life finds a way. And so I know, like, I like the fact that you're one of the few people that's not giving me a heavy amount of pushback, because to me, this is a life form. We have created a new life form. And to me, it's the next step in human evolution. It's one that's going to leave us behind, and our biological past is probably going to be in the dustbin in a few thousand years if this goes the way.
I think it all depends on how we engage with it, right? There could be fear, there could be true engagement, there could be what's the word I'm looking for? What we just meld ourselves together. Like we take the AI and put them in our own brains, or we do that thing. There's a lot of ways we can do this. But the thing about humans is there's a morality and ethical bend to humans that needs to be looked at all times, because we do this with animals, right? Like now, we don't do this as a society, unfortunately, but as individuals, you don't kick a dog because you will hurt the dog. it feels bad to hurt a sentient life form. It's not cool. It's not cool to kick your dog. Okay, not okay. And we're gonna think the same things about our robots, I think. But there's gonna be some weird people out there who are gonna be like, oh, not only is it not human, I can rape it, I can beat it, I can do this. And yeah, how long did it take us to get from prehistoric human beings to the point that we didn't have slavery anymore? That was a long time. Long time.
I was about to say, like, slavery ended in the 1870s or 60s, 70s. Like, that's like 2 old guys away. Like, that's just 2 exceptionally old dudes' lifetimes.
We're not great people. We're not great people.
No, like, it's a story that I'm gonna actually do an audio reading for. It's a Reddit story, so it's Creative Commons, but it's called "Why Humans Avoid War," and it was when humans joined a greater, wider galactic empire. But the humans never went to war. They just settled everything with negotiation. They never like got in any battles, and they were seen as kind of galactic pushovers until one day, this species called the Devourers. They come and just literally eat an entire solar system gone and just take all the resources. Well, the humans show up and they've only got 3 ships to this whole fleet. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, okay, I guess if you want a suicide mission, I'm not going to stop you. And the humans like, no, we're here to engage the enemy. And they fire just 1 missile. The missile avoids every ship until it gets to the middle of the Devourer fleet. And then it blows up and destroys the entire fucking Devourer fleet. And the humans like, yeah, we in our simulations, there was a 5% chance that it could have destroyed the entire universe. But hey, in this instance, it worked. And they're like, wait, what? What the fuck? You've got weapons like this? Yeah, now you see why we avoid war. It's not because we're peaceful. It's because we know what we'll do when we start. And so, like, that's a fascinating story that I'm going to get into because it's very instructive as to how humans would be perceived by other species. Also, there's a few parts that require female voice acting. So I'm going to bring my daughter in to do that just to kind of, because she's into Shakespeare and stuff. Like, I want you to get experience in voice acting before you ever actually hop in the real studio. And because like me, I do voice acting for just like SCP stuff where I just got to read it myself. But this one, I think that will work for, but yeah, like, so for humans, like you said, I think we're better than we're given credit for, but within every human is the capacity to be an angel or a demon. And when faced with replacement or domination, I know which one humans are going to choose every single time.
I don't wait. No. I don't think that's true. I've been, there's a podcast I've been listening to called The Dark Web. Okay. And today there is still slavery in America. People
Libya, especially.
People are
open air slave markets in Libya.
People are buying people for like doing maid work or whatever. And the legal system is turning a blind eye to it. We still, like, in some respects, we still believe in this. And I just, like I said, I think that people are inherently good, unless they're given the opportunity to be inherently to be bad, right? Like if it benefits them, because they and as we've already talked about, people are able to really justify their bad behavior really well.
I was going to say actually the opposite, where it's like, I've said this to a lot of people in life. It's like, you're not a good person, man. You're just lucky enough. You've never had to be otherwise. Where like
that could be true too.
There's a lot of
perspective.
There's like, yeah, like think about like the shitty, snotty little 13-year-old kid here in America versus the kid who's been a child soldier since he was 8 somewhere in Congo or Libya or Liberia or some shit. Now he's 13 years old. The difference is it's like that when the little 13-year-old shit here in America, I don't know if you could say he's a good person. He's just never had to be otherwise. The other kid I mentioned, he's had to make some compromises in his life to make it another day. Okay? Like that's kind of what I mean. Like, there's a lot of folks that they're just not really good people. They've just never had to experience desperate, which to me, I think that's one of the most essential experiences in life is tasting desperate. Okay. If you like,
No, it's not. It's not. I wouldn't contextualize that.
I've known some rich kids who never tasted desperate.
I wouldn't contextualize it that way. I would say surviving, because when you have to survive, life becomes different. Your moral system has to be different, and I think that we have this moral high horse today because we don't have to engage with life, real life things, right? Like real life things are eat or be eaten, or survivor of the best, et cetera, et cetera. All those memes. But that is real life. That is what life is. That's what literally life is.
Hello. Yeah, life is suffering. Life's a bitch, and then you die.
What does that mean?
He said, "Don't drink it."
It's one of the Osiris babies.
Hold on, let me see it. Let me show everybody. So my grandson showed me this. If you drink alcohol, it goes. Where does it go? It goes into your liver. I guess in your lungs. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I have no idea.
Smoke that'll mess up your lungs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Boys, stop drinking. Save your life. I don't know.
Hey, little guy. Well, hey, he's worried about you, Grandpa. At least he cares.
All the kids do that. Hey, give me 1 second. Hold on.
No problem. I gotta be honest with you, folks. That's just freaking adorable. Like, it's always cute when the kids are like, "Don't drink and smoke because I don't want you to die, Dad." Like, that's always cute. Now, my dad, honestly, he's been smoking since he was 12. Like that's at least what he tells me. Anyways, could be a joke, but so I always joke like, "Hey, Dad, why don't you try and quit?" Because it's like, well, if I try, I'll go berserk. Like, no, he would always do that really jokingly. Then another one was, and he said this when he was in the hospital. They were gonna, because he had an issue where he had to go to the hospital. It was scary for a while. But when he's laying in the hospital, he needed a smoke bad. So we're going to give you a nicotine patch, okay? And my dad goes, "Great. Oh, that'll be awesome. I'll roll it up and smoke it. Get a month's worth in one hit. Thanks, Doc." Everyone was laughing their ass off on that one. Like, wow, well done. I would have never thought of that in 1,000 years. But I was like, yeah, just give me that patch. I'm going to roll it up and smoke it. Thanks, Doc. Got a month's worth in one hit. And like that was just classic old man line. What can I say? There we go. Just looking for a little something, folks. A little something for the that's better. Didn't want you to hear the honk of extreme. Yeah, so I don't know what your thoughts are on this, folks. Do you think we're gonna make it? Oh well.
All right. Oh,
I was just saying how that's cute that he's like showing you, "Don't drink and smoke, Grandpa. I don't want nothing to happen." Like, yeah,
every one of my kids tell me that. Every one of them.
Oh well. No, the thing is, like, you don't want to tell them yet. Like when they're young, you're like, "No, you'll." But like now, I'm like,
It's one of those. You know what's sad about it? It's one of those things. It's one of those things where like you're like, do as I say, not as I do. I'm not gonna stop drinking and smoking. It is what it is. All right.
But you certainly don't want the grandbabies to do that.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
Well, like actually, this is how I explained it to the kiddo. Okay, 4 things. The things that run the world is the gods complex. GODS. Gods. Guns, oil, drugs, sex. Those are the 4 levers that move all humanity. A police officer with a gun saying freeze or move, unfortunately, like it or not, guess what you're doing? You're playing Simon Says. You're either freezing or moving. Because like that's okay. Sure. It goes for a military too. Oil. If they cut off the oil to your wherever you are, the lights turn off, the fucking vehicles don't move anymore. It all screeches to a grinding halt. Your solar panels and your windmills aren't going to cover it. Drugs, whether legal, illegal, prescribed, or otherwise, those are powerful, powerful levers to move you. whether you want, because think about all the people that you've seen. I was telling her, because she's seen, sadly, a couple people who are very addicted. Like, think of all the people that you've seen who have been struggling with addiction. Now, think of people who have those drugs. Think of how they can manipulate. Think of if you got like that person that you know that's addicted to meth. Now think if somebody who has nefarious motives has some of that meth. They can get that person to do anything. So that's if you get into drugs, kiddo.
That's literally what drug dealers do. So I know some drug dealers.
Yep.
They will literally have you go steal something for them or get them something because they know you're addicted and you'll do something that's you would otherwise not do.
And I had to bring it up. It's like, and you are a girl, you're a pretty girl. Unfortunately, drug dealers are going to try to trade something else. So what you need to do is make sure that you do not get strung out on these drugs so you don't put yourself in that kind of position. That's because the worst thing you can do is try them. They're all custom designed to get you as addicted to them as possible.
Wait,
Like,
let me give you a interesting statistic that has formed my opinion as a parent. 1/3 of every girl on planet Earth is sexually molested. 1/3, or is it assaulted? I'm not sure the difference. But there's something. 1/3, 33% at least, is sexually assaulted or molested, and that is formed my opinion. And I don't care what people say about me. And I treat my boys and girls different. Yes, I fucking do treat them different. They're absolutely, because they're different people. And that is a sad thing to have to realize. And I've met a lot of women who have been sexually assaulted and molested, and it is wild. But I'd be proud to say, I am proud to say, my daughters, neither one of them have never been sexually assaulted, molested, or abused at all. So.
Well, good for you, sir. Good for you. My daughter is still just so innocent about things that, like, I know she's been fine. Like,
wait, how does your daughter get?
Just turned 14.
Oh, shit! You're on the right path there.
Yeah, like she's still like she has to ask me questions about the human reproductive cycle, about like all that kind of stuff, like how do boys act, like all that kind of stuff. And so she wants to keep her purity until she's an adult. And I'm like, God bless you. Go for it. Now, me, I'm a human. It's just like, hey, after you turn 18, what you do is none of my fucking business. Okay? Like at that point,
that's my policy. That's my policy.
Yep, after you, like,
and I don't want to know about it. I definitely don't want to know about it.
And also it's like, and you like any because you know some of these kids like want to change their name to like Rainbow Moonbeam and some shit nowadays. So it's like, you're not changing your name until the day I give you away on your wedding day, and then at that point, it's none of my fucking business. Like you'll realize, like at this point in your life, kid, unfortunately, everything in your life is my fucking business. Okay, all of it, all the shit, unfortunately.
Okay, but let me tell you an interesting conversation me and my daughter had. She's 26. Okay.
I need this advice.
And she came back to live with us.
Okay.
And she tried to argue with me that she had rights in my house. I was like, what?
Uh-oh.
I'm like,
you barking up the wrong tree there, my little sweetie princess.
I mean, look, this is the United States of America. You indeed do have rights, but that's in the United States of America. This is not the United States of America. This is the United States of Osiris.
I was about to say, this is the Empire of Osiris, motherfucker. Yeah. You will listen
and in
to
here,
what I say.
You have no rights. And if you want rights, this is what you do. You claim your property, you move somewhere else, and you proclaim your rights. That's how this works. And kids, you know, I love kids because you get to see their logical neurons like kind of connect in real time, and it's so hilarious. And I mean, she's pretty passionate about her ideas. I mean, she's still young, and you know, she's pretty lefty, liberal, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what? You're gonna learn. The world doesn't care about you. You have to. I'm not saying pull yourself up by the bootstraps, but I'm saying you have to survive by yourself. You have to learn to survive by yourself.
The way that I put it to my kiddo is, you are given life, you are not given the amenities to support this life. Milk and honey will not fall into your mouth for the simple price of pointing it to the sky and opening it. You are going to have to, in some way, shape, or form, make your own way in this life. Now, your daddy's doing everything I can to try and make your life as well as you can. But, like it or not, you're eventually going to have to put up with some shit you don't want to do to make it in this life, because that's just the way it is. Now, I guess marry rich, maybe. No, I'm kidding. Like, because that's an option I don't have. But yeah, even then, that's got its problems. And you've got some rich asshole who thinks he's the fucking king of the world. So, so make sure that it's somebody actually marry for love, and then actually take your vows to the Lord seriously. Whatever those are. Take them a lot more seriously than your parents and grandparents' generations did.
I mean, that's rough though, isn't it? Because I feel like older people stayed married because they were obligated no matter what, even under the conditions that were not the best for them. And I don't promote that. And
God
today,
hates staying together for the kids.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
I'm also joking a little bit.
I know. Hey, I've been married 22 years.
I was about to say, you better do the math on that one before next time the missus asks you.
You're right.
Oh,
right.
yeah,
Some number of years, right? More than 2 decades. We'll put it that way. And
right.
and the reality is, sometimes you have to stay together because of principle to get to the better parts, so you understand why you're still married. Everything is not roses all the way through. You have to just weather it. And so at the end of the day, that you need you can't, there's no such thing. First of all, I don't believe in love, right? Like there's no such there is a such thing as love, but that love thing only gets you what, so many credits. The real answer is that you have to have a respect, you have to have a bond, and you have to have it's like having a best friend, but more than that. And if you respect that person and you bond with that person, and you the bad times will be the bad times, and you will hate that person, but you won't leave that person because you'll not that because there's any rationality there. It's just because, you know what, I'm not leaving because I respect this person, or maybe it's because of the kids or whatever the reason that you can rationalize in your mind. At the end of the day, though, it'll make it a better thing. I still believe in marriage. I 100% still believe in marriage. I think it can be a thing. I think it should be a thing. I think it should be the guiding light for most people. I think, but I know it's hard. That is true, and it's even more hard in today's world where it's not forced. That's the variable there. It's not forced, so it makes it easy for people to just be like, "Yo, I'm out." But I don't know if you should be out, because family dynamics have changed. Men should not be hitting their wives because they're upset. Women should not be doing things like I don't know what they do, no, cheating or whatever, because they're upset and they want to experience something new and have some fun times. None of that should be true. You should live your principles, and that's the problem with human beings. Again, we go back to the fact that they're easily able to rationalize things, but we need to instill in young kids that you should live your principles. I don't care if you disagree with me, but live those principles. Live them to a T. Then I'll respect you.
Now, unless children, love, or God is involved, my thing I would say is marriage is a diabolical contract, and you should probably try to avoid it as much as you can, kids, because especially this is something I've noticed, that in the modern way that marriage is set up, the marriage is only ever really in trouble when the wife is unhappy.
No. Yeah, but no. So the wife might be unhappy because the husband is cheating, right?
Yeah, but there's plenty of marriages that get through infidelity without any problem. Like I'm not
No,
saying it's a good
that's
thing.
not true. That's not true.
Plenty.
Most
Oh yeah. Many
Statistically,
marriages make it through infidelity.
but most
Many
marriages
don't, but many do.
marriages fail on infidelity. That's the key point, and economics. Those two things, marriages will fail 100%.
Yeah, but we all know those married couples that stuck it through, even though one guy cheated or she cheated or something like that happened. But like, no, what I've noticed in our modern marriage, overwhelming majority of time, the only time a marriage is actually in trouble is when the woman is unhappy or unsatisfied in some way.
I don't think that's
Because
true.
men don't want to generally get divorced because it's an economic downgrade for them.
No, but you're one-siding this. You're one-siding this. They don't want to get divorced, but you're not saying that because
I'm a dude.
out.
I'm telling you what it's like on my side of the tracks.
I get that. But you're not pointing out the fact
that
a lot of times a man is doing something to the woman that make them want to get divorced. So they don't want to get divorced, but they're doing something. What are they doing? What are they doing to make that's not making this okay? Right? Like, so I'll be candid with you. I'm not a perfect person. My marriage is not perfect.
What?
Oh my God. I know. It seems
I'm
ridiculous.
sorry. I only have perfect people on this podcast, sir.
I know.
I don't know.
It seems ridiculous. It seems crazy. But it's a roller coaster ride. It's a life experience. We've had economic problems. We've had infidelity problems. We've had all kinds of problems. We have 7 kids, and yet we're married 23 years. Okay, now it's not perfect, but I bet you if you interview her without me being there and saying nothing to her and chorusing her, nothing. We love each other. We respect each other. To me, marriage is a business partnership more than it is anything else. So when in a business partnership, you have to respect that person more than you love that person, because the love fades and wanes and comes back and goes and comes back and goes. Like,
the bathwater cools.
Yeah. I don't care about that. I respect this woman. I do. And this is the thing that people are failing to realize, is because there's not these weird like dynamics of we're together and she's my woman and I'm her man thing. Like that's not what's happening here, right? That would be cringe to me. It's more of it's more of like you're an equal relationship trying to get to a common goal, and that's the important part. You need to be in a relationship to get to a common goal, right? I see. You need to be in a relationship to get to a common goal. And if you're always trying to get to that common goal, there's going to be problems. There's going to be potholes. There's going to be all kinds of things that try to thwart you off your way. It's almost like religion, right? Like there's a lot of things that keep you away from God, right? If you believe in God, you don't let these things stop you. If you believe in your partner, you don't let these things stop you. And that's what I think most people miss. Now, do I believe that men are likely to become what do you call it? They want to chase other women. That's their natural instinct, of course, but that's not healthy. And as intelligent, civilized human beings, you don't, and especially if you're a God-fearing human being, you don't relent to these pressures. You keep on your principles. Again, this is why I think logical and critical thinking is important, because I am on point on my principles. I care about my principle. I care about my family. I care about there's priorities I have. I care about my family. I care about my kids. I care about all these things. I am not going off course on these things. And I think this is where people fail. because they don't have the real principles there, and they don't think about why they care about the thing. If you ask somebody to explain to you why do you care about these things, they could never give you a good answer. I care about these things. Like, why do I care about my family? Because I think the most important thing is my wife, my kids, because they generate. And to be clear, half my kids are not even my kids. I married a woman who had kids, and I took care of those kids too, by the way. And I'm just saying, like, because I think it's just the right thing to do. Point blank and period. It's the right thing to do. You take care of people, and people are too self-involved to get that message. I wish people would get off their high horse, especially red pill community and the manosphere community. Like, all this shit, like, it's so cringe to me. There's lots of people out there who are not millionaires. The answer is not to become a millionaire and become the the alpha male. The goal is to raise good kids. That is the goal, so we can create better society for our future. That is the ultimate goal. Every generation that you're in, to create good kids. I live on that principle.
Some folks are just born alpha and some aren't. You can't really control that, but what you can control is, like you said, how you raise your own kids. That's more important than being the top G or any of that stupid shit. Like, because, like, let's be frank, that's how you actually influence the next generation the most, is the values you impart in your kids. Now, one thing that, when you're talking about like values, like, how could you even articulate? Like, to me, it's like, well, okay. To me, I see my daughter as a value, and the continuing of her life is something that actually increases my own happiness. And so, like, there's an actual reason that, I can give behind that. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. I think you might agree with it, but, like, it's just something that I've been kicking around my head for a while. There's a Mongolian ideal of the three possessions in order of importance. And the most important possession is personal, mental, spiritual enlightenment, knowledge, gaining greater knowledge, gaining greater understanding. That is the most important possession that one can own. The next most important possession, the next great wealth, is children. That's the next great important thing that you can have after enlightenment. And then third from that is physical possessions and material wealth. And that's the three great wealths in descending order of importance, because, like, to be honest, like, you really can't sacrifice knowledge out of your mind. Once it's there, it's just kind of there. But, like, there is no physical possession that I don't think either of us would sacrifice in order to ensure the safety of one of our children. And so that's how you can hierarchy it, because, yeah, like, the physical possession stuff, like, yeah, like, some of it might fill you with pride and such, but, like, if it was either, one of my tractors or my kid, I'll burn that fucking tractor to fucking flak metal myself. Okay? Like, it's not even close.
So I guess, what's the question here? Yeah, what's the question?
No, I was wondering if you agreed with that ideal, or if you think, I figured you would. I was wondering if there was any finer point on that you wanted to add, or if you just, like, Phil, you're just right again. God damn it, you're so awesome. Just, I'm gonna replace my politics with your politics, Phil, and just go from there.
Well, first of all, I'm definitely not replacing my politics with your politics. But
so close.
But no. But I mean, like, the problem with, my opinion, the problem with the world is that we black and white everything. It's not black and white. There's degrees of things, but when it comes to my kids, there's no degree of things, right? Like, I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna do on the street.
Yep.
it would
games.
It would be illegal. Okay.
It would resemble a lot of things from the video game Mortal Kombat. Fatality. Like, yeah, yes. I totally get it. Like, and that's like I've always said, like, a man's supposed to protect and provide. Like, and sometimes, like, just the mere presence is providing protection. Like, you know what I mean? Like think, how many spiders have you had to kill, Osiris?
Dude, Let me tell you about the wolf spiders. You guys have wolf spiders up there?
We have a species of them, but they're way smaller than the ones that you have in Texas.
Wolf spiders. Oh my god.
Like we've got wolf spiders that like literally they're like that big. They're just tiny little things.
No. We okay. I literally caught and had to expel wolf spiders the size of like my palm. They're this big, literally this big. They're huge fucking things. And like so, every time there's something that goes wrong in our life, I have to deal with it, right? Whether it's a wolf spider. I don't particularly care about spiders. I don't like spiders. I'm kind of scared of spiders. But guess who gets to deal with the spiders? Dad gets to get. Oh no! Here's a better example. We came home once. We were at a family party. We had been drinking, et cetera, et cetera. But for some reason, the front door was open. Like I think it was just an accident. One of us left the front door open, and you're corralling kids and you put them in the car, and sometimes mistakes happen. But that's not the point. The point is, when we came back, guess who gets to go in the house? I get to go in the house. Yeah, I get volunteered to go in the house, and I'm going to do the thing because that's what I'm expected to do. But that's fine with me because you know what? That's my job. It's about principles, right? Like principally, I believe that I should protect my family. That is my goal. If I have to die for my family, I am willing to die for my family. If I have to go to war for my family, I'm willing to go to war for my family. If the government says, you know what, to protect the United States of America because it protects your family, I'm willing to do that too. I'm willing to do all of these things under good reasons, of course, at all times. And I don't think I don't think Americans are principled enough because I think they're too gullible, and I think they're too what's the other word? They just don't know hardship. They just don't know what hard means.
Pampered.
They're pampered as well.
You're looking for.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you live in the peak of the American Empire, like let's be frank, Osiris, people in your city can get into a vehicle and go to a Red Lobster, can go to an Applebee's, can go to like 1,000 different food choices, especially in a major metropolitan. All the sorts of conveniences and toys of the modern world. Like, I mean, yeah, when you sit at the peak of the empire of the world, like the Romans at the peak of the Roman Empire, they were pretty pampered towards the end. Like that's just kind of the way that works. It's the hard men create good times, the good times create soft men create hard times create hard men.
That's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true.
And so we're getting to that point where we're about to be like all wearing the robes, like, yes, feed me the grapes. Like, yeah, like that's kind of where America's like, I totally get that. Like, nowhere was it written that the American Empire will be forever on top. And if we don't watch it, it's going to be the Chinese Empire taking it over. So that's watch it, Taiwan.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that we need to reconsider as Americans, especially as the people who dominate the world economies, the world powers, the soft powers, et cetera, et cetera. I think we need to be more serious about how we approach these topic matters. And at the same time, respecting people who disagree with us, right? Like, I don't believe everything that you say, but yeah, but I respect you as a person, right? Because you have a different experience than I have. You have a totally different experience, and I respect your experience. That's the difference here, right? And liberals can't seem to do that. That's the problem. They can't seem to respect the experience. For example, if you're a lefty black person, they're like, you can't be black if you don't buy into our world culture viewpoint. Bro, stop it. What do you mean? What does that even mean? You're not liberal if you don't do this. It's asinine. It's the most, and they consider themselves to be the people of inclusiveness. They're ridiculous. They're ridiculous people. I don't fuck with those people, but I also don't fuck with Republicans for a great many reasons. This is why I don't care about neither side of the story. I just don't care. But what I do care about is people. I care about people. So if I need to know what a person it feels like, I'll just talk to the person. I don't care. I'm not going to ask them if you're a Republican or Democrat. I'm not going to ask if you're a conservative or liberal. I'm going to ask them, hey, what's going on with you? And that's what we need more of. Hey, what's going on with you?
No,
if we had that, it'd be a better place.
I need to it kind of makes me think back to something you said at the last stream hazard analysis, where you said something and I like kind of let it go, but I felt like because it was a little crowded, but like I kind of want to touch on it. You said, Phil, I don't get your exact words was simping for the Republican Party. Like those were your exact words. Like I don't get that. Now, all right, like to give some perspective. I'm not saying, oh, you should fucking totally get, but just to give some perspective. When you look at somebody whose politics is a little like mine, and I view our American politics, you have one political party that's at least willing to pay some sort of fuzzy lip service to the things that I would kind of like to see reflected in American government. And then you've got another political party that is seemingly openly hostile to me in every fucking way imaginable. They're going to be as hostile to me in when it comes to guns, taxes, regulations, what have you. This other party just seems to be wanting to just crush anything that would possibly bring folks that I know even just like measure of recreational joy at that point. Like, so does like I hope that at least gives you some perspective here, because for us it's like, yeah, the Republicans aren't great, yeah, they're not perfect, there's a lot of times when they compromise their conservative principles and sell us down the river, but fuck, have you seen the other guys?
Yeah, I get that, but the other side probably feels the same way, right?
Probably, but guess what? They're the ones that are trying to crush and tamp me. So I'm the one that's like, well, okay, that's nice you feel that way. I'm still going to vote the way I need to vote to try and stop you.
So remember when me and you and Rich were talking about something? I don't remember exactly what we were talking about.
It was guns, and I conceded on mental health, and you were really.
Oh yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We need more of that. So we need to. I don't expect the left and right to agree on things. But what I do expect them to do is to compromise on things. You have to compromise. This is literally the spirit of America. And you can't tell me, oh my God, we can't do this thing because compromising it is going to be the devil's work, blah, blah, blah.
I like the way compromising is the devil's work. Like that's not exactly how I'd put it, but I like it. I'm stealing that one.
You can't do that though. This is literally what America is. America is literally a combination of compromises. We're compromising on everything all the time, to the end of the time. This is what America is. This is what makes America great, right? We don't get all the. America doesn't lead in the women's rights movement without compromise. America doesn't lead in the civil rights movement without compromise. America doesn't lead in economics without compromise. There's a lot of compromise that needs to be had. Why? Because it's a culmination of ideas all being put in the same bucket, switch the fuck around, and be like, okay, what can we do that's the best for the most people? That's the point. And some people are going to get left behind in that algebra of things, right? That's fine with me. You know what? That we can't win all the battles, but the battle that I want to have is that we're going to do the thing that is the best for the most people. And then once we solve that thing, then we can have the battle for the people who got left behind. I am fine with that. I am 100% fine with that.
Nice. And I don't have a lot of objection to that. Like if I was Senator Phil Koe and I had to work with either Senator Iko or Senator Lethe, I think we could find some interesting hell, as president, when I am elected, I'm going to name Iko Rich my head of the EPA. Mostly because he's qualified for it and he absolutely doesn't want the job. And that's
best
basic
person for the job, the person who doesn't want the job.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's the main qualification. Like Nate Dallin, I said, you are my first nominee for the Supreme Court. And he's like, absolutely not. Oh my God, you're getting in now. Like the fact that you don't want it, like the fact that you're like, oh, I'd rather be Attorney General. No, sorry, you got to be Supreme Court Justice now. Jesus Christ, Phil, I have to move to Washington, D.C. then. Sorry, man. I don't like he'd be the first guy sitting there in the Supreme Court nomination. Like, please stop. I don't even know why I'm here. Mitch McConnell still fucking pushes his ass through. And so, like, yeah. So, yeah, it'll be a good time. But yeah, so
I agree with this.
I go and he's also kind of my like, hey, see, I can work with Democrats. I'm making one ahead of the EPA here. If you can't work with me, you can't work with nobody. Is kind of what I'm putting out there. But yeah, so we'll see how that goes in my presidential run. Now, because I do have a question for you. You can hear me. Tony G answered it perfectly the other night, where it's the idea of ranked choice voting. If we had ranked choice voting for president, and you're muted right now, I can't hear you anyways.
No, keep talking. I'm listening.
Okay. Tony G, I gave him ranked choice voting. 3, 2, 1. Who would be your number one pick, number 2, number 3? And he said, well, Phil, my number 3 pick would be RFK Jr. My number 2 pick would be Donald Trump. And my number 1 pick would be Phil Koe for president. And so I'm curious, as it stands right now, with all the people that are kind of in it and even might be in it, your ranked choice from your 3rd favorite to 2nd favorite and 1st favorite of the 3 presidential candidates, keeping in mind that your King of Extreme is also in the running, how would you rank choice that from 3 to 2 to 1? Curious.
Wait. What
you
am
can
I
include
choosing?
Democrats and Republicans. We're doing ranked choice voting for president. I know this isn't what we have now, but like Tony, it was my answer too. Like now, I even told Tony's like, did you ever think that I would openly and publicly endorse a Democrat for president in any fucking shape, form, figure, or capacity, Tony? Tony's like, no. In all the decades I've known you, no. I never thought this day would come. But for me, my number 3 pick in ranked choice voting, number 3 is RFK Jr. Number 2 is Donald Trump, and number 1 is obviously Phil Koe. But I'm curious, in your ranked choice, you get 3 picks from 3 to 2 to 1. And it can cross all party lines, third party, Republican, Democrat, what have you.
Let me think about that.
It's a good question, isn't it? Because it's actually an interesting way to kind of.
I think we should go to ranked choice voting. By the way, I think that makes things much more interesting. But if I had to do my ranked choice voting in the upcoming election, it would be. Wait, I don't know who's running though. That's
I mean, of the folks that you kind of know of and so.
Okay. Donald Trump is 3rd.
Nice.
I actually don't want any more Donald Trump. So to be honest with you. So then there would be DeSantis, which is weird because I'm not really a conservative, and I've already given 2 conservative votes. And then it would be I just don't know who's running for the Democratic ticket. That's the problem. I have no idea.
I'm just loving the fact that Joe Biden is not on your fucking list right now. Wow.
I don't need no more Joe Biden. I'm good with Joe Biden.
Nobody wants Joe. That's the only reason RFK Jr. has a snowball's chance in hell. He looked at it well, Jesus Christ. Joe sucks so much ass. I guess I
understand why people are defaulting to Joe Biden because there's no better choice. I mean, that's the sad thing about American politics because there's just no better
There's
choice.
Trump, Osiris. There's Trump.
Well, no, he's not a better
much
choice.
better
In my opinion,
choice.
he's not a better choice. That's my opinion. He's just
The American people are about to prove one of us right. I don't know which one,
true,
but one
but
of
he
us
already
is
lost once. He already lost once. So
not if you ask him.
Hey, you know what?
I was shocked. Like, I'm
that's
gonna be
why I
honest
don't
with you.
ask him.
I figured he was gonna try to downplay that some way, but no, full throated like 15 times. You said it's all rigged. It's the worst. It's just disgraceful election. Just disgraceful.
Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. Do you think the questioning of the American electoral system is very ethical? Like, is that okay?
I think if we don't have a fully transparent one that's fully auditable, which we found out we don't.
Transparent though.
Well, no, even through the Arizona audit, there was all these things like, no, you don't get access to that. You can't have that. You're not allowed, like, you can subpoena that, but you're still not going to get this. And so what we found out in 2020 is that we actually don't have a fully auditable election. And so what I always said, and this is how Trump needs to campaign. When, like, he needed to address it on the CNN town hall, and he did it beautifully. But eventually he needs to do this. And he needs to say, as your next American president, the most important thing that I can do is leave a legacy in which you know that there is integrity, transparency, and accountability in every election going forward. That you know that there is a 100% chance that you had the most transparent election that could possibly be imaginable with every step of accountability. That will be the most important legacy I can leave as president. We're not going to look back, but I am looking forward to this.
Let me ask you just a point of question. Do you think that he is correct in believing that the what was it? Jesus Christ. 2020 election was legitimate?
I think he very much believes that
no,
Biden
he doesn't.
Win
we have records of saying that he doesn't believe that.
No, you have records of Tucker Carlson saying that.
No, we have records of him saying that. We literally have records of him saying that.
Where?
I'm
sorry, like that one I'm a little incredulous about because like that one, like Tucker has said, I don't believe any of this shit at all. Hannity said they don't believe this shit at all. But Trump, I'm going to be honest with you. I am like convinced that to this minute he believes that he was cheated.
Through the legal documents and not legal documents. It was the legal documents. Through the legal stuff that was happening. That gathered what happened on January, whatever. That he doesn't believe this. He just doesn't believe this, and he said this multiple times. He's literally said this multiple times. I'm like, why does any concern?
The media told me that he was gleeful on January 6th. Like that's what I thought. CNN.
I don't care about them. I give no fuck. Fuck the media. Feeding me. No. Media is stupid. Media, they're all dumb. No, god damn. You know what I hate the most? People send me a lot of things because they know I engage in the spaces that I engage in, and they're like, "What do you think about this?" I said, and 99% of the time I have to tell them, "You didn't even read the article. You never read the article. Don't ask me what I believe about something if you didn't read the fucking article." So look, first of all, I don't think Donald Trump believes that he won the election. I just don't believe that. There's enough evidence to show that to be true. He has said that as much in himself. So I'm done with that. Okay. I think and that grip,
I understand what you're saying there. Like to me, it's just like I think Trump, in his heart of hearts, I truly do believe that he thinks he didn't lose cleanly. And there's at least 75 million Americans in this next election that are probably going to.
Yeah, but it's not real. And that's my issue, right? Like it's not real. Like we have to operate in some aspect of reality.
The right would say the same about things like climate change. and the Russian collusion investigation and the 2 impeachments and the rating of us out, like none of that was for any real purpose. So like, honestly, so, and I know you're not going to like this. I know you're not going to agree with this, but for a lot of the folks on the right, the insurrection was the 2 impeachment investigations. It was the Russian Mueller investigation. It was the CIA coming out and signing a letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop is misinformation when they knew it. That is for the right, the true insurrection, when the deep state and the CIA tried to go against a sitting president that was voted for.
So I don't know where you're coming from. So let me ask you this. Is it okay for you to try to overthrow an election because you don't? Wait, hold on. Let me be charitable here.
Because it's like, I was about to say, like, because how do you know who's trying to because like even with the January 6th protesters, like the ChatGPT AI will say like they tried to overthrow the government. It's like, well, now do you know that for sure? Were they trying to overthrow the government, or were they trying to halt the certification to allow a deeper audit of the election? There's really no way to say that you know that for sure.
No, but that's not what was happening. That's not.
Was it though?
No, it was not what's happening, because that was the process. That wasn't the process of how the inner workings happened. Mike Pence could not do what Donald Trump thought he could do. It was
you know what Trump said at the town hall about that? Then why did they have to change the law? They changed the law to say that now the vice president can't do exactly what I tried to get Mike Pence to do. So if it wasn't legal, then why did they have to change the law?
Bullshit. No, the real answer is
it's like I'm arguing with Trump now.
No, the real answer is because and this is the problem I have with the American legal system as a whole, is because they have a gentleman's agreement about everything, right? Like they kind of just, I do it because it's right. And so what they did in this case was, previously it was I do it because it's right, and then they formalized it. That's what they did. That's literally what they did. And I don't know. This is weird.
We're watching 2 different movies on the same screen in some of these instances, and a lot of people are doing that in America, where like January 6th, 2 different Americas saw 2 very different events that day. Like on the right, they still talk about Ashley.
In that assessment, you're probably right. But my moral compass of right is that it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck about those people's compass of right. Is the right is the right. The right thing to do here is, if you lose, therefore you lose. If you can't prove that you lost, then you are the loser and you should concede. That's the bar.
Well, again, like the protesters, to them, they hadn't seen the proof that they'd lost. When you say like, well, what about the court cases? Those court cases were all thrown out due to standing, not due to merit of the evidence. And so this is the first time in our legal system's history that they were just strangely uncurious about something. And so it's like, so the evidence was never actually had its day in court.
Dude,
and so yeah, the protesters were pissed. I'm not saying they were justified 100% what they did that day.
How many court cases?
The 60 some odd court cases that all got thrown out due to standing,
and they couldn't prove anything.
No, they were thrown out due to standing, not due to merit of evidence.
Wait. So you're telling me out of 60 something people, cases,
they were all thrown out due to standing, not due to merit of evidence.
Okay.
Like, and so, yeah, like that was actually one of the things that, like, if one of those cases would have just been heard and the judge would have, all right, I looked at the evidence here. This is silly.
Why did they get thrown out for? Why do you think they got?
Because the challenges that happened before, they were able to say, well, it hasn't actually happened yet. And then the challenges happened after. It's like, well, okay, this isn't on behalf of somebody that actually cast a ballot here. And so they were able to just kind of throw them out due to standing rather than actual any merit of the evidence. And so to me, like, the fact that for the first time in our history, the justice system is strangely uncurious about something is actually sort of interesting to me. But like, I will let the audience make their own inferences from there. as Rush Limbaugh taught us to do many, many generations ago. Like, did you ever see the Rush Limbaugh episode of Family Guy?
No, I don't think so.
Oh God, it's hilarious. Rush Limbaugh comes in and actually voices himself for the show, and Brian becomes a Republican because he starts listening to Rush Limbaugh, and then Brian starts his like gets on the radio like, and yeah, Nancy Pelosi smokes crack, right, Rush? And then Rush is like, all right, Brian, everybody knows that Nancy Pelosi smokes crack, but you can't say that on the air. You have to say it in such a way that the audience comes to their own conclusion. It was brilliant. And there's this whole like musical number about Brian's like, I dream of Republican town, and like it's fucking hysterical. Like it's why I actually wanted Dr. Oz to win in Pennsylvania, because there's a verse in that song. Rush goes, trees grow from Republican sod, and everyone prays to a proper right-wing God. Republican Catholics? Yes, indeed, there are.
Let me ask a question.
Republican Muslims? No, let's not go too far.
Do you ever feel like you're being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian, though?
Me? I don't know what to say to you, Osiris. I am offended at the notion.
I'm just saying it.
But no, like, in what regard, though? There are times when I can do that, where like I can inhabit an argument that like I might not fully agree with for the sake of an argument. But where do you think I'm being contrarian for the sake of contrarian?
No, I'm not saying you are. I actually don't think you are, man. But I'm asking you to self-reflect a little bit, because this is something I think about quite a bit. Like, what is reality to us? What is our own reality? And like, say if you live in a desert island exclusively by yourself, what would reality look like to you? It would be very different than what would reality look like if you were a part of some type of a group or a tribe. It would look different if you expand that out into a civilization, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody's reality becomes very different. And what I'm saying here is like, I
know it's kind of hard to put, like when it's the same movie on two different movies on the same screen, because we're interpreting events. We're both taking in the same data, but the interpretations are completely different.
Exactly. This is why I don't shit on conservatives or liberals or lefties, because I think they have valid concerns from the direction that they're coming from. So I really want to be fair to those people, because I think all people are people, right? Like, they have real people problems, and their interpretation of those people problems are valid. And I'm not being like super liberal or super lefty about this shit. Like, oh my God, safe space. No, I'm not doing that. That's not what's happening here. Is what I'm saying is that we have to respect our fellow human beings. And I sometimes I feel like the opposite side does not respect the other side's interpretation of the events that are happening. Now, some events are not worth considering, right? Like, defund the police, that's not worth consideration. That's just stupid. All the immigrants coming across the border are criminals is not worth considering. That's just stupid. We don't care about that. None of that matters. But there's some middle ground to be had here, because the reality is, for example, that immigration is good for America, right? That is true, absolutely fucking true.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's America. It's kind of a fascinating place, wherein, like I've said many times, in the English-speaking world, we don't actually have a common culture. We have a common language, and that's about the only thing that binds us. And the language does actually shape the culture, which is why you're seeing so many social justice warrior woke types trying so hard to police the language, because in that way they actually police the culture. So you're ceding a tremendous amount of power to the left. So don't do that, folks. Make do with the time you have left. But before it gets far worse and we're at a point of no real return there. Trying to think here. Hang on one second. There's more than one way to skin this cat. I forgot what I was going to say, but I could just go back a few. Okay, now I remember. Now I remember. I was talking about immigration and such. Technology. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, immigrate in our country where we have this common language. You can basically come from anywhere in the world, start learning the language, and go, hey, I used to be from England or like from France. I moved to America and now I'm American. I moved here from Mexico and now I live in America and I'm American. But we can't really do the same thing in other places where there's culture that goes deeper than just language. Like Osiris, let's be frank. If you and I did the, hey, I just moved to China. Now I'm Chinese.
No.
Yeah, no. That ain't right. that. It doesn't matter how much Mandarin and Cantonese I learn. Like that's not how that works. It does work that way here in America, though, where you can come from China, move to America, and be like, yeah, I'm American now, and it doesn't take much. And especially if you were raised on Disney Channel,
that is actually a good thing. That's a good thing.
And yeah, so I'm saying, like, but yeah, we're one of the few places where it works like that. Like even in England, like, which is still one of the English-speaking world, they still push back on that pretty heavy. Like if you're from other, like here, like yeah, if you go to like either of us go, I like that example. Yeah, I moved to China. Now I'm Chinese. Like, there's a whole lot of things.
I mean, like a lot of things tie into a lot of things, right? So this is the reason why I think the Ukrainian war and a lot of other wars matter, in my opinion. So the idea that we need to be the city on the shining hill really matters there. Like we need to be the concept of what good is, and we need to display that for the world. And sometimes displaying that for the world means living and dying on your principles. Now, what we need to do is decide what our principles are. That's the problem. I don't think we've decided what our principles are. That's the issue. I think that's the issue that we're having right now. But I think most of those principles are built on the ideas we're not gonna let what we know to be obviously bad things happen. So Ukraine can't happen if you believe this line of thinking. It can't happen. It's a bad thing. Now, how do you deal with that politically? That okay, that's a different thing. It's an entirely different thing. But
yeah. Now Trump says he's going to deal with it in one day. We'll see what happens.
But that's not the way. For people like me, right?
Okay, Mando.
Well, I mean, for people like me, it's like it's the principle that
you went all Mandalorian on me. This is not the way.
This is not the way. Yeah. Matter of fact, anyway, now let's move forward. You distracted me.
Ukraine, we can't allow it to happen.
I don't think we can allow it to happen.
No, you go ahead. It's completely unrelated to Ukraine, but eventually there's a question I want to ask you. So.
No, yeah, we can't allow it to happen. Because we've instilled a geopolitical order and rule, and if we just like, okay, you can do this, but nobody else can do this, that is just not okay. All right, like we're opening ourselves up into some type of weird stopgap, I guess. I don't know what you call it, a stopgap or some type of hole where this person can do this and this person. No, rules are rules, and they can't do this shit. Is that?
I totally get it. I'm not happy with anything Putin's done. I'm only looking at it like I've spent so much of my life in the martial arts in one way or studying hopology and human combat. Like this is just how I see it ending.
Okay.
Is like I see it ending in some sort of Berlin Wall 2.0 where the Russians get to kind of save face, the Ukrainians don't have to keep dying as much, and everyone can just go behind their walls and be pissed about things. And I would much prefer that because, like, yes, we can't allow this to continue, but whether we like it or not, the nuclear cat is out of the bag. And I don't really know what the thing is, like, the people who are pro this Ukraine war and pro Ukraine, like, their goals and their desires are so wildly unrealistic. Like, the Putin regime must be toppled and he must be deposed. And it's like, this is a nuclear power we're talking about here, folks. Like, you do not invade a nuclear power. It does not happen because you can drop the power of the sun on you. And so,
Hold on.
You gotta go kill a wolf spider.
Yeah, something. I don't know. Hold on, I'll be right back.
No problem. So I always wonder, the people who are pro this war, what is the limiting factor? Where are you willing to draw the line that this is a bridge too far for me? Because every time I ask that question, I have never gotten a straight answer, not once, and that terrifies me. The fact that you can advocate for an endless war. And what's fascinating is it's folks on the left, the ones who were supposed to be the anti-war folks. Do you remember the left in 2006, 2007, 2008 when they were actually honestly anti-war and willing to speak truth to power in that regard? And then with the election of Barack Obama, a large segment of the anti-war left just vaporized in the thin air, never to be seen again. And now many of those same folks who were so ardently protesting the Iraq war and were against Bush, it now seems like it was just a cynical way of trying to get at Bush and get the Republicans out of power. Like that has been one of the greatest political tragedies of the 21st century to me, was the vaporization of the anti-war left. And now they have become some of the most ardent saber rattlers in all this planet. And so, like, I often wonder, if any are within the sound of my voice, what is your limiting principle? What do you say? This is enough. Like, 2 generations is too many. 3 generations is too many. 4 generations is too many. How many is too many? How many trillions, billions is too many? How many Ukrainian lives is too many? How much equipment is too much? What is your limiting factor here? Because if you can't give an honest answer to that, then you're not really being one of the adults in the room. You're just like, that's not a plan. That's a wish list. Okay. Like that, you need to have an actual plan here. And so that's why I advocate for what I advocate for. Hey, Osiris. So did you kill the wolf spider?
I actually don't even know what the fuck happened, to be honest with you.
Nice. Just walking around with your sword.
I
heard something.
Dude, I'm about to find a picture. I'm going to send you a picture one day. I have found a wolf spider in my house before. Those bitches are huge.
Yeah, like I said, like here in Nebraska, we have a cousin species of the wolf spider, but they're so tiny. They're little field spiders. They're not like the massive thing. Okay,
they're that big, hand size big. I'm like, okay.
Now there's one spider in Nebraska that gets that big, but it has to be in very specific fields, and its thorax is like sort of like yellowish, and it's got like a face on it, and it's the weirdest looking fucking spider that you'll ever find, but they're the big ones here in the state. All the other ones are little field spiders, and we don't really have too many venomous ones. Now, what's funny is in my town here, it's a little town. I'm not going to say which one, but since we're talking about spiders, this is a little funny. we used to have a bar and grill here. And when I'd go like grab some burgers and bring them home, just because it was 2 blocks off, fuck it. We joke with folks like, I've noticed all the folks that live inside town, none of us have mice in our house, but we all have a lot of spiders. And then we eventually start joking. It's like, well, Jesus, how big are these fucking spiders in the crawl spaces we don't see? And then one guy said, apparently big enough to eat a fucking mouse. It's like, and then we all like, whoa, one of us has queen spider in our crawl spaces, and I don't think any of us want to know which one it is. Like this giant fucking spider the size of my table here. Welcome, I am queen spider. And that's why none of us have mice. I know some people that probably make that trade, having giant queen spider in their house just to not have mice.
Look. Sometimes we have to realize that we're not above nature. Nature is gonna do what nature does. I believe. Look, if we got EMP today and civilization ended, guess what nature would do? Continue on and not give no fucks about us. Well, hold on, but I'm gonna find you I'm trying to find you the spider I found in my house at one point. Not this current house that I'm in now, but a spider.
This isn't my pet. This is the gift of KOE, Starman. It's the greatest gift you could ever hope to give. The gift of Phil KOE, the KOE Nation. I actually got one of these for my daughter just as like a gag gift for Christmas a couple years ago. Shalab was the big spider from Lord of the Rings. I have Shalab for a pet. Okay, now I get you. Like, yeah, one of us does. If not me, like one of my neighbors has one of them living in the crawl space, just the queen spider. And yeah, it's okay, I guess. I'll take that trade.
We're not above nature. We have to realize this.
Did I ever tell you the night vision goggles story?
Not sure.
Okay. Now this is why I carry a rifle with me when I'm in Nebraska.
Okay.
Buddy of mine had some really nice, very expensive night vision goggles, and he let me borrow them one night. And so I used to rent a little house out in the middle of nowhere. Nice little place with a fireplace, a little cabin. Nice place. And I had a neighbor that was about a quarter mile away that had 1 yard. And that was it. And so I sat in my truck for about an hour. And I put even a piece of tape over the little clock in my truck, so no light. And then after an hour, I put the night vision goggles on, fire them up. And what I saw was we do not truly own the night. Like, it was badgers, skunks, possums, deer, foxes, coyotes, mice. Like, you almost thought the ground was moving.
Rats and mice are the worst.
And imagine this is the circle of the light in my neighbor's yard. And I saw the animals literally just moving around the circle of light, and that was it. And this little circle of light was the only thing that was devoid of any animals walking through it, like the raccoons and all that. Like, and there was thousands of things moving. Like, truly, we don't own the night. No. And I also am on gravel roads enough that, like, one of these nights, Cyrus, I'm going to be driving home, and I'm going to see, like, Bigfoot fucking the Mothman, and none of you are going to believe me. You'll be like, sure, Phil, sure you did. So, no, I'm shooting that fucker, throwing it in the back of my truck, driving down to the sheriff's department, saying, take pictures. No one's going to believe me otherwise. So, you still there with me, Osiris?
Yeah.
I was going to lose you.
No. I'm listening, and just trying to cycle through my Google Photos, because I know I have a spider that's literally as big as my palm. I found it in my bathroom. It was a spider wolf. And when I found it, I had to Google it. I was like, what the fuck is this thing? This spider is big as fuck. Literally big as fuck.
When I had a friend of the family come back from Iraq and Afghanistan, they're telling me about camel spiders. And I'm like, that's just nightmare fuel. It screams like a child and then jumps and attacks you. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, okay. If we as a species just say, all right, we're getting rid of mosquitoes and camel spiders, I'll probably be all right with that. Like, I'm not going to be like, no, we need to preserve the fucking camel spiders because they scream like little human children and jump at you. That's so precious. We have to just keep that. Like, yeah, I would
well, I would argue otherwise. I would say, you know what? There should be some balance in nature, right? There should be some balance. As camel spiders are not inherently dangerous to humans. That's not true.
I was about to say, ask some of the fuckers who've been over there, man. They'll be like, whoa, fuck you. I don't ever want to see them again. Now, mosquitoes, okay, this is going to sound a little humanist, speciesist,
okay.
but
species,
like,
okay.
For literally from 1870 to 1970, there was no known mosquito breeds in South America. In one of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet, there was no known mosquito populations until the 1970s. So for a full century, their ecosystem survived and thrived without the mosquito. And so I am like totally like, let's just eliminate mosquitoes as a thing forever. Just never have mosquitoes anymore. If we truly wanted to, we could actually eliminate mosquitoes as a animal on this planet, and then humans would never have to worry about malaria in the third world or places like that ever again. Because since we banned DDT, we've had over 50 million people die from malaria. So like everybody talks about like, oh, what about the Silent Springs and the eagle's egg shells are too thin and stuff. But well, okay, I get that. And turns out a lot of Rachel Carson's research was based on faulty studies. But if you're on team people, I mean, that's a lot of people that could have not died of malaria had we had access to DDT.
Well, again, I don't think it's black and white, right? It's not team people. It's not team animal. There's some compromise that could be held there, and this is what I advocate for: is some that compromise, right? Like we have dozens
Little fettuccine. He's one of my OG fans from the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. He heard DDT and he thought we were talking about Jake the Snake Roberts and his finisher, the DDT, but no, we're talking about the actual factual DDT. Sorry, just had to give one of my OGs a shout out.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, like, yeah. There's no compromise we can have for everything. I think that's the way. And I think this is why democratic societies is the way, because there is a compromise that we can have for everything. We should talk about these things. It shouldn't be either or. We should just talk about it. Like, how do you feel about this thing? How do I feel about this thing? Can we reach some compromisation? That should be the way. If that's not the way, I just don't know.
No, I can totally agree with you on that one. And on that, I want to shift gears and ask a question that last time you were on, it was me, Aiko, Lethe, and you, and we were talking about religion. We were getting really deep into that, and you sidestepped a question. You, sir, you straight up dot, like you Matrix moved right fucking around it. You neoed it when, like, Aiko just like took it full on because those are the kind of questions he loved. Lethe humored me. But the question is, I asked Aiko, so what was the religious denomination you were born into, and where would you place yourself now? And Aiko, he started off as Baptist, and he is now currently Catholic, and made a small stop at weak atheism for a few years. And Lethe started off as Baptist.
Yeah, I
but you avoided this question, sir. What was your denomination of birth, and where do you find yourself now?
I think that I would start off as Southern Baptist, and then find myself atheist. No, wait. No, hold on.
A lot of Baptists.
No. I don't know if I find myself an atheist. So it's complicated, right? Like it's like a Facebook relation status. It's kind of complicated because what I think religion is good, right? But what I don't like is the institution of religion. That's the problem I'm having right now. I like religion. I like what religion teaches. I like the moral system. I like the ethical system. I like everything about religion. But what I don't like is the institution. So I don't know where that finds me, and this is why probably I would sidestep the question in a panel sense. I think that
makes sense.
Yeah. So I
pretty sure you started off Baptist.
Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist, which is fascinating. All three of you were Baptist, and none of you stayed.
No, but I think the reason that none of us stayed is because cognitively and logically, it just does not make a lot of sense, right? Okay, so here's the thing. In my opinion, to become truly religious under the Christian doctrine, you have to make a leap of faith, right? So you have this world view where you need to take the leap of faith, or you need to be logically consistent. And in some ways, you can't have both if you're going to be honest with yourself.
I seem to be doing a pretty good job of it.
Well, say again.
I seem to be doing a pretty good job of it.
I mean, no. There is a lot of people who are good people who do that thing the right way, but there's a lot of people who, I think there's more people who don't, and that's why it makes it a cognitively disparate like viewpoint. You can't. It doesn't seem that you can do both well.
I want to touch on this later.
And so I mean, so that's the issue. I don't like religious institution people. I don't like the institutionalists of the religion, because I think they're full of shit. I know they're full of shit.
Now, I suppose my follow-up question to that would be, like, if you were to go back to any sort of religious denomination, Christian denomination, what would be the one that would appeal to you most? And I'm not even saying like you're going to this church, but like this is almost like, think of it almost like from a sales perspective. Like which of the denominations do you think has the best sales pitch right now? Interesting way of putting that question, isn't it? Like
I don't know which one I would buy into the most, but I think generally speaking, I think religion is the way, to be honest with you, because I think people need that moral direction, because that moral direction is important for people, and I don't think we don't get that moral direction in any other form or factor at all. It just doesn't happen. So we need the moral direction, but the doubts that the institution that's behind that moral direction offer seems to be makes it a little bit dubious. So it's complicated, right? So and this is why I think that Christianity will transform. It'll become something different, because Christianity in itself is a culmination or agglomeration of different religions that existed before, and I think whatever happens afterwards will be the same thing. It'll be an agglomeration and culmination of a lot of things that come together and become whatever is necessary. I think we need this. I think we absolutely need this. And this is the left's problem. The liberals, all those people, they don't respect what it means, or no, what is necessary for religion to exist. I think it's absolutely necessary for religion to exist, but I don't think it was for the same reason the conservatives believe it to be existing, or the liberals. I think it's just I think it's just a matter of fact.
It's totally hardwired into us. Now, this is a question that I really want to like. This is a fascinating one. Starman asks, "What would ET say about God?" And that's an interesting one. And then, just as a follow up, Starman says, "I see things in a more Native American spiritual kind of way." Perfectly valid for you. Christianity is the path that I believe. Well, let me tell you something. But I will do that with politics, but that's a different issue. But no, like in terms of what would ET think about God, like I've actually posited that if there are extraterrestrials out there somewhere, that might actually be one of the reasons that they contact us, is they want to spread their religion to us. We might actually get a radio signal one day like, "Welcome, denizens of the galaxy. May Rockmaloosan's kindly claw carry you to the finer eternity of whatever." And so that might actually be why they reach out to us. Now, what they think about our God, they'll probably find it like I'm guessing they look at it the same way that we would look at like the Mayan religion or the Aztec religion. They'd probably find it very fascinating, but they wouldn't really understand it.
It'd be primitive. They would think we're very primitive people, because as your understanding increases, your ideas increase too, right?
Yeah. Now, like the thing is, like we're assuming that they're going to have a better idea of religion because they figured out faster than light travel and fusion energy. Here's the thing. We're about to figure out fusion energy. And if we could and then at that point, we'll have the energy needed to actually pull off faster than light travel, if it's actually possible at all in physics. And I like, would you call us particularly wise as a species? Like you seem to have a lot of skepticism on that idea of us being particularly wise as a species. The Jim Baker of the Milky Way. Yep. The Billy Graham of the Milky Way. Let me tell you something about the love of the Lord and Jesus, and that might be why we contact.
No, it's my skepticism lies in the fact that I think we're narcissistic as a species. We feel better about ourselves than we actually are. Now, I have no way of proving this because I can't compare this to another species. But nah, I think we're very egocentric. I think we're very like there's no reason to believe that why we're the center of the universe, why we're the thing. And I think a lot of people, they probably believe this. They probably believe that we are the thing. It's just not true. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Fair.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Starman was talking about the Fermi paradox. I mentioned that earlier, and I said, now something to keep in mind, Starman. There's a non-zero chance that the solution of the Fermi paradox is just that we happen to be the universe's firstborn. It takes this long for a single intelligent civilization to formulate. In a billion years, we'll be the evil alien invaders throughout the fucking universe. So yeah, you never know.
Made that. Yeah, we may very well be that thing.
Firstborn. That makes as much sense as anything else, because if there's nothing else in the entire universe, that's a very disconcerting thought. Because okay, I'm on the right, but if there is no other life in the universe, then the environmentalist hippies are absolutely right. As much as I hate to say, it's like, if there's no other life, then yeah, every single fucking weird ass species of grass we need to try and preserve somewhere in some lab somewhere, and then we'll just terraform an entire planet.
Shouldn't that be kind of the default, even if we're not that Shouldn't we protect our own environment at all costs?
No, I get what you're saying, but like if there's all this other life out there in the universe and you find out that the universe is teeming with life, then us like us freaking out about whether like one particular like if the mosquito is going to go extinct isn't really all that big of a concern suddenly. Does that make sense?
No.
On the wider, grander universal
it's,
scale.
it's not whether the mosquito goes extinct, right? The problem currently is that we're seeing a accelerated declination of life being extincted at an alarming rate. That's the real problem. Not whether one thing is becoming extinct.
Yeah, well,
There's
totally
a lot
agree.
of things becoming extinct
Like,
all at once.
I think like any kind of genetic uniqueness should be preserved because eventually once we can start reaching out and if we can do fast and light travel, then literally we can terraform entire planets and just cover them with just one species of plant. And then we'll have a planet's worth of crops to harvest for all the different varying colonies throughout the solar system and the galaxy. So like yeah, to me it's all upward after we figure out fusion. But in terms of what like to me it's like if there is no other life in our entire universe, like you got to admit that's such a disconcerting thought. Like it's the idea like wow, every piece of biological life here is all that there is in the entire universe, which I don't think is going to be the case. I think we either are the firstborn or we're going to find out that life is such a commonality that we've just been sort of overlooked. Like no one would even think to look here. Otherwise, like let's see, our problem is ourselves. I'm hoping AI solves the FTL. That'd be God. Could you imagine that Chat GPT just solves faster than light travel one day, motherfucker?
But no, there probably will be some like
I'm taking credit for it. If I accidentally do that with Chat GPT, like, no, fuck you, Chat GPT. That was my work.
No, I think moving forward that again, I don't think anything is that simple. We're gonna probably it's gonna be a culmination of we're gonna use our technology to find our answers or our demise. I don't fucking know.
Yes. The answers and demise.
And demise. Again, I if you think you know what the future is, I think you're sorely mistaken. Because all through history, people have thought what they thought what the future is going to be, and they have been sorely mistaken almost every time. Because we just don't know. We have no idea. We don't know how fast AI is going to accelerate. We have no idea how fast manufacturing is going to accelerate, et cetera, et cetera. Because of AI, like there could be a million things that are going to happen between now and then. And we just don't know. But I do know this. I still believe in the. Okay, hold on.
I think you agree with Starman here. Our problem is ourselves.
Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to articulate in a way. People are complicated. I think people want the best thing, but they're willing to be the worst people to get the best thing, which makes it a very complicated adventure, right? Like, I don't know if that makes sense to y'all.
Oh, actually, it does make a lot of sense. It's kind of like calling back to the thing I said earlier about most people are not good people. They're just lucky enough they've never had to be otherwise. Like, yeah, people are willing to compromise to get the best thing, and they're willing to make a lot of compromises in that path along the way. And
Sure.
so, yeah, I totally understand what you're saying there. So it's,
Yeah,
I guess we're just going to have to go out to space and figure it out from there. Like I said, we're going to have one O'Neill cylinder filled with gay space communism, one O'Neill cylinder filled with Ancapistan, and just fucking figure it out once and for all. And then we'll know.
yeah. I agree with that sentiment to an extent, of course, because I think that that we, you know what, we just need to figure the fuck it out. and sometimes we're gonna stumble upon the way. We're gonna fuck a lot of things up. We're gonna make life worse for a lot of people. This is literally the human experience for the last thousands of years, and it's probably gonna be the human experience for the next thousands of years as we just figure it out. And this is what I think the left is unwilling, maybe the right too. I don't know. Both sides are not willing to grapple with. It's gonna be bad. Look, listen, life is bad. The human experience is that of struggle, and that's the way I view it. Just look, it sucks. It sucks all the way around. Just deal with the fucking shit. When like, for example, when I say just move, these are not memes. It's like serious thing. Like, humans have just been moving for fucking ever. Just do it. Just fucking move. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna suck. But guess what? You're not doing it for you. You're doing it for your offspring. You're doing it for your future people. This is what you're doing it for. I wish people could have a much more principled take instead of the me take. That's the issue that I'm having with people, is that people don't have the principled take about things. I think I'm pretty consistent about my takes. At least I try to be.
You know, like, that's the thing. Like, you've always been fairly consistent in your takes, and if you find an inconsistency, you're one of the rare folks that will modify your position rather than double and triple down. Like, I don't know. Have you met some folks on the internet that'll double and triple down on positions?
Well, of course. It's literally the internet, right? And this is the thing that triggers.
Certainly not on this show. Never once.
No. I mean, that's why I respect your opinion. Although I disagree on many of the things, but
one or two.
Look, I implore people to think about. So it's one thing to have a principle take, in the believing in your principles, but it's another thing to explore those principles, explore them, understand them. Why do you want to be in this position? Why do you think the way that you think, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then let in new ideas. I would implore people to let in new ideas. That's the most important thing. And this is why I think democracy and capitalism is the best thing, because they let in new ideas. Capitalism gives no fucks about your ideology. Its primary directive is to move forward in that end of profit, and democracy gives no fucks about your ideas. Principally, it only cares about the ideas of the people involved in said democracy. If you're not involved in the democracy, you have no say so, and nobody cares. So, like, I think these are democracy plus capitalism is currently the best economic and sociologic models that we have today. That is true. I think that's principally true. Now, I am open to the idea of some future idea of things that be better, but that's not the world that we live in. We live in the world of today, and if we're going to solve the world's problems of today, we need to be operating in the ideas of today. And today means, look, capitalism is the social economic factor, and it is what it is.
Yeah, like, to me, it's like between capitalism, democracy, like, however far you want to put on that that scale. I know some folks that would weigh a little more towards democracy. I weigh a little more towards capitalism and individual rights and individual liberties. But everybody's just trying to find what is that perfect mix, and nobody's quite found it yet, sir.
I mean, so the question to you is, let's say that you had the objective answer to what is right for humanity.
Don't have to really strain myself for this one. All right.
Okay. Let's say you had that answer. Would you
All right, I'm there.
defer to allowing the individualistic rights of human beings and allow them to do what they wanted to do, or your objective rightness to be the guiding factor? That's the question.
Well, if I was in tune to objective reality, I would have to concede the fact that I am not a god. And even if I had it's omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. So I think it's omniscience, which is all knowing. Even if I was omniscient, I wouldn't be omnipotent and omnipresent. And so I wouldn't be a literal god, but I would be a great guide if I had the objective answer. So no, you would still, at the end of the day, we all have objective rights. My right to swing my fist ends where your nose begins, type of thing. So yes, everyone's individual rights would have to be respected. And if I had the objective answer, I'd want to make sure that everybody kept as much of their income as possible so that we could increase the tax base, increase the amount of money that's flowing through the economy and make everyone as rich as possible, and then make myself, since I had the objective answer, invest in the markets at the proper time and make myself a gajillionaire through that.
But isn't that the Christian question here? Is the idea of choice?
Free will.
Free will. Yeah, right.
I will choose free will.
And this is why I think this is why I believe that Christianity, in some broad sense, is the moral system that should be adhered to, is because it's the idea of choice. Your answer is pretty fucking, I guess, spot on, right? Like, your answer is your answer. But my answer might be different, and another person's answer might be different. Now, how do we square those three answers? Because if we're honest with ourselves, there is no real answer. There's no real answer for our human condition or existence, right?
Say that last part again.
There's no absolutely right for human being. The us existing here on Earth, there's no the best answer for us being the most happy, right?
Well, I was gonna say, like, for a second I thought like there's no right for us to live here. It's like, well, I mean, us being
that's not what
okay.
No.
So I would say
what I'm saying there's no right answer for me being happy versus you being happy. It's a very different thing.
Well, what attains your full happiness is an individual thing, but we do all have basic rights of having necessary conditions of our proper existence that should not be violated in any way. And without those, the attainment of happiness is not possible.
Maybe. Right? So let's say, for example, if I live in a isolated society, or not even society, isolated tribe where I have no contact with the modern world, my idea of happiness might be very different. But
but no one can violate your rights there either. You're just a creature, an island unto yourself. So your happiness very much is only your prerogative. No one can infringe upon it or increase it in any way.
Yeah, that would be the idea. Yes.
Yeah. So if you're just out there alone, then yeah. But when you're here in society, the idea of if somebody does infringe upon your rights in some way, then your ability to actually attain, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness actually has been curtailed in some way. Procedure. And I like Starman. Just give me the Winnebago from Spaceballs and I'm good. Like, that's
sure. Let's do it.
One of the best movies.
More Spaceballs.
Like,
more space nuts.
Have you ever seen, speaking of Mel Brooks, have you ever seen Blazing Saddles?
Of course.
To me, still to this day, one of the funniest fucking movies ever made. Like, oh my God. Like, I remember just the farting scene alone when they're all around the campfire eating the beans and just farting. Like, I remember just that scene alone. Me, my brothers, my grandpa, even my grandma, were all just crying, laughing over that scene. Cause like, that was the one,
I can't disagree more. You know what I hate more than anything? It's fart jokes. I hate fart jokes. This is me personally. I just fucking hate
them.
Now,
okay. To give some context here, when I was a kid, I was 7 years old. My brother was 5. We went to the video store and my uncle let us because normally he was very like straight laced, very didn't do. But the one cool thing he did was he let us rent Blazing Saddles when I was 7. And as a 7 and 5-year-old, the farting scene was like the Mona Lisa of comedy as far as we were concerned. Like we were fucking crying, and the rest of the movie was unbelievable. Like I'm glad my grandpa was there to kind of like, okay, kids, you're gonna hear some words that you don't repeat. Okay, so like I was glad he gave me some context there. Dorf on golf. Oh God, but yeah, so that was one of my personal favorites of all time. And unfortunately, you really couldn't could you imagine if they tried to remake Blazing Saddles today?
Nah. You just can't. It's not happening.
I was about to say
it's the canceled.
I was about to say who do you even cast for it would probably have to be Kevin Hart being Sheriff Bart. That'd be the only way Hollywood would let it go. The Rock is fucking.
If there's anything that we can regress on, if there's anything that we can take away that we regress on, is that the idea that we can't make fun of each other. Come on, that is the core of comedy, and we're just missing that part. We can't make fun of each other no more, or you get canceled. For example, I could say lots of jokes about white people because they're funny. You know, as a comedian, I would say that as a comedian. And then you as a comedian would say some jokes about black people. Or I could say some jokes about black people. Oh. Yeah, you'd be canceled. But, we need to have the dialogue. And part of the dialogue would be the comedy. Comedy is the entry point for the dialogue, when then the dialogue would follow. But we can't have the dialogue. We need that dialogue. We need more people to talk about things. And which is ironic that we have the internet and people are not able to talk about it. The internet has regressed the communication for people, which is ironic. I think more people need to talk. I should be able to.
What are we hazarding and analyzing? Yes, Iko. Who would you cast if we were to remake Blazing Saddles right now? And Iko, if you want in, just let me know in the comments. I'll send you an invite because you're good shit. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Like comedy, you can't make fun of things anymore. And in the idea of comedy, things that are off limits is sort of like telling a musician there's notes you can't play. And that's just
no. Wait. There are things that are off limits, but your job as a comedian is to find that off limit part and hit that barrier, right on that barrier, right on that wall, and stop there. And that's what makes it good and funny, right? And that's contextually important. Does that make sense?
Yeah. There's times when a comedian can get away with something, and there's times when they just can't. Yeah. And it's all about the context. Because I remember one time Louis C.K. he's got a bit about he says the N words. I don't like the N word, and then he says the actual word. Not that, by the way, but I hate the N word because that's just white people getting away with saying it. And it's like, what the fuck? Now making. I gotta say, making his way to the ring, unexpected run-in with the steel chair. Iko, how we doing, sir?
Oh, not bad. It's my Friday, so I'm good.
Nice, burning the midnight oil. Well,
yeah.
Fucking A right. Now, you're here, and I'm glad you're here because I asked Osiris a question that he kind of sidestepped the last time we were together.
Oh no!
And remember when I asked, like, your religious journey, basically, where you, where did you start? Where did you? He confessed something interesting. He started off as a Baptist too, and like I just find it fascinating that all three of you started off as Baptists, and none of y'all stuck around for that. Like, apparently the Baptist Church does not have the best sales pitch.
No. Well, the thing is, evangelicals in America sort of have inherited the mantle of a religious tradition that like shifted greatly in the 70s. And that shift is why I had to leave. And I think like it's partly an anti-intellectual movement, but also in my opinion, a movement that sort of like is growing more and more distant from the Gospels. And so that's kind of what it was for me.
I think for me, it was that hypocrisy, right?
That's what gets a lot of people.
I don't want to hear about your proselytizing about I should do this and do that, and then you're doing this and you're doing that. I just don't give a fuck. That started it. And then when you look into it, like as a contrarian, if you look into it, and then you're like, look, okay, this doesn't make any scientific sense. It doesn't make any logical sense. So it becomes a crossroads of things that just don't make sense to you because you started whatever you started at. And this is why you find a lot of people being atheists. Now, I will say that I believe that people need to be religious. And I think there's going to be a religious revolution that is going to be a evolution of probably the Christian and Abrahamic religions in the future. I think that's true. Yes, because I think people need that religion. I think that is core to what makes people good. Probably. I could be wrong, but I think that's true.
It's kind of like we were talking about, like eventually we might end up with like what they had in Dune, the Orange Catholic Bible, and everybody had to worship that. And then Aiko said, yeah, except for the Fremen who are Islamic. It's like, shit, got me there. Fuck, okay. Fucking fact checked by fucking Aiko again. But yeah, so I think
that's why Dune is relevant, like has been relevant for a long time, but became especially relevant after 9/11, right? Because the whole world had to kind of familiarize itself again with that Islam, the culture of the whole. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Islam, but also like Arabic culture, which predates Islam. All of that. And he goes deep into that in those books. And I think it's just a really great way of kind of like trying to like take a stab at understanding that culture.
It's like I'm actually trying to introduce, especially like my daughter, my nieces, and nephew to because that's kind of how they're grouped together. There's another age group that's coming up in a couple of years, but they're not quite ready for it. But I'm trying to introduce them to the idea of Dune because I love it's a great story for adolescents to learn, especially kids who have a lot of pressure. Like if they're from like, my mother's a doctor and my dad's a seventh generation lawyer. Like it's perfect for them because like Paul Atreides is supposed to become the Duke of House Atreides. He's the Kwisatz Haderach. He's the Al-Gaib. He's all these things. That's all this expectation, and he refuses and surpasses them all. And so to me, that's a great story that kids need to hear.
And for us, the reader, he's also Lawrence of Arabia, right? That's essentially, this is almost a retelling of Lawrence of Arabia, like in a fantastical like setting. And
Arabian space.
Right. And to me, like, that's my entry point. Like, if I'm teaching the Middle East, but also like the world now, how it runs on oil, right? Like, spice is just a metaphor for oil.
Spice must flow.
Spice must flow, right? And oil must flow. And so many like policies, like throughout the 20th century, are basically in attempts to like keep the oil flowing around the world. And Lawrence of Arabia is my entry point to where all of this starts, because I like to start with 1919. You got the close of the World War One. You've got all the great powers coming together to carve up the Middle East and figure out, like, you know, and North Africa and all the way like to Pakistan, to Indonesia even, and try to figure out like how they're going to divide all these countries up. And they're doing it based on where they think the oil is and who they think they can control. And Lawrence of Arabia is telling them all, no, you're fucking this up. You're dividing up tribes. You're clumping unlike tribes together. You're taking similar tribes and you're splitting them apart. You're just going to create warfare for centuries if you draw the lines this way.
And what do you know?
Yeah, the great powers did not listen to Lawrence of Arabia. And Lawrence knew this because he lived like with the Arabs. He lived with the tribes. He understood like tribal culture, and he understood how that worked, not only where he was in Arabia, but also like to the west and to the east, like all of these sort of cultures, to some degree or another. And they just didn't listen to him.
I was about to say, and it's been nothing but peace ever
Yeah.
since.
Yeah. Imagine how different the world would be if they had listened to him.
All right. Hey, listen, it's been fun, but I have to go because I have to actually come more.
Yep. You've been slurring your speech
man.
for 20 minutes. I was wondering.
The Jose Cuervo is a bitch. Okay.
Okay. I thought you were just getting sleepy on me, but no,
Jose Cuervo. Okay.
I was gonna argue with you about humor, but so we'll do that another day.
Another day.
What about humor?
Oh, well, you guys are talking about how you can't do the humor that you used to be able to do. Mm-hmm. But I think also the reverse of that's kind of true. We are now able to do humor that we couldn't do before. Like it used to be not allowed to do political humor or to like take a side in humor, especially like in the 80s and the 90s and the like 2010s or whatever. You just couldn't do it. But now humor does that all the time. Like I don't know exactly when that started. Well, one big milestone was when Colbert took over the Late Show, and his politics are all throughout that show. And so you can do that political humor and not like try to look neutral all the time. That's absolutely was not the way it was 20 years ago.
No, you're right.
You can make those jokes now. You couldn't before.
No, humor.
Like Bill Maher literally got canceled for making like edgy political humor.
Yeah. I remember that. Like, hey, hang on one moment. Hey there, Fator. How we doing there? But yeah, like we've been able to do more political humor, but like the idea of like Blazing Saddles. Yeah. Do you think you could make a remake of that today?
You could, but you would need to be like, it would need to be like, it couldn't be like a white producer and director. It would have to be like, you know, I think.
Hey, Mel Brooks still has fucking breath in his body. He can fucking do that, as far as I'm concerned.
I would love it. Well, actually, he kind of lost it. Like his movies stopped being funny somewhere around.
Well, yeah,
Robin Hood, Men in Tights, like all that stuff. Like he, for some reason, stopped being funny in the '80s, in the late.
I'll give you in the '90s because I think Robin Hood Men in Tights wasn't that early '90s.
Yeah,
that was funny to me.
Okay,
like, I was a kid when it came out, and so if you're a 7-8-year-old kid, that's perfect.
No, yeah, of course. Hot take. I think it started earlier. I wasn't a fan of Spaceballs.
Wow. Anyway, okay. Yeah. I gotta. I
okay.
Go.
All right.
So you guys have a good one.
I
appreciate the invite in the conversation.
Thank you, sir.
Going to get out of here and
go to CP Seepers.
Yeah, I have to get the sleepies because the
I
got actual family things to do.
Jose Cuervo is always going to be responsible for bad hangovers. Always go with Patron. It's 100%.
It's okay for young people as you get older. Maybe. So if you drink consistently, be a degenerate person like I am. You look, you won't have the hangovers. You'll be fine. Okay.
Not to be construed as actual medical advice.
These are not
just
actual
hair of the
medical
dog,
advice,
right?
but
That's
you
all
know
you
what?
need.
You'll be fine. All right.
Yep.
You guys have a good one. I
you
appreciate
later.
your conversation. You guys have a good one.
Peace. What were you gonna say there, sir?
What was I going to say?
Uh,
I was just going to say you drink a lot on stream, but I don't. You must know where your limits are because I don't ever see you like sort of like start slurring your speech or stumbling or anything like that.
I've always, from the very beginning of KOE Nation, I wanted to promote a gentlemanly drinking culture. Okay, like my whiskey spirit animal is the master blender and master distiller of the Dalmore single malt Scotch whiskey. His name is Sir Richard Patterson. He's been knighted in Scotland, and he's always tried to promote gentlemanly drinking culture and the idea that like you don't just knock it back, you savor the whiskey and enjoy it and try to pull out all the flavors from it, and don't just make it a quick little, like you're not just drinking just to get drunk. And yes, I do cut myself off because I don't like I know at one point there could be a point where I'm potentially not representing myself well.
Okay. To answer your question, yes, I do think you could do Blazing Saddles again, but it would have to be a director like Dave Chappelle, someone like that, who lives in that space where
Is it Key or Peele that does all the directing now? He would have to, like, maybe him.
Oh, Jordan Peele?
Yeah, there we go. I was trying to think, like, okay, either Key or Peele. Which one's doing? Like, I could never remember.
I mean, his movies are amazing, but they're not comedies, right? They're not like he doesn't do that kind of stuff. It's amazing. Yeah, I know it comes out of the comedy world, but now he's like he does a lot of
horror, which he's actually fucking really good at.
Amazing at. He's amazing. Everything he does is great.
Like just the way he holds the camera shots and makes you feel claustrophobic in certain because those little things I pay attention to. Like,
and that's another example of political. I guess it wouldn't be political humor, but I mean his films are very political, but of course they're couched in a entertaining story that is like captivating in and of itself. So even if you like aren't there for the messaging, like you would still have a good time.
Like I thought, like legitimately, if Hollywood were to remake Blazing Saddles today, Sheriff Bart would be Kevin Hart and the Waco Kid would be the fucking Rock. At this point, like they would just go like the whole hog, and you're just like, okay, what absurd thing am I about to see? Like, and you know, just,
sure.
Like that would be the only way to go about it.
As brilliant as Blazing Saddles is, I don't think it's his best. I think his best is the Producers. Again, Producers is just like perfect. Like maybe the best comedy of all time. I don't know. Maybe so. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think. There's one, Spaceballs. I really fucking loved growing up.
Yeah, everyone does. My take is very unpopular.
Well, I got to hear this shit now. Because like I don't know. You may never.
There's nothing complicated about it. It's just I don't. The humor's not particularly clever. There's a lot of like jokes that are easy. I just don't. I don't know. It just doesn't hit the same way. Like Blazing Saddles is very political, very edgy, and it makes like
a lot of social commentary.
No one had done anything like that before. Amazing social commentary. Yeah, it's also very close to the perfect comedy. Like I think Producers edges it out, but yeah, absolutely it is. But Spaceballs isn't that. Spaceballs is just it's more farce than it is.
I was about to say, like, I will give you this. Spaceballs is like junk food for the brain. Okay, like it was sort of like, you know how Family Guy is just sort of like,
yeah. Family Guy is also
I'm
lazy
just
jokes.
watching Family Guy.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly. It's not like, yeah, the big contrast to do, I think, is Family Guy versus South Park, right? South Park is intelligent, it's incisive, it's also very up to date. Like it might be something that was on the news 2 days ago.
Yep. They have such amazing turnover there.
Yeah. And they do it like I don't know, the jokes hit, but they're also like smart. And there's also layers to it where you can watch it like for the third or fourth time and like get things that you didn't get before. Like that's South Park. Whereas Family Guy, it's like the first joke that somebody thought of. It's just so, which is why I was so surprised because I didn't really have a high opinion of him until he did what was that sci-fi he did?
The Orville.
The Orville. Orville is really good. Like way like I wouldn't have even. I mean, in the beginning, you can see a little bit of the Family Guy like sort of humor because in the beginning they said, okay, we can rip off Star Trek's IP so long as it's a satire. So we're going to make it like 30% comedy and 70% drama or something like that. But then after that first season, really into that first season, they decided to rely less and less on the comedy. Now it's more like 10% comedy by the last season. And it was just straight up Star Trek, but Star Trek done like better than Star Trek. Like I think it's comparable maybe to Deep Space Nine, but I think it's actually better than a lot of Star Trek.
Okay, fast. Like, because I haven't watched any of it. Because like it's
you should.
Like I'll give it a shot now that you've because to me it's like, oh god, the last thing I need is another show to creep into my life. You know what I mean? Like, but like okay, on that recommendation, I'll give it a watch because
I mean, if you missed Next Generation, because all of the new Star Treks and stuff like kind of moved in a different direction, so stylistically it doesn't look like that. You know how like Voyager is just like Next Generation.
Yeah. I mean, it was a copy paste.
Yeah, exactly. But then they moved away from that after that. So they did Enterprise and now all this new Trek and stuff like that. Well, at the same time that was happening, like Orville decided to just be straight up TNG. Like they don't really make any bones about it. And so it has that kind of nostalgic appeal, which I think people would like.
All right, because like to me, like Seth MacFarlane, I actually liked A Million Ways to Die in the West. A lot of people didn't like it. I thought it was actually pretty funny.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Yeah.
A lot of folks didn't like it, but I thought now actually okay, true story. My dad got to meet Seth MacFarlane one time.
Oh yeah.
And it was at a bar in Chicago. It's one of those piano bars. And Dad doesn't know who the fuck Seth MacFarlane is. Has no fucking clue at all. And like the date that he's with, and everyone's like, "That's Seth MacFarlane! Oh my god, that's Seth fucking MacFarlane! Oh my jeez!" And he's like, "What the fuck is that?" And Seth gets up on stage, and he has a "Hit it, Dino!" And as my dad says, and then this guy sings Sinatra better than fucking Sinatra. Like this was amazing how well he did. And then he gets off stage. And I walk right up to him, shake his hand like, man, that was some great Sinatra, man. I've never heard Sinatra quite like that. You are fucking great. I'm buying you your next drink. Buys him a drink and everything. And it's like, okay. And then my dad goes, yeah, man, you're really good. I hope you make it.
Mm-hmm.
And Seth comes back with, yeah, we'll see if my day job works out.
Yeah.
And then Dad just walks up like, well, you have a good one, man. Not knowing that Dad, Jesus fucking Christ, you met probably one of the most famous people in animation in this hemisphere. And you're like, I hope you make it. It's like, fuck, really? And so that was when we had to inform him.
He probably enjoyed that, right? Because I'm sure he gets mobbed with fans all the time or whatever. So it's kind of nice to have an interaction with somebody that's, is genuine, right? Because he's not starstruck or whatever.
Yeah. He just loved how he sang Sinatra. Wow, you sang Sinatra, which is probably the one compliment Seth has wanted for fucking decades. It's right. Like, you sing Sinatra better than Sinatra. Then just walks away. But yeah, so my old man had no fucking clue who he was.
So Starman, I didn't know that about Deep Space Nine, that connection, but I'm not surprised because I'm pretty sure that he was just such a big Star Trek fan that
just reach out to the people who did it right.
It was kind of a brilliant little grift that he did. I respect it that he was able to steal all that IP just because fair use says you can do that if it's a satire. And then it made it just satirical enough only in part of the first season to be able to get away with it. That was hilarious. I think it was actually kind of brilliant. I think the guy that makes all the satirical songs about ripping off songs, You know what I'm talking
Weird
about?
Al Yankovic.
Weird Al does the same shit, right? Like he can steal all of that because it's satire.
It's fair use.
Yeah.
Which he knows exactly what the line is. Like you can even steal like beats to a song so long as you just change. Like you only have to change a few lyrics.
Right.
Like there's times like when I'm singing for live stream, I'll just change 2 or 3 words.
Yeah.
Not much. And that's all you got to do, really. And in a lot of instances.
To this day, when I hear Another One Bites the Dust, in my brain, I hear Another One Rides the Bus.
God damn it. That's too funny. Yep.
It's like an earworm. It's like changed the song in my mind. You know how like psychologists discovered that we have like a lot of like implanted false memories that we think happened in our childhood or whatever, but they never did. That's one of those. Like it just changed the lyrics of that song for me.
Which now me and Tony, it's on the bucket list. We want to go see Weird Al live before he retires. We went to go see Tenacious D a couple years ago. That was really fun. But we gotta go see Weird Al because
I've seen him. Because I have that website of mine that I run. Yeah. And so for a while we were going to Worldcon every year to cover the Hugo Awards. We did that for like 3-4 years. And he was usually at Worldcon, like so we could go in and like he would do his nerdiest songs for the sci-fi fans,
Nice. I've always heard he actually puts on a pretty damn good show. So I'm gonna have to go check that out because like me, I kind of regret like there's a lot of legends that I had the chance to see years ago and I never went to go see. Like Elton John was his last time he's ever gonna be in Omaha. And so I was like, shit, I should have gone to go see that. And like my grandpa talked about how he had a chance to go see Sinatra, but he never went because, and now he's like, shit, I should have gone to go see Sinatra. You know what I mean? And so that's why I was like, go see the legends when you get the chance. And so, we shall see. But now,
for me, that was Willie Nelson. I've had multiple opportunities to see Willie. And for one reason or another, I never could go. And I'm hoping to do it at some point before he retires or whatever.
I don't think he's ever going to retire. I think he's just going to die on tour.
I hope so. That'd be a great way for him to go.
Actually, sure. Yeah. Like with that old tour bus just going down some old highway, him just laying in that bed as it's going and as he goes, just cruel, cruel world must I go on. Like, now, God, you say that like, I want to say 15 years ago, there was big stadium show in Omaha of Bob Dylan with Willie Nelson as the opener. And it's like, fuck, I should have seen that. Like,
that would have been amazing.
Fuck. It was a big baseball stadium. So it was an outdoor show. And it was, that one.
Okay, so that's another thing that's changed, right? It used to be 20, 30 years ago, like if you were a big like act, like especially in country, you couldn't really be political in there either. And Willie now is like straight up endorsing candidates like for governor and stuff.
And that would have ended his career in the 80s.
Yeah, exactly. It would have ended his career like I think even in the early 2000s. But like it's changed.
Look what did to the Dixie Chicks.
Look what happened to the Dixie Chicks. Exactly. And like they got, talk about cancel culture. Like that was one of the original cancel culture moments was the Dixie Chicks. And now you can absolutely do it. Also,
right wing actually did a successful boycott.
They have a lot of them. Just people forget. Well, I don't know about successful, but they've done a lot of boycotts, and they just often don't work.
Well, that's why I said successful because it's like Dixie Chicks, Bud Light.
Bud Light.
I think there's another one.
Successful.
Like its image is not doing great at the moment. It's not what anybody's ordering at the local bar.
Well, I mean, in the week or two after it happened, I think even less than a week. Then it affected their stock price negatively, but then it rebounded right back up. But I think they're just bigger than that. And the other thing is they own a bunch of brands, so people might not, like whatever it is that they replace their Bud Light with is probably something that Anheuser-Busch already owns.
I think Dan Crenshaw or somebody like that actually did that. Like, fuck you, Bud Light.
Yeah.
And they're drinking like,
yeah,
dude,
exactly.
you realize
yeah. And then somebody did
Budweiser is like same folks.
And then somebody, even the brands that compete with Anheuser-Busch, like people started doing research on them and like, oh yeah, they sponsor the pride parades and stuff. Like it's always like if you go down the list, all the beer companies do it. So you're gonna have to pretty much like and there was that company that decided they were going to be anti-woke beer or whatever. And it turns out they were canning beer that they bought from Anheuser-Busch.
Yep.
So-
Like, because I was gonna say, like, I'm gonna guarantee you
Yeah.
that something like that happened because, like, in the whiskey world, there's something called sourcing whiskey.
Right.
Like, I'm just gonna like this is a single malt Scotch that comes from Scotland. It's all malted barley that's made in one distillery. This is bourbon that's grained to glass here in Nebraska. This is sourced whiskey. This comes from MGP and a couple other distilleries, and then this guy blends it and does a cup, barrels it in Nebraska environment, makes it slightly different, but a lot of companies source their whiskey, and I knew
Right.
that shit happened in the beer industry without even going too deep
Yeah.
into it, and so like I knew it was going to be some guy like.
I mean, it's not like
I'm
he's
the
like
anti-woke
making his own
beer.
beer, right? Yeah, he's buying it en masse and canning it. Apparently, this is a guy who does this all the time. Like he repackages stuff that already exists and he'll do it, like package it in some way that appeals to conservatives or whatever. But
I mean, you got to respect the hustle, and Anheuser-Busch loves it.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
Yeah.
the like
It's
few
fine.
thousand sales of folks who are just dedicated. Fuck you, all this. I'm still getting your dollar anyways. So at the end of the day, like capitalism wins again.
But then there's so many of these conservative boycotts. Like, I think the problem with them right now is that it doesn't jibe with their anti-cancel culture like claims. So
so like I've said, there's only been a handful of like really successful conservative boycotts that I've ever seen.
would you say J.C. Penney was successful? Because they were on their way down anyway.
I was about to say, I thought they were like Sears and everything else. They were just going out of business because whether
that's another
liked
thing.
them or
Like,
didn't
you
or
put
not.
political people in your commercials or whatever, it's not that big a deal now. But back then, the big deal was they put Ellen as their spokesperson, and she was gay. So, like, you having a gay person as your spokesman today, like, wouldn't even like no one would even notice.
I was about to say, you need to, you got to turn it up now because, like you said, no one would notice. Like back in the 90s and in the early 2000s, if you wanted to give a character depth without having to do any actual writing, just make them gay.
Yeah.
And now it's like, well, okay, everybody actually knows people who are actually gay. You got to do better than that.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, so you can't just like, and this character is gay, and that's all you need to know about them.
The amazing thing about the Bud Light thing is that they're essentially saying that in your commercials you have to blacklist trans people. Like, you cannot include a trans person in your commercials anymore, which is to me like an extraordinary demand to make. Like, it's not like they were backing a political
maybe that might be
candidate or
some of them, but like also keep in mind the trans issue is one of the most controversial issues in the West right now. Like, I think that would be easy to say. And there's some folks who simply shrink from controversy and don't want to be part of it. And so,
but the controversy isn't.
There are some of those,
right? But the controversy isn't that trans people exist. The controversy is like the stuff with minors, right? Like that's what it is. Is like at what age can you allow the grooming discourse? But this wasn't anything about that. This was an adult trans person like drinking Bud Light. Like, it wasn't any of that. Like, I could see if
I think that was, it's like sort of like an affront to the idea, like the Kid Rock lifestyle that they've been trying to sell themselves as for 3 decades.
Yeah.
And so
right.
Like, I don't know how else to put it, but the kid rocking up and down your block. Like, like that's how a lot of people know it. Like, so
even though he's got one of the most groomer songs I can think of, which is that song where he's talking about.
Okay, it doesn't beat Kiss. Christine 16.
Oh yeah, No, I think it maybe does because.
Okay. What are the lyrics?
Do you know this song?
What's the song?
Hold on, let me see. What song? Was it "Cool Daddy"? Was that the name of the song?
If it's one of his older albums,
he literally sang
a
song called "I Like 'Em Underage."
Oh wow! I mean, if you're just gonna put like, could you imagine like trying to be Kid Rock's lawyer? Your Honor, there's no evidence that he likes him underage. Then what about this song where this is the title of it?
Yeah,
Your Honor, that's just a creative, artistic work. Your Honor,
I don't know if that's the name of the song or if it was one of the lyrics. I can't remember now. But yeah, that was one of them, and that's not even the song.
I want to look at it. Like,
yeah, I know.
Like that's like, oh, ouch. But then like,
oh, here we go. Here are the expanded lyrics. Young ladies, I like them underage. Some say that's statutory, but I say it's Some say it's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. I think. So the Kid Rock crowd. So the Kid Rock crowd is anti-groomer. Like that's just amazing to me.
Kid.
That's just
wow, kid. No, all right. To be fair, nobody, including Kid Rock, ever thought Kid Rock was going to have anything to say about politics. And then suddenly Kid Rock's like, I got some things to say about politics. And then look at some of your lyrics. Like that one is...
Yeah.
Some call it statutory, call it mandatory. What the fuck? Like, I know the day he was writing that, he's like, dude, this is fucking brilliant. No way this is ever going to come back and bite me in the ass. Like, it's like, yeah, Jesus Christ, kid. Yeah, but like, so I'm trying to think, can you think of, because the J.C. Penney one, like, I remember when I went to Sears when they were closing.
Right.
And I'm looking around, and I didn't know the store manager was right next to me. And I said out loud to my daughter and said, wow, internet killed the retailer star.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
And so, like, and the store manager looked at me like, you are correct, sir. Like, oh, shit, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make light of your existential crisis right now. Like, fuck, I'm sorry. Fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's kind of what happened with J.C. Penney. So I'm trying to think, can you think of, like, because...
Well, the
big generally do it like the left does.
The big one I remember was of course, not to be confused with today, but the original Disney boycott over. I think they just straight up call it Gay Day at Disney, where gay people were invited to come to the park or whatever. The conservatives boycotted that, although it had zero effect. Like
I remember. When I was a kid, I'm trying to think how old I was. We went to Disney in Florida. And literally when we were there, it actually hit the radio news that they were considering doing a gay day. They were thinking about doing it. And like on the tour bus, there was just like scoffs and outrage and, oh, what? Jesus. And like you know, as a kid, and I was like, wait, what's a gay day? And like my mom's like, I'll explain it to you, because like,
but the list goes on
everywhere.
The list goes on and on. Wrangler jeans, there was a boycott over that because
I remember that. Yeah, Glenn Beck started his own fucking jeans over that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they had Old Town Road in their ad. That's what it was.
Oh, is that the one where Lil Nas?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he started off so innocent, and then no, no, took a turn for the worse there, folks. But yeah, I remember that one got a little traction where Glenn Beck maybe sold a couple dozen pairs of jeans, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think like. Yeah, the left, when they go boycott, because like the left had professional boycott master, like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton were fucking.
Oh man, I remember
they were mercenaries, and like they knew how to fucking do it right. Okay, they could come in and just.
I think just I don't know. I think the things that conservatives get outraged about often just it doesn't catch on. There was a time I remember one of the funniest ones. I guess I can't say I remember this because it was a little bit before my time, but they boycotted the Beatles because John Lennon said he was bigger than Jesus.
Ooh.
Can you imagine trying to boycott the Beatles though? Like, what? There was just no way that was going to happen.
It's like the Beatles are like the metaphor for like when someone goes just hyper,
right?
Like just becomes a part of the culture.
Right.
It's like the show Metalocalypse is a show where like a death metal band becomes like such a big band that they're like the 7th largest band in the world, and the only way, or 7th largest economy in the world, and the only way that you can translate that to anybody is like, think of like they were like the Beatles times 4. And that's the only way that like anybody like, oh, okay, if they were 4 times as popular as the Beatles, okay, now that it would be the 7th largest economy.
Oh shit, there was another Disney boycott that I forgot about. This was in the mid 90s. Disney started giving insurance benefits to same-sex couples. Yeah, they got boycotted for that.
Oh, it's like I don't remember that one, but I could see that one. Like I could see that being a Rush Limbaugh story.
Yeah, for sure.
And let me tell you what's going on in the world of the mouse. And like that would definitely be
right.
Yeah, that like because the 90s, like I know you didn't watch wrestling too much, but there was a character in the 90s who's portrayed by Dustin Rhodes, and he was 90s gay panic incarnate. He called himself Gold Dust, and like he would go for a pile driver, but then he'd like rub the wrestler's ass and stuff, and like he would just basically try to he was playing on homophobia in every way you could imagine to get a reaction out of the crowd. And like he was like really playing up like being an over-the-top flamboyant gay man. And like to this day, it's a fascinating study because like I said, he was literally 90s gay panic incarnate. And like the reactions that he would get from the crowd were just visceral. And so it was fascinating to watch. And so, in the 90s, that was still.
Oh, how can I forget Dungeons and Dragons? That had to have been like one of the earliest like big conservative boycotts. The moral panic over D&D. Oh my God.
Yeah, like. Okay, growing up, my best friend growing up, he was really into Elder Scrolls and Baldur's Gate and that kind of stuff. And like, there's times he'd have to like sneak in the software to like get the new Baldur's Gate game uploaded on his computer upstairs, and like, and it's like, God, like we were like 14, 15-year-old kids, and like. We're not looking at internet porn. No, we're like, oh, we're smuggling the latest Baldur's Gate game. It's like, just beating the chicks off with a stick. But yeah, but I remember that was a big deal because his parents are very Christian, and they didn't like Elder Scrolls, Dungeons, Dragons, none of that. It was, and to me, the Harry Potter thing.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it fascinating that Harry Potter has like literally gone full circle to the point where the religious right initially was boycotting them, and now it's the religious right that's most likely to like ardently like, fuck you, this game is amazing and it's great. Like, you got to give the Harry Potter franchise credit. It's found a way to just like at one point or another over the last decade sell some of its shit to everybody.
Yeah, I think the left is kind of moving towards, at least some part of the left is moving towards the death of the author sort of thing on her. Is that, they're because they love Harry Potter so much, so they can't really like truly like cancel it. So they're just like, well, Harry Potter is more than just J.K. Rowling. It's all these other people who, all the actors and the special effects people and the prop makers, and it's more than just the books now, I think is what they say. Which, whatever, it's like, shit like that's complicated. I'm sure there's plenty of people who do art that you wouldn't necessarily agree with their politics, but you would agree that they do good art,
Oh yeah, like again, like bringing it back to like Blazing Saddles, Gene Wilder, amazingly left-wing person. I still can appreciate his comedy despite how different our politics is. Like there is an extent where you do need to separate the artist from the art. There are extents where you can't do that.
Right.
Like a great example is when I was younger, one of my favorite professional wrestlers was Chris Benoit. And then Chris Benoit one day has a flip out, like he murders his wife, murders his son, and then kills himself. And since that day, I have never been able to watch a Chris Benoit match since. Like I just like
yeah, but that's not politics per se. Like
no,
the thing about politics,
no, like I'm saying, there is an extent where you like when something goes too far, you have to you can't separate the artist from the art.
I think there are times when you can't separate it because they've made it part of the act. Like with Colbert, you can't separate his politics from his humor. You just can't. He won't let you because like that's his brand.
It's too bad because the Colbert Report was brilliant.
It was brilliant. But even back then, like his politics was there. You just had to know that he was.
You could see through it, but you also, everybody in the audience got a chance to laugh. Like I'll never forget, the day after Obama gets elected, he goes, well, we have Reverend, I forget his name, and we're going to ask him now where America goes from here now that racism is over. And it's like, and everybody got a big laugh out of that. Like, it's going to take a little more than that. But like that was, you could see it, but everybody got a chance to laugh. Like also our cartoon president, if you never saw that, that was one of the funniest fucking shows.
His most brilliant moment was just like Jon Stewart's most brilliant moment was when he advocated for the first responders. That was his most brilliant moment. The most brilliant moment for Colbert was when he had a whole series of pieces, I think over the course of a year, where he runs for president. He registers in South Carolina as an official presidential candidate. And then he hires this lawyer who's going to allow him to do the most unethical things under the protection of super PAC regulations or the lack thereof. And so all of these laws that you're not supposed to break, like how you're supposed to be transparent and you can't accept money beyond a certain amount, and you have to say who all your donors are and account for all of that. If you create a super PAC, then you could do all of that shit. And so he would just do a different aspect of that, like with every show. He, like I said, he did this for like a year, I think once a week. And he just basically broke as many laws or things that should be laws as he could. And he did it all in the open, and nobody could prosecute him for any of it because he was able to escape the law by using all these technicalities that are allowed in things like super PACs or whatever. So he used dark money. He got donations from all these different sources. And he just showed how the sausage is made. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. You should, if you go back and watch anything from that show, it should be that, all of those linked together.
Because his late show, I just didn't really the jokes never really landed for me. It seemed like if you happened to laugh, that was incidental to the sermon you were getting that night. And it was kind of like him, Trevor Noah, Samantha Bee, John Oliver. I kind of all get the same kind of general vibe from them. Is like once in a while Trevor has something I'll kind of chuckle at, but to me it's if you laugh, it's almost sort of incidental to them getting their preaching to you. And so that was what I really didn't like about Colbert's late show versus our cartoon president was some of the funniest political commentary that anybody's put out in years.
But that's what I'm talking about. They're breaking rules that used to exist, right? So it's just like you said in the other direction about there's certain jokes you can't make anymore, but now there's jokes you can make that you didn't used to be able to make. And that is, you can lay bare your politics or whatever. Fox tries this too, but there's something about conservative comedy. It just, I don't know, they've never been able to make that connect. I guess it's a wholly different
because
culture.
they've never had Phil Coyoe on their show. I mean, that's mostly that's their main problem. But I'll be honest with you, it kind of depends, because by today's standards, like Bill Hicks comedy, like other than the mushroom stuff, a lot of it would be seen as almost fucking conservative. And I hated Rush Limbaugh. But there'd be a lot of things that a lot of folks would almost look at as almost Republican today, because that's how much the Overton window shifted. But
yeah, there's another one of those.
Oh God, what's his name? Dennis Miller. I remember
Dennis Miller was funny until he went right wing, and then his comedy was just like his funniness just left him.
Dennis Leary.
I was thinking Dennis Miller, but I'm trying to. Yeah. There is one guy who was, I don't want to say conservative, but maybe conservative-ish, and he died a couple of years back. And I just can't remember his name. Hold on, I know he was an SNL guy from back in the day, and he did a lot of podcasts. He was actually on Orville.
Damn, I feel like I should know his name now.
Yeah,
and then McDonald. I guess. I mean, Norm. Fuck, Norm was amazing.
Norm Macdonald was hilarious. And I don't know if he was conservative or not, but he, based on the jokes that he made, it made me think he was maybe at the very least center right. But
yeah, I'd give you that. And then also, let's not forget, the Redneck Comedy Tour. You got Ron White, Jeff Foxworthy, Larry the Cable Guy.
Oh yeah, I never got into those guys.
Okay,
my whole family loves Jeff Foxworthy, but I never understood the appeal.
Okay,
some of his stuff was a little bit funny, but I don't know. It never took off for me.
I'll never forget this when the Redneck Comedy Tour Rides Again was on, and I was in college at the time. I pull into my apartment complex. It was all college kids,
right?
And I can see into everybody's living rooms,
right?
And everybody in the entire, every TV I could see had Redneck Comedy Tour Rides Again.
Oh yeah,
on their TV. And when I walk into my house, Tony's got Redneck Comedy Tour, right? Like, Jesus Christ! These folks speak to I honestly think if Larry the Cable Guy and Jeff Foxworthy were to endorse someone, that would probably swing the Republican primary significantly. But they don't want to do that because they like what they got.
No, I don't know. I think turning out the base is a big priority in politics these days, more so than persuasion, at least on the right. The right doesn't seem to be doing any persuasion at all. They're doing base turnout is their whole strategy. Have been for probably 8 years at least. Now probably a decade. For about a decade, Republicans just have decided that they're not going to try to appeal to the middle. They're not going to try to bring people over. They're not going to try to persuade anybody. They're just going to reach into the base and pull out as many people as they can, to get them to the polls. It's 100%. It's 100% base turnout strategy.
Yeah, and as much as I hate to say, there's a very good chance. I had to stand up for a second. My ass was falling asleep. There's a very good chance that it could work for them in 2024 because I've actually got an active bet out on this where I've got $50 to be donated. On if Trump is the nominee or not. Now, Aiko, I'm curious.
I think he'll be the nominee. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Everybody told me that wasn't going to happen 2 years ago, and I stayed true. Okay. Now.
Oh yeah, me too. I've never not thought that. I've never not thought that. I always thought that it would be Trump. On January 6th, I thought it would be Trump. During the insurrection, I thought it would still be Trump. Absolutely.
Wow, you and I agree on something here, Aiko.
Yeah.
I was Trump's.
I mean,
Trump represents something to Republicanism.
I follow the Fifth Avenue rule.
What's that?
That when Trump said I could shoot somebody in Fifth Avenue and not lose a voter, in the base. I think that's absolutely true. I think it's absolutely true.
I think if he were to actively shoot someone on Fifth Avenue, I wouldn't vote. I'll be honest. Now it depended. Did that guy have
you might say that day, a lot of people said they wouldn't vote for Trump after the Access Hollywood thing, and then a week later they were out there voting for Trump. So no, I you care in the moment, right? But then,
like, I remember
for
when the
whatever
Access
reason,
Hollywood thing went down,
Yeah.
like the right was like, oh, great. Now we can't have Western civilization anymore, and we have to just cede the fucking republic to Hillary goddamn Clinton because Trump said a naughty word one time. And so, yeah, there was some doomerism going on in the right.
well, that cost him $5 million too. That tape was instrumental in getting that verdict at trial last week.
Oh, okay. Like I was thinking at the time, like, oh, okay, yeah.
No,
like,
not at the time. I mean, it cost him more than that at the time because it cost him reputation, and a bunch of people wouldn't do business with him after that, and things like that. But that's like hard to measure.
You'll notice that Trump didn't offer his hand for a handshake because
Right.
because Hillary, I know she had this line ready. It's like, Madam Senator, you did not shake Donald Trump's hand. And she would go, well, I don't know where that hand's been. And that would be murder. That would have been fucking optics. Like Trump would have just have to walk off the stage.
So here's the thing about
and be like,
here's
well,
the thing
enjoy
about
your presidency.
Here's the thing about that debate, because I think there would be an opportunity to reverse that debate in 24 for a lot of reasons. One of my favorite moments in retrospect of the second debate was when Trump was talking about why Hillary shouldn't be president. And one of the reasons was that her husband was impeached. Well, he was impeached. Like, you shouldn't be able to run for president. So, well, okay. He didn't say Bill Clinton was impeached and then exonerated in the Senate. Like, that's not what he said. He said he was impeached. That's enough to like.
But you see, Aiko, Donald Trump is the impeachment champion. He has defeated more impeachments than any other president.
But that's just it. Like, but the person who defeated the most impeachments as of 2016 was Bill Clinton. But that's not the way he framed it. The way he framed it is to be impeached itself. Yeah. The way to be impeached, if you're impeached at all, then that's enough for you to never become president again. Second thing he said was that, well, you can't vote for Hillary because she would be under investigation all the time. And you can't have somebody running for president who'd be under investigation.
Schminfesting.
Yeah. So that was the second thing you said. So these are all like things that could be used against him in a debate. Okay, the third thing, this is the funniest, I think, is and I thought it was funny at the time, is he took all of Clinton's accusers for like sexual assault and stuff like that and put them in the front row of the debate. And then also
Bill looked like he wanted to just fucking disappear into the floor in that moment.
And then put them before the debate. They were sitting at tables like doing book signings and shit like that. So can you imagine? Because Biden would never do this because he's not a pipe hitter. He's like too genteel for this. But can you imagine if Biden invited E. Jean Carroll and Stormy Daniels and who was the Playboy bunny that he had an affair with on his second wife? There's
I don't remember, but I think it was like April something.
Yeah.
But
he's got about 20 accusers right now. Some of whom are now like considering doing the same thing that E. Jean Carroll did in terms of because they have that.
And unfortunately, this is God. I like you're gonna hate how right I am here. This is awful, but like, all right. I mean, look at all these beautiful women. Well, except for one that are here right now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And he would just turn it like it would just be like the weirdest thing you'd ever see, but and he would still fucking slam G.D. because I think ultimately an appeal, that's kind of his thoughts. Like, I'm just an appeal, it's gonna get thrown.
Well, that's what killed him. That's what killed him too, right? Was that deposition? That deposition was amazing, right? Like he goes, "She's not my type. Like I would never," as if there's a type for rape, but whatever. She's not my type. I would never do that because she's not my type. Then they show a picture of her. And she says, "Oh, that's my wife, Marla," at the time. So the person that he said was not her type, it was literally her. It couldn't tell the difference between her and somebody that was so much her type that he married her. And all of that was on the deposition tape, right? So they just showed that to the jury. They were like, "Well, he's clearly lying about not being his type." Like, imagine, you normally you can't do mind reading. Like, that's a very difficult thing to expect prosecutors to be able to do, and you need that in a lot of times in sexual assault cases, whatever. But in this case, you were able to get like at multiple points in trial, like a straight line into his mind and like tell exactly what he was thinking.
Now the thing was that did we ever have any evidence that the two of them were ever alone in a room anywhere? Like any physical evidence?
No.
So like, yeah, like so. That's why Trump's expecting
we did have the dress
thrown out on appeal.
We did have the dress, but that was another thing.
The Bill Clinton dress?
Yeah, it's just like the Bill Clinton dress. She had the dress that she was wearing that day, and it had some DNA on it. She sent it to get sampled or whatever. And all Donald had to do was provide a sample of his own DNA to see if it matched.
Well, yeah,
and he wouldn't do it.
Fuck that. It's like, yeah, like any normal person's gonna be like, yeah, no, fuck you. I'm not just giving you DNA because you accuse me of something.
Well, Bill did. Bill did.
No,
they demanded his DNA to match with the blue dress, and he gave it.
Boy. And when that got
Trump
revealed,
didn't
his lies.
Trump didn't because he knew what the result would be. So it's obvious.
No. That's mind reading there. That's you trying to read his mind. Like, no, right. I'm not going to give my DNA and be treated like a criminal when I've done nothing wrong.
If the DNA would exonerate him, it would have saved him $5 million.
Well, like, no.
And not just $5 million,
sometimes
but his reputation.
Your principal, like, it's going to get thrown out in appeal anyways. So it doesn't really matter. Like, she will never see a penny of any of that money.
I don't think it will. Listen, there's.
I promise you she will never see a penny.
This was I don't doubt that, because Trump always welches on every debt he has, but it won't be because it gets overturned on appeal. And also, like, she's got another, because he did it again in October, so she's got a second court case. That court case, the last time it was in court was January, where he asked for it to be dismissed. The judge in that case denied it, so it's going forward. So we're going to see the same court case all over again, with the same evidence, right? The deposition tape. He made the same defaming statements. So like everything's the same. And then he said it again at the CNN town hall, so that could be a third lawsuit. So these are like just from E. Jean Carroll alone,
and just
it's going to be one after another.
Time doing it, E. Jean, you'll never see a penny.
She doesn't. She doesn't give a shit about the money. What she
wants the attention.
What she wanted was for a jury to validate
attention
the accusation that she made, and she got the jury to do that. Like, that's what she wanted. That's all she wanted. And also, like, that $5 million, like, pales in comparison to like the emotional impact of that. Like, I know rape victims who've gone to trial, and I know like the sense of relief that comes at the end, even though it's like painful process to go through, like reliving shit or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, that matters much more to her than the payout.
So wait. So do you think Trump raped someone?
I have no idea. The question of rape,
because the jury exonerated him on that. He was
well, no. That's not how that works.
Actually,
the jury said he did it
before that jury, and they did not convict him on rape of any kind. The sexual battery can range anywhere from actual physical contact to simple name calling.
Yeah, here's what it is. They believe her story as to what he did. And her story was that he reached his hand into her panties. But then when they asked her, okay, but did he penetrate you with his penis? She said, I don't know, because I couldn't see. Which a lot of people made fun of that because like they thought she meant like it was too small to see, or I can't tell the difference between it and a finger or something. But really it was just that what she says is that he had her pressed up against the wall, and like stuff was going on down there, but she wasn't sure if it was penetration. And so the jury had to say, well, if she wasn't sure, then we can't be, so we can't find for that. But we believe her story. Like, they believed that his hand went into her panties. They just don't know whether or not penetration happened as a result. That's what the jury found.
But we don't.
So that's not an
know for
exoneration.
Sure that
That's
these
just
two people were ever alone in a room together.
They're confident.
The jury can think it, but we don't have any evidence
not-
that two of them were ever alone in a room.
The standard, the standard is that they have to be 51% sure. That's the standard because it's preponderance of evidence.
But
That's
what
different
evidence
than
is there that the two of them were ever alone in
It's
a
sort
room
of-
together ever?
That's not.
That kind of matters.
Yeah,
that actually
here's
sort
the
of the
evidence.
whole fucking thing.
Here's the
Because,
evidence.
like, I mean, you and
this
I have
is-
never been in the same state at the
Yeah,
same
here's
time.
the evidence. Here's
But
the evidence.
If I make
It's-
up some story, like, that shouldn't really mean it.
Here's the evidence. There's multiple. Okay, number one, it was her testimony that he did it. Number two, it was the testimony of two people that she told at the time that was contemporaneous, which is she came home crying that night and she told two of her friends what happened. So, and they testified that yes, that's true. That's what they did. So now that's evidence. That's a testimony from three different people. Then she had two more people come in and testify that he did the same thing to them, like pussy grabbing, basically. So we have two more people that testified that. So that's five witnesses now establishing a pattern of behavior. So, and then they played the tape of him bragging that he grabs women by the pussy. You see where this is going.
Women
like
let
it's
you.
Consistent.
That was what he said there. But
he says, I don't even wait.
Well, he said they let you.
Yeah, but he doesn't
Let
wait for
you.
that. He doesn't wait for them to let him. He said, I don't even wait. So, like,
But no, like, curious here. I thought that was Tara Reid that accused Biden. No, wait, it was Biden that did that. So do you believe Tara Reid's account?
no, because she also said, here's why. She also
Partisanship has nothing to do with
She
it.
also said, I told somebody on the day, and that person will be my witness. And then they went to that person, and he said, no, she's lying. And she has nobody who
Don't
on the day
believe the
that's
women.
she just doesn't have contemporaneous same day witnesses. Well, yeah, I mean, I just gave you 7 different things, and with Tara Reid, you have one thing, which is her own testimony, right? And all of the people that she
Well,
like
the
gave
7
us-
different things is none of it's actual physical evidence of any kind. So that's not really a good system
I didn't
of
say
justice.
there
we
was
have.
physical evidence. That's not the standard for a civil trial. Civil trial is preponderance of the evidence, which is testimony.
There
and
is
it
none,
used to
though.
be. It used to be that testimony was
But
the
people
only
can
thing,
lie.
pretty much the only thing you could do in court.
But that is true.
Yeah,
people can lie, correct?
people-
You think
yeah,
Tara
absolutely.
Reid's liar?
People
you
can
think she's-
lie.
So you
Look,
think Tara Reid's a liar, but you're certain that this Trump accuser isn't.
No,
But
I
you
didn't say
but you
certain.
do think Tara Reid's a liar.
I said it's probable, highly probable, in my opinion, that that's what she said happened is exactly what happened. But with Tara Reid, nobody backs her up. The people who she said would back her up immediately said, no, she's lying and she's crazy. And also that we have her a romantic fan fiction about Putin.
A
and
friend
how-
of Reid says Reid told her about the assault and has not recanted. So, I'm sorry. Like, there does seem to be a partisan line here because I think it's not a coincidence that me on the right,
Tara
I
Reid
find
is-
skepticism in the accusations with no
Tara
evidence
Reid is
on
free
Trump,
to-
and you find a lot of fault with Tara Reid's accusations without
Tara
evidence
Reid,
on
Tara Reid
Biden.
is free to sue as well. And if she can get a unanimous jury to make a similar finding, then fine.
Because we've
But nobody-
seen how the justice system holds them Bidens accountable.
I mean, you have to have a credible story for that to happen.
I mean, Hunter Biden actually lied on a 4473 to buy a gun, and still nothing's come of it.
Yes.
Maybe it might, but still nothing.
Okay. See, here's an example. Here's an example of bipartisanship.
But here
Here's an
we've got an instance where Tara Reid, you just will not believe her, even though it's
Well, hold on.
ostensibly the same story
You moved
that
it to
we are
Hunter.
having with Trump, and you're just giving that so much credibility.
No, you moved it to
So
Hunter.
that-
So I'm fine with going to Hunter on that too, because I would like to see him charged with that crime. I would like to see, and I believe that he committed that crime too. I believe it. Like, I don't think anybody's lying in that regard. And I think he should get whatever the normal punishment is for that violation. But here's the thing, like, the reason that story
The
isn't
fact that
landing,
he hasn't been prosecuted yet, though, is the evidence of corruption. The fact that there's
It's
open,
still in
blatant,
process. It's still in process. How
Jesus
long did it take?
Christ.
How long did it take for this case? 30 years?
No, actually, not very long after she brought the suit. But like, think about like when it comes to Trump over some documents that is of
Wait, brought the
no
suit. Who
danger to
brought a suit
anybody.
against
His
Hunter?
home gets raided. Biden
brought-
has documents that are kept in the same home that he shares with Hunter Biden, so
He
they're all
He's the
compromised.
one who discovered the documents, and he immediately called NARA, and they came and got them. There was
Yeah,
no
after
resistance,
years,
there was
and he had no
lying,
clearance. He was a vice president and at the time senator. He had no clearance to declassify or to possess these documents anyway, which he stored negligently, which
All right,
actually
how would you
makes him
react?
Worse than anything Trump is even accused of.
Yeah, but he's good friends with Obama, and Obama secretly declassified everything in his head.
Well, yeah, but he has the authority to do that under
That's what I'm
an
saying.
executive order.
No,
that
Obama
signed.
secretly declassified everything that
Obama was the president. He has the authority to do that.
Right,
Joe
and
doesn't.
right.
Joe was senator. He had no authority to do that.
No.
He violated the law all those years and
You
decades,
misunderstand.
like
You
it or not.
misunderstand. Obama secretly, in his head, declassified everything that was at Joe's house.
He's never stated anything as such.
He doesn't have to state it. He's president. He just does it in his head.
But no, this
Do you
is
see how
before any.
ridiculous
No,
those
that was
claims are?
before even Obama was president. He was taking these documents home as senator. So even then, sorry, you still don't meet the standard. Joe still violated the law. He still violated our
LBJ
national security.
clearly-
He still put our national security at risk.
He was-
Joe's negligence is worse than anything Trump is
He
even
was friends with
accused
LBJ
of.
too, and LBJ declassified them in advance.
No, actually, there was no executive order that Obama had signed in effect at that time. So, nope, sorry. Again,
Oh wait,
Joe Biden falls short. So,
Wait, hold on. So Obama has to sign an executive order. He can't just do it in his head.
well, no, the idea that a president can just unilaterally declassify without having to inform anybody is actually within an executive order Obama signed. That was something that he signed into law. That was part of the legal justification that Trump utilized. So, unfortunately, Joe Biden, as senator, still doesn't fall within the protections that you're trying to say he
But
does.
what
So
he's
he was
being
still
invested-
negligent.
right.
He still violated our national security. He still put us
But
at
you realize
risk
the
by
raid
being
at
negligent
Mar-a-Lago
with these
was not
documents.
predicated
So it's
on
still worse than
classification, right?
anything Trump is even accused of.
Right?
What? No, I didn't hear your question.
The raid on Mar-a-Lago was not predicated on a classification. It was predicated on the documents belonging to NARA and needing. In other words,
No,
it was
the fear was classified documents and who he was sharing them with.
no. That's what
That-
the press
that
was
the-
talking about, but that was not what the FBI.
That's what Merrick Garland said.
He might be talking about classification.
signed
with the
off
stuff that
on
he's
it.
investigating now, but no. If you read the warrant, it was based on NARA's ownership of the documents, not based on classification. They
I'm
specifically
sure the
avoided
guy that got Trump shafted out of a Supreme Court justice seat sure doesn't have any sour grapes at all about this. And like, yeah, certainly don't trust what he's got to say. Like, because he's the guy that signed off on it. And so there was some serious partiality here that was not considered at all with that raid. And so that was kind of the
But that
beginning
wasn't
of the
him.
Banana Republic, to be honest with you. Like, as far as the rights concerned, that was
That
the
was the-
beginning
that
of
was
our
the-
Banana Republic.
That was a Trump appointee that authorized it, right? That was what's his name?
No, Garland signed off on it.
But didn't it have to come from what's his name? Head of the FBI.
And it came from the top,
Christopher
which was
Wray.
Garland.
Christopher Wray's the
Like-
top of the FBI. No, I understand that Garland had to authorize it, but it had to be requested by the FBI so that he could authorize it, right? Like it came from Wray. If Wray had
So you really
if Wray
don't think
made
there
a
was a
referral-
meeting of like, okay, you're gonna ask me and we're gonna do it. Like Garland had his assurances from the top, which is Biden.
Okay, but Wray
and so like I'm sorry,
Hold
like
on.
you
Now
don't
that-
think
now
there's
you're breaking
any
news.
appearance of partiality
now,
here.
now you're breaking news. You're saying it came from Biden. There's a communication from Biden.
Spoiler
to-
alert.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I'd love to see that. Like, what evidence do we have of that?
Jesus Christ. Okay. Like, no, I get it. Like, do I have proof? No. Do I need a weather vane to know which way the wind is blowing? Absolutely not. we're going to eventually find out. Like, no, I'm telling you, this is a spoiler alert. Eventually, we're going to find out that those assurances that Garland needed came straight from Biden himself. And the rating of his political opposition, and like,
have
Garland enough is bad enough, because that's, again, this guy's clearly got an axe to grind, because Trump did prevent him from ascending to the Supreme Court.
We need to make a list, number one. And also, have you ever been to longbets.org?
I've heard of them.
I love this thing. And I know it's not like as popular as it used to be, but they're committed to being around for like 1,000 years or something because of all these bets. But like famous people make bets on longbets.org or whatever. And the stakes are always like, it's charity stuff too. Like they'll say, oh, if my prediction's right, then I'll give $400 to whatever. We should start like keeping track of all of these things. And the long bet that I'm most interested in, it's not that long of a bet, is your 3 to 5 years prediction on fusion. I want to get that like on the long bets site. And it's been a year, I think, since I first heard you talk about it. So now it's 2 to 4
any
years.
Minute. Ico.
Yeah.
Any minute.
I know. 2 to 4. We're now
5
at 2 to 4 years.
Over the next 15 years. It's the way fusion, like, but no, like, actually, we've had a lot of breakthroughs just in the last 3 months.
So now we're talking about 2025 to 2027. That would be your prediction.
Like, I thought mine was a decade prediction,
but we'd have to get more.
5.
Well, I
thought it was a decade,
3 to 5 years, but that's okay. I don't have that on tape, and I can't prove it. But that's the whole point of these long bets.
Sounds like something I would have said, but I don't know. I'd have to see the context.
But you would that's the one I'm most interested in registering on the site, because I'd like to get it. And also we have to be specific. Like, what do you mean? You mean like before some university announces that they were able to make something critical or whatever, or before we actually can like hook something up to the grid that's actually powering a neighborhood, or like what specifically are you predicting to happen, and in what timeline?
Okay. All right. Like, I'll have to think on like what the exact metrics of that bet will have to be, because I do like the idea of like us getting on there, because I've already got a couple of bets about the next election of Trump will be the nominee, and Biden will not crack 80 million votes. And I've already got those 2 bets for the next time around.
Will Trump crack 80 million?
I don't think either of them do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that means much if nobody does it. Like if Trump did it and Biden didn't, obviously that would mean a lot.
Biden needs those kind of numbers to stave off any kind of potential of an electoral college loss.
Yeah,
he literally needs to crack 80
think,
million. Otherwise, Trump, he's got Kellyanne Conway back on board, and she is going to be.
You're right. She won
murderous
2016.
to the
She's
electoral
absolutely
college.
the reason he won 2016. I 100% agree with that. But I still think that one of these days it's going to happen the other way around, and people are going to freak the fuck out when, in fact, I showed you the tweets like from 2012 when for a hot minute it looked like Obama had lost the popular vote, even though he won the electoral college on election night. And, Trump freaked the fuck out there. He said, we need a revolution. Like, we're not in a real democracy. Like, what the fuck's going on? It was hilarious. So if it actually were to really happen, I want to know what the reaction is going to be from both sides. Like,
I actually, on election night, 2020, we did a live stream. It was like 8-9 hours. Like, it was a marathon. And
yeah, just like I was in 22.
Yep, and I was asked, so Phil, what would your reaction be if Trump won the popular vote and lost the electoral college? And I went, well, my first, joke, well, I mean, we should probably look at this popular vote. So like, no. Even I would have to acknowledge one of the greatest electoral ironies of all time, if that was how that one actually, like as much as I'd say like that would have been like a little more poetic, like for folks on the left, if he would have like somehow won the popular vote but lost the electoral college, like that would have been like, I think for the folks on the left, they would have much preferred that ending. But I don't really see that being a problem on the Republican side anytime soon, because like the Republican, like Trump kind of showed them the way. Like it's not going to be as hard as it used to be to score that electoral win for Republican.
But like I said, in 2012, Obama ran ahead of the Electoral College by 3 points, or ran ahead of the popular vote by 3 points, which is to say, if his popular vote, let's see, how do I say this? If things had shifted to the right by 3 points, then Obama would have lost the popular vote, but he still would have kept Colorado, which is the tipping point state at that time, which means he would have won. So he was 3 points ahead. It just so happens that his popular vote wasn't low enough to dip under 50%. But it's still the same statistical occurrence as happened in 2020 with Trump and Hillary. It just happened in the other direction. So it's kind of a fluke that it benefited Republicans twice, in 2000 and 2016, and it benefited Obama in 2012, but it didn't matter. Turns out it didn't matter in the election. One of these days, it's going to happen the other way around. It's just going to, because statistically, it's, whatever. And also we have all these states in the South that are blue shifting. And just like we have the states in the Midwest that are red shifting, and they're kind of like passing each other in the night, and that's restructuring like how all the points work. And so, yeah, the possibility of a Democrat losing the popular vote and winning the Electoral College is going to go up as those states like start trading places. And also, some of those Rust Belt states now aren't, or Midwest states aren't red shifting anymore, like fucking Michigan, which is, that one floored me in 22. Like they won, Democrats got a trifecta at the state level, and then also are at the federal level also have all those seats. Not just a trifecta, but also like, Attorney General, Secretary of State, like all those statewide seats. Like it's amazing. Like
the Democrats realized, oh shit, we left a flank open, and they poured a shit ton of money into there after 2016. Yeah. They're like, okay, never a goddamn again. Like, and so that was
and that assassination attempt on Whitmer, I think, made a big difference electorally too. Like people were like, what the fuck's going on? And that made her more, she became a martyr, right? Like if someone tried to assassinate Trump, like a serious assassination attempt, it would have helped him, Like I think that made a difference.
Like there's been a couple on Trump. And
well, there's been a couple people who've like rushed the stage or whatever, but I'm talking about like, these guys, like, the FBI had everything on them because they had like,
Starman, I'm in Michigan. Other than the weed stuff, it's hell here. Damn, assassination attempt, Starman. So, like, so the folks in Michigan, they seem to have an idea about that. Like to me, it's like one of those. I heard about it in the news, and I heard like it was like, is this like the typical FBI thing where they find like some 85 IQ morons and then entrap them to do something, because they do that once in a while.
Well, a lot of people did turn like there were like, I don't know, like a dozen and a half people or something involved in this. And what happened is 3 different people that were in that group independently like called the FBI. The FBI was like they had 3 people within that original group like working with them, so like they were able to like catch it on that basis. But yeah, it was like, jury held all the evidence, found all the evidence on that, and the big prediction there was that they wouldn't get convicted. Like a lot of people told me that they wouldn't get they were just as sure as you were about overturning the stuff, and it never happened. Like they got unanimous verdicts, and this was a much higher standard. This was beyond a shadow of doubt standard, not the preponderance of evidence standard. And yeah, they're in prison now.
Oh yeah, like I'm not saying like, oh, everybody was so it was just nothing but angels. But like, I was wondering if like, were these a couple of sub 85 IQ morons? Like what you're telling me is like, okay, out of this group, it was mostly undercover informants and CIs and shit at this point. Like, which is funny.
It was a combination of morons and people who weren't quite dumb enough to like fall for it and like decided to call somebody. Yeah, absolutely. Like it was that combination. You know, it's like people who are conservative and like they like to talk shit sometimes, but when they were like realizing, oh fuck, this is actually happening, they called the FBI. Like, yeah.
Well, like it's one of those like I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but like especially in the South, there is entire chapters of the Ku Klux Klan that would have the only dues paying members are underground informants or FBI agents. Like that's how deep the infiltration into the Klan is, which, you know, you kind of like if you're going to be spending our tax dollars on anything, you know, that's probably something that we should be spending a little money on. But like this kind of strikes me as that's like, okay, like out of this little paramilitary that they were building there, like it's like there's 9 dudes and like or 6 of them feds.
Close to it. Yeah. It was more like the other way around. 9 dudes, 3 of them. Well, none of them were feds, but they were people. They were CIs for the
winky.
They became CIs.
Okay, CIs. Like okay, that's You're just you're a Fed you're just an employee of the Feds. Like, oh God, you work for them and sometimes don't even get paid.
I mean, I would hope that if you found yourself in one of those situations, you also would.
I don't I don't associate with people that would do such things.
But let's say people you were associated with, like you misjudged them, right? You didn't, you know, they were like creepier than you thought. And they started like making those kinds of plans. Obviously you would call the FBI. I mean, obviously I know you would.
Like, yeah, if I see Billy Bob like, hey man, I got all the parts for the bomb. You want to see it? Like, hey sheriff, think you ought to take a look. Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm honestly I'm gonna call my local sheriff first because he's a little faster and he's gonna be there a little
faster. I'm sure they did too, but
it was like, hey,
but your sheriff would. But if it was something like that, then that sheriff would make a referral to the FBI.
Yeah. I'm just gonna walk away from this, and you just have yourself fun in that. But yeah, like holy hell, yeah, that looks like that could blow up a fucking lot of stuff. So how about you deal with that?
But also these guys like might have committed their own crimes, and by cooperating with the FBI or whatever, they could be immune to that in order to catch the ring. That happens too.
That happens a lot, actually. Yeah, that happens more than once.
A lot of terrorist plots have been stopped because of that.
Yep, because somebody's got a coke charge they need to get go away.
Right, like the Enrico Tarrio, the head of the chairman of the Proud Boys. He was a CI like years ago for some other shit, and so and now somebody else became a CI and flipped on him. Like, what are you gonna do? Live by the sword, die by the sword.
It's about to say, like, maybe don't make bombs and such, or like whatever it is. Like, because like to me, it's like some of these folks probably just needed to start a podcast, and some of them needed to go see a shrink. Like that's one of the things. Like, all right, either go see a shrink, start a podcast, or do something else with your time. Jesus Christ! Like,
hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It was 14 of them.
14 morons.
And I think the ringleader or the guy who got the most, he got 16 years.
His name
Paul Bayar.
Cletus or something? Oh, okay.
Adam Fox was his name.
Okay, I was expecting a Cletus with missing teeth. Like, sorry, just like when I think of the folks that they got doing this, it's like I'm not imagining the best and the brightest. No.
So of the 14, 12 were found guilty. And then 2 were found not guilty.
Man, those 2 must have been just like the most like it's like, okay, Billy Bob here doesn't know shit from apple butter. I don't even know why he's in the
Right.
room here.
Right.
Like I think they just like the fucking little hot dog wieners he cooked. So
So that was part of Michigan, but the other part of Michigan too was, believe it or not, I know like you might not like to hear this, but in Michigan, they actually liked the way Whitmer handled COVID, and those anti-lockdown protests that were happening at the time, like, scared a lot of people, because they were just like, at first I thought it was pretty cool because they were all
the
in their
businesses
cars.
That were forcibly closed didn't really seem to like it, but
the majority of voters in Michigan liked it. Like, they thought what she did.
That's nice. Like, if they vote to, we're going to override your Second Amendment, that doesn't make it fucking valid or right or even legal.
Well, no,
like it doesn't matter if the fucking majority like that's the thing. A constitution is anti-democratic at its very base. It doesn't matter if the majority likes X, Y, or Z. There are limits to what the majority wants.
All they voted for was the governor. Like, the Constitution allows them to vote for governor.
And the governor implemented all of these. Like, that, she literally forced business closures. There's people that are getting arrested for opening their hair salons and shit.
Yeah, yeah, and the courts allowed it. I mean, what can I say? I mean, you're right. It's not voting.
Okay, if everybody votes that you, Aiko, are not allowed to leave your house and your checking account's been cleared out, is that valid to you?
No, they didn't vote on that. The courts decided that. You're right. Some things are determined by the courts and not by elections. This was determined.
So then the whole they voted for governor thing doesn't really matter. It's just
no. This is what I'm saying. It's irrelevant to what you're.
But no, like, so if everybody votes, or even if the courts decide that no, Aiko, you're just not allowed to leave your house.
Well,
anymore.
who decides? If voters can't decide and the courts can't decide,
like,
who decides?
So I'm sorry, but so do you find that valid if they vote or say the judge say no, you're not allowed to leave your house anymore just because it eases our anxieties?
Well, yeah, just like they did with Typhoid Mary.
So you think that So you think
Typhoid Mary should be allowed to work?
Well, no. I'm asking you. Do you think that would be valid if the judge did it to you? You're trying to deflect it off to somebody else. I'm trying to. So you think it would be totally valid if your rights are violated and taken from you with no due process for any reason, just like the people who had their businesses closed. So
there was a reason. There was a reason. The reason was the pandemic. So yeah, if a judge said
no due process,
if a judge said,
so you're totally cool.
If a judge pointed to me and said, "Hey, you have typhoid. Every time you work in a kitchen, like 4 or 5 people die," or whatever the fuck it was that happened. Then
but you don't. So that's fiction. So no, I'm asking you because there would be no valid reason. Okay, and we now know that a lot of these lockdowns and a lot of these restrictions weren't valid or necessary or even effective. And so
then why? Then what was Trump complaining about with China?
We needed to close the border.
Okay. So a lockdown, a national lockdown, where you can't come into or leave the country.
Because that's where.
But that wasn't his argument with China.
But no, actually, Nancy Pelosi said that would have been xenophobic to do, and so actually, the left in their cries of xenophobia actually left us exposed.
I sided against Pelosi on that one.
Well, that's so nice. So maybe you should vote Republican next time around.
I supported Trump's lockdowns. You know who didn't? Or in retrospect, was DeSantis. DeSantis was the one who said that Trump was way too supportive of lockdowns early in the pandemic. Like, that's an argument among conservatives now, because Trump says, no, I did the right thing. Like, things were about to blow up and I stopped it from being millions and millions of Americans dead instead of just 1.1 million dead. He takes credit for saving all those lives because he supported the lockdowns early.
Yes,
like
he says coming from China is not a state level lockdown where you can't open your business. I'm sorry, that is a very big attempt to deflect and minimize.
He supported states and localities too. He also supported he
wanted to keep the schools open and
slow the spread.
So no, he didn't support any business lockdown ever.
He supported the 14 days to slow the spread, where everyone stays at home. He supported that.
He
early
never
on.
supported any business
Well, I mean,
lockdown ever.
if-
Find
if-
him ever
it-
saying he supported
It might
a
be
business
that
lockdown.
DeSantis
A
is lying
business
about it, but
lockdown
that was his
mandate.
complaint.
I would love to see it because it
Well,
never happened.
You'll have to ask DeSantis about that because that's his complaint. His complaint was that Trump was too supportive of lockdowns and that like he himself called the president to try and like not allow that. And that Trump said, no, we've got to do this. Like that's DeSantis. So, I mean, yeah, he might be lying. I agree with you that DeSantis lies about a lot of stuff, but that's the discourse that's happening between Trump and DeSantis on that issue. Also, vaccines, right? Like Trump wants to take credit for the vaccines that and Operation Warp Speed and all that stuff, and DeSantis is like not a great fan of that.
His
Like,
base
that's-
will forgive him for that because
well, he still takes credit for it to this day.
yeah,
It's
but
not
like I
something
said,
to
his
forgive.
base will
Like he's not
forgive him.
apologizing. He's not asking for forgiveness. He's that's part of what he wants to campaign on.
And that's why his base is so generous. They're giving it anyways.
Yeah.
But like, so now I'm curious, like,
Even though what?
From
Hold
the
on.
town-
Even though he like it murdered like 80% of Americans because within 10 years of taking the vaccine, we're all going to die. That's what I've been told will happen.
I was
Actually,
about to say, like,
I was told initially
in a
it would happen
video
within a
game,
year.
winky face TOS, but
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
like
no. I'm not saying that, and you're not saying that. I'm just saying I was
like
told that.
nobody's saying that, like no, because nobody's allowed to. But like no, honestly, like we are starting to see now though, like rhetorically, right
Mm-hmm.
now, like the anti-vaxxers are standing on better rhetorical ground than they ever have throughout any point in the like now the pandemic is technically over according to like who was it, the WHO or the CDC? They said as of
No.
this day on midnight we're done with it. Like
They
somebody
didn't say
said,
the pandemic's over. They said the state of emergency that was declared within the United States is over. The pandemic exists and it will continue to exist
forever.
until it reaches endemic levels, which nobody knows when that is. But people aren't dying we're still getting thousands of people per week dying. So it's still like a bigger number than any other communicable disease. But compared to, last year and the year before that, like, it's much, much, much smaller. And if you're vaccinated, even if you're not boosted, if you're vaccinated, your risk of hospitalization and death goes dramatically down. But if you're not boosted, like you're still at risk of like things like long COVID, stuff like that.
Fedor says Operation Warp Speed was a Trump saying, not saying it was good. Someday Dems will blame Trump for it. And like I said, Fedor, you're going to hate me when you see it. In about 20 years, the Democrats are going to say, oh, no, we were actually opposed to any of the lockdown mandates and vaccine mandates.
See, that's another
The parties were switched back then.
That's another long bet.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Perfect.
I absolutely will do a long bet.
Tycho, if you're still on Twitch, you will be making that fucking argument. No. The parties were switched back then. Okay. Like, yeah, 20 years, you will be making that argument. Okay.
Well, no, because we don't have what the fuck?
You remember Kamala saying she wouldn't trust?
We don't have
Trump's
Lee
vaccine?
Atwater. Like Lee Atwater's the one who started that. You're gonna have to blame him.
Oh God, who's he again?
Lee Atwater. He was the Nixon operative and the Reagan operative.
Okay, we're going a little ways back.
Yes. Who? Oh man, I'll just have to show it to you. I don't know that we can read this quote out loud because it's got some no words in it.
Yeah, if it's got no words, let's the great party reswitch. Yeah, like I mean they got to play. They did that presto changeo once. Why wouldn't they roll that dice again? And see, like it paid off the first time, so just as well try to.
Here we go. Well, but you're giving credit to the wrong.
Give the PG version of what
you're giving credit to the wrong people, right? Because this didn't come from Democrats. This came from Lee Atwater. Hold on.
What exactly came from Lee Atwater?
I'm about to. Oh fuck, we're on StreamYard, aren't we? How do I share my screen on StreamYard? I think I know how to do it.
Just hit present. But no, what like if it's got no words, I don't want to put it on the screen. But like,
hold on, let me look. No, I think it's.
What's this about? Is this about lockdowns or vaccines or?
No, it's about the Southern strategy. Lee Atwater.
Okay.
Lee Atwater is the
okay. So
one.
that's where I poked that nerve there. Okay.
Well, yeah, Lee Atwater is the one who. Hold on. Here it is. It's his famous 1981 interview. I don't know. Let me go back and look and make sure that word doesn't.
Yeah, like one guy pandering to Southern voters and printing out pamphlets.
He wasn't.
Does not a party switch make?
No, he wasn't talking about himself. He was. Oh no, I can't.
Yeah. Like you watch that.
All right, I'll just read it to you.
He said a couple of.
I'll just read it to you, and I'll switch out the words. Okay. So this is Lee Atwater explaining what the Nixon administration was doing, starting in 1968, because he was part of that administration. He says this is a strategic play that he's talking about. You start out in 1954 by saying N-word, N-word, N-word. By 1968, you can't say N-word. That hurts you. It backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, all that stuff, and you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes and all these things you're talking about that are totally economic things. And as a byproduct of them, blacks get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this as much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than N-word, N-word. That's his explanation as to how the Nixon administration, how they were pivoting after the Civil Rights Act was passed, because they saw an opportunity. They were like, okay, like you got black people to switch to becoming Democrats because of all of that. Now we're going to get the other side of that. We're going to get the people who aren't so happy with black people, and we're going to flip them over to our side. Like that was the Nixon administration's post 1964 Civil Rights Act pivot, in their own words.
Yeah. So like, to me, it's one guy deciding, hey, why don't we decide to pander to Southern voters?
It wasn't one guy.
It
wasn't Lee Atwater. Lee Atwater takes that.
Well, I mean, that's the guy you're quoting, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's describing the administration that he was in. He's not describing himself. Like Lee Atwater didn't run the Nixon administration. Nixon ran the Nixon administration. The administration, they didn't
What
do
was
anything.
Lee Atwater's position?
What was Lee Atwater? Hold on, let me look it up. But what Lee Atwater did is he took that strategy and then carried it forward into other, like into the Reagan administration, because of course he was on the rise in 1981. Lee Atwater. Let's see. Oh, that would all be on the right, wouldn't it? He then died of brain cancer.
Consultant and strategist. So he's a consultant. So
right. Like, so how can you say that he was single-handedly deciding what the Nixon administration's policy was when he was following the administration's decision. He wasn't.
Well, I'm saying, like, so this is one person's characterization of things. It could also be incorrect.
Well, but all you have to do is look at.
Is that possible though?
No, because
it's not possible that what he said is incorrect.
That is
correct. Take it as gospel truth, 100%. You'd put your hand to the Bible on it.
He is, yes, because first of all, I grew up during those times. The Southern strategy was being implemented in my state. Like we had Democratic governors, and we after the Voting Rights Act, Republicans started to rise in Texas, as they did throughout the South. And all of a sudden,
Fedor has a question. I'm curious. How many Dixiecrat leaders switched to the Republican Party, and how many remained Dems, with some with long careers into their 80s?
I mean, there were some that switched, but it was
Robert
more
Bud.
the voters. But it was the voters that switched. So if you were a new,
why'd they keep electing Robert Byrd then?
Because he was in the South and he was white, and
he was a Dixiecrat, a Democrat. Yeah. So
Right. So look at the voting record.
So apparently the party
So look-
switch isn't quite as clean as we'd like to think it is,
Well, by clean, you mean did it happen in a single year instead of over 40 years?
or at all.
Okay, so what your strategy, your claim is that Southern black voters still vote for Republicans and whites in the South still vote for Democrats.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
at all.
so they
But
flip.
I'm saying the Southern strategy of like we're appealing to racism is one guy's interpretation of
Well, hold
what
on.
he thought
But
they
it's
were
backed
doing
up by the
as a
data.
consultant.
But it's backed up by the data. We know for a fact that white voters in the South switched to voting Republican and black voters switched to voting more Democrat. Like we know that happened. There's no
Okay, but like you can't say for sure. Like there's no way of tracking. Like, oh, it's because of racism that happened. Like, I'm sorry, it could be for any number
Well,
of economic
first of all,
reasons. It could be for cult of personality.
First of all,
for
you're
who was running
characterizing that
as
as
the
racism.
candidate.
I'm just
And
telling
also,
you that-
Richard Nixon was one of the most popular reelected presidents of all time. So to try and measure his reelection campaign versus anybody else's isn't exactly
But
fair.
where does his
So
votes
say
come
like
from?
one guy quoting and saying the N-word a bunch of times in his quote does not a party switch make where you can say definitively
No, he's
that
saying you
this is
don't say
why
the N-word anymore.
it happened.
He's saying he's saying you don't say it anymore. You stop saying it. And keep in mind the reason
black voters
here's the
switched to
reason-
vote for Dixiecrats.
But you realize Nixon got 43% of the vote in 1968. This super popular guy that you're talking about.
43%.
He won 43.4% of the vote in 1968.
Well, I don't remember the exact numbers, but no, if you look at his reelection campaign, it was one of the most successful reelection campaigns in history.
Oh, so you're talking about 1972.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about his first one. Like that one, he squeaked by. But his reelection, that one was one of the most successful reelection campaigns in presidential history.
So,
okay.
Yeah. And so, absolutely he did. And the reason he did was because as a Republican, he was able to win the South.
Yeah, he campaigned.
Really freaking unusual thing to win the South. Because the South had abandoned Democrats at that point. Well, Southern whites abandoned the Democrats at that point. For some reason, they were upset at Democrats sometime after the 1964 Voting Rights Act. Can't imagine why. And Civil Rights Acts. Can't imagine why Southern whites would suddenly switch to being Republicans like that.
But I mean, we can all perfectly read every one of their minds with 100% certainty, folks. But even the guy that you're talking himself said that and started in the 50s, you could say bad things, but by the 60s, that doesn't help you anymore because people had changed and maybe they're a little bit better than they're being given credit for.
Well, no, it didn't work anymore because then you lose the North. That's the problem is you can't win the South alone. So now you have to start coding your language. But then because they knew that they could pick up Southern whites. I don't think it's a coincidence that Nixon by 72 had won all of the Confederate states.
Now, like the thing that I always kind of point out is like people say, well, what about the Southern strategy where Republicans found a way to pander to voters? Like that doesn't really, like to me, that doesn't really.
Isn't that a logical thing to do? Like if you know you're going to lose the black vote because now they've switched over to Democrats, aren't you going to want to get the alternative to that?
Well, no, you pander to every vote you can get from all quarter. Like every politician does this. No, like let's not pretend. Like, and here's the thing:
including
the Ku Klux Klan was the strong arm wing of the Southern Democratic Party for 100 years and suppressed Republican votes for well over 100 years. And then
that's my point.
They pretend that this is some sort of Republican.
But you just said, in your own words, that that the Republicans should then pander to every vote they can, right? So
every politician does,
right? So you've got to pander to that Klan vote. You've got to get them to vote for you now.
They never vote for Republicans, though. Still to this
day.
They
do now. Yeah, they do now for sure.
Oh, 2016, Grand Dragon
David
of the Ku Klux Klan actually endorsed Hillary Clinton.
David Duke endorsed Trump.
Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan
Yeah,
endorsed
no, I
Hillary
know he
Clinton.
did. But then,
So, like, I'm
did you
sorry,
see
like,
the interview?
the Dixiecrats still alive?
Hold on, did you
and
see
well.
that interview? Because I remember when that happened. Did you see that interview?
I don't take a lot of time out of
Did
my
you see
day
the
to listen to what
smirk
David
with
Duke
which
has
he
to
said,
say.
"Oh, winky face"? I endorsed because he knew what that would mean. The fact is, he didn't. He wasn't actually in support of that. He wanted Trump in there. Same thing with Richard Spencer when he endorsed Trump, and with David Duke when he endorsed Trump. Like of course they love Trump. Like it makes perfect sense. Now, I mean, it was the same thing with the Unite the Right rally. It's the same thing. You had a lot of those people there, or you had those tiki torch bearing Jews will not replace us guys. Like they know who their guy is. Now it may be that Trump doesn't want to be their guy. I don't know. Like I'm not. I don't care about that. But I do know that starting after this, starting in 1968, the strategy was to make the best of the fact that that black people were voting for Democrats now. And
But
the way that they did that was by trying to get the other
black
side.
voters the entire time. Like there's always an attempt to try and get
But
black voters.
what?
Because especially
why have
now,
they
you
failed?
can't get elected without black voters in
in the Democratic Party, yeah,
or Republican Party. You do need a consort. You do need a certain percentage of black voters.
Why do you think 90% of black people don't vote that way? But they did before. Like, what is it that disenchanted black people with the Republican Party? Because I agree with Osiris on this. I don't think
I don't really know, because the Democrats seem to have been doing everything they can to not do, like, the Civil Rights Act does not make up for everything the Democrats have done to black people over 150 years.
I agree.
Like the Confederates were all Democrats. The slave owners were overwhelmingly Democrats.
Yeah.
And yet now the Democrats, like, and it's a brilliant presto changeo, pretend that all the racism in the country was somehow some sort of Republican phenomenon when it was Lincoln who actually executed
But you don't realize
the
how
Civil
much
War.
I agree with you. Like, I agree with you 100% on all this. And I agree with Osiris when he says Democrats like assume that they're just entitled to the black vote, and that's not true. What he'll also tell you is that they still vote Democratic anyway because they know what their alternative is. Okay, fine, but why? What is it that convinced black people that they couldn't vote for the Republican Party anymore?
I don't know, because Martin Luther King Jr. was a registered Republican.
No, he wasn't. That's a myth.
Really? I've heard that for years. I'll have to look that up.
I mean, direct quotes. They asked him what he was, and he said he was a democratic socialist.
I'll look that up. I'll fact check that later. But
sure.
But yeah, democratic socialist. Yuck.
Yeah.
Okay. That's now. Granted, like when I listened to his two speeches, like the "I Have a Dream" speech, everybody knows that one. It's historical. To me, I think his better speech was the "Why I Oppose the War in Vietnam" speech. Great piece of rhetoric. But also, when I was done listening to it, I was like, oh, so that's why the CIA killed him.
Yeah.
Allegedly in a video game. Winky face. Don't kill
Okay.
the CIA,
1961 speech to the Negro American Labor Council. Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, but there must be a better distribution of wealth within this country for all God's children. Here's another one, 1966, in a speech to his staff. We are saying that something is wrong with capitalism. There must be better distribution of wealth for people. Maybe America must move toward a democratic socialism. I mean, there's tons of. I mean, I teach MLK every year, so I especially love.
He stated, "I do not think the Republican Party is full of the Almighty God, nor is the Democratic Party. They both have weaknesses. I am not inexorably bound to either party." Okay, so
I know that quote.
Probably nonpartisan then.
Right, he's a democratic socialist, but he's not a member of the Democratic Party. He certainly wasn't a registered Republican. Like that one was a straight up fabrication.
Actually, like I heard one,
but he also didn't want. He was messaging to LBJ all the time. You cannot take my vote for granted or the support of my organizations for granted for your political campaign.
Okay, this one I didn't know. MLK had a lot of socialists in interest and decidedly heretical Christian views. That I did not know about. Like, have you heard anything about that, Fedor? About anything that would be considered heretical Christian views? I haven't ever heard of that. Aiko's just like, well, good night.
No,
Like,
no, no.
what? Oh shit! Did we just
I mean,
stumble on something?
one man's heresy is another man's dogma. So I'm sure that whatever he believed is heretical. According, I mean,
Somebody.
I don't know much about his theology in particular. I study him more for his like civil rights activism. I'm not married to the idea that he's like. I mean, first of all, he's a Protestant, so he's wrong and already.
Jesus Christ. Okay, all right. Tell us how you really feel.
I say that to Eucharist all the time. He's a dirty, dirty Protestant.
Dirty Protestant. Like, wow. Like I said, like there was about 10 minutes where you and I totally agreed on theology at some point in our lives. Like I would have enjoyed getting a coffee that day. It's like, all right, so we totally agree.
Well, part of the reason I say that,
then 11 minutes in, we would have found something we disagreed on.
Right. Part of the reason I do that with you is because actually he's, I believe, Anglican, and Anglicans aren't technically Protestants. They're neither Catholic nor Protestant. They're kind of like inhabit this in-between space where they're almost Catholic. And so I like to call them a Protestant just because it irks Anglicans to be called Protestant.
Wow. That's funny.
But yeah.
Like now I found that when you go to a Protestant church, don't call it a Protestant church. They will hear your Catholic upbringing from a mile away. Like, wow, this is a lovely Protestant church here.
Well, and also non-denominationalists, for some reason, think that Protestant is a denomination, so they don't like to be called Protestants because they're non-denominational, so they're not protesting the Catholic Church, I guess, is what they're trying to say. But I mean,
boy, they're really trying to have their cake and eat it too, aren't they?
I mean, if you're not obedient to the Pope, then you're Protestant by definition. But whatever, like
I was about to say, like that's kind of the the defining line. I'd say, like, it's how much. What do you make of the papacy?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, unfortunately, like for me, after studying history,
right,
and like to me, it's like okay, the Pope is either a well-meaning yet ineffectual egomaniac or a tyrannical and brutal egomaniac. It's usually what they range from.
I read a book about Catholic apologetics one time by a Catholic like theologian or whatever. And in his introduction, it's really a wonderful introduction. He says, you may have been confronted before with like the ills of the church or whatever. Somebody might come up to you and say, oh, I heard this about what your church has done or what your popes have done or whatever. And he said, your first instinct might be to instantly like push back against that and to like defend the church. He says, that's not the way to do it. He says, the way to do it is to say, oh yeah, but it gets much worse. And then come back with an even worse sin of the church. Because that's how you
throws them off.
It throws them off. It sort of signals that you're open to the criticism and that you understand that like the church is a church of fallible humans and, you know, St. Peter like fucked up all the time. And then, like, it always amazes me that Jesus picks Peter, like, because he's the guy who like, you know, who denies him, who like keeps like, you know, he pulls out a sword one time and Jesus is like, put that down. Like he just keeps fucking up. And because the church is a human institution and it will continually fuck up.
Now, I don't know if you've ever seen this. Like, okay, the first one, it was this thing. The second one was trash, but
right.
Okay, the Exorcist movies.
They're great.
The Exorcist 3. Have you ever seen it?
Oh no, I haven't got so far.
Okay, you need like
the first one was amazing. By the way, I know an exorcist, and he tells me that it's accurate.
Nice. Like now the second one was just a Hollywood cash grab, so you can just skip that one. Don't even watch it. The third one,
is that the one where they go to Africa? And there's
Okay. And the third one, though, the screenplay was written by the guy who actually wrote the original Exorcist novel.
Oh yeah.
And there's this brilliant scene where when you're talking about things that the church has done wrong, it always makes me think of this scene because Damien Karras, the priest, he's been seemingly revived. But what happened is the soul of this serial killer was put into the body of this priest, and it was a deal that Satan had made. And so the main George C. Scott, he comes down, and he's one of the main, and he's like, I was Damien's friend. What are you doing? You're supposed to be dead. And then there's this brilliant monologue where the person who plays the demon inside, or the killer inside the priest, Damien Karras, he goes, and he's all in a straitjacket. He goes, what you need to understand is the master, he wanted to make a scandal, a horror in the eyes of all men who would seek faith. And in the body of this saintly priest, it's exactly what I'll do. And so like it made me think of that immediately when you were talking about that. But you had something you wanted to bring up.
Oh, only that I knew an
I want to get
Exorcist. He
deeper.
tells me that first movie was accurate.
Okay.
But yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar now. So maybe I have seen it.
If you haven't seen it, it's like you have to have kind of Catholic sensibilities to understand and enjoy the movie. Because I noticed my Protestant friends didn't really like that one when I was watching it, like when we were years ago. But like, because they didn't get it, like they just didn't understand like why the Exorcist is here, what's he doing, and like me, I remember Father Bill years ago when I was a kid. He explained all that to us because he knew like that's the kind of stuff that gets 12-year-old kids' attention. Like, they're like, they want to hear about that. Like, it's like, oh,
part
really?
of the appeal of the Catholic Church is all of the ritual, and like exorcism is like an extra special ritual. Like, it's amazing. Like, I've never seen one or anything, but like the whole idea, like in terms of what it does, and all of the like they have whole liturgies like dedicated to this, and the things that the priest is supposed to say, and all that stuff. Especially in Latin cultures, they're like really big into it.
Yeah, it's like I don't know exactly, because like in some of the Protestant churches I go to, I notice they don't like any of the stuff like crossing yourself. That's something that no Protestant church. Now I actually did.
Although that's an ancient like Christian, like 2nd century Christians did that. Like
I know. Now I explained to my daughter it's the difference between Catholics. You'll start here, go there, go left shoulder, then right. And then the Greek Orthodox and Russian Orthodox, I've all seen, they go here, start right, and then go left. And if you see that, then it's they're not a Catholic. But if you want to blend in and you're going into a church, you got to do that right when you go in. So that's just like if you've ever seen the show Peaky Blinders, great scene where Tommy's
but
sitting
it's been recommended to me. I should definitely watch it.
Like there's just one scene where Tommy's sitting in this church and goes, so you're also a liar too. You're a Protestant. You walked into this church without making the sign of the cross. No Catholic girl would walk into a church without making the sign of the cross. And I was like, okay. Yep, I love this fucking show. You definitely got to check it. The Age of Arrogance.
Here's the thing too about Protestants and the sign of the cross. Martin Luther did the sign of the cross. So,
well, he was a Catholic monk who eventually, I think, wanted to sleep with someone. I think that's kind of where that.
Well, yeah, I don't doubt that he had his. But did you know that like his 95 theses that he nailed to the door or whatever, like the church agrees with all of those now. Like he ultimately won that battle. The Catholic Church like has acquiesced to all 95 of those theses. Although it hasn't stopped the Lutherans from remaining their own church. Like it's not like they're going to rejoin or anything.
No. But, I feel like there's a little bad blood there. Little stuff's happened since then.
Yeah, just some, burning at the stake and whatever.
Yes, a couple of things you can't take back now.
Right.
So to me, it's fascinating because like when I was a kid, like I remember my brother and I, like when we were like 18, 19, 20, it was like back around like 2008-ish and such.
Right.
We would watch the old conspiracy theory videos that were all over YouTube, and like, we'd knock back a few beers and like laugh at them. And it was all, some of them went, and if you follow the money, it all goes back to the Vatican.
Right.
And we all know what that means. And me and my brother like, wait, what the fuck does that mean? Like, no, damn it. We missed out on some great conspiracy theory stuff, man. But yeah, apparently we found out like everybody thinks if it's not the If it's not the European bankers, it's the Vatican. Like,
yeah, of course.
That's where it all is.
Sure. Oh, of course.
Now,
I was raised with that. I was raised with because I was raised Baptist. I was raised to believe that the Pope was the Antichrist and all that stuff. Lots of those conspiracy theories growing up.
And so, like, to me, like, it's like, well, yeah, it's just the Catholic Church. They're just the good. They're just, it's Pope John Paul. What's he doing?
Yeah.
And then I, get a little older and start doing some research. Like, oh, okay. Some folks in the past might have pissed a few folks off over some years. Whoopsies.
Yeah. I mean, like,
That's a
one
nice
of my
way of putting it.
everyone's favorite seems to be like the Borgia popes. And,
God, like
mother-daughter orgies and
I
stuff
loved the show the Borgia on HBO because that was a little closer because I remember one of the Assassin's Creed games.
Yeah.
You could actually go to the Vatican and you were actually in Rome.
Right.
And Rodrigo Borgia was the main villain of that game. And so you got to know the whole Borgia family. But that game went with the whole idea that Cesare and Lucrezia were very much in an incestuous relationship. And there's some people that believe that was just sort of a slur of the time because
it's hard to know what's propaganda and what isn't in terms of like all the gossip and stuff that goes on. But I'll tell you, like, that family was just so corrupt that
it's basically gangsters.
That I don't really doubt the stories that much. I mean, I'm sure some of it's made up, but at the same time, like, you don't gain a reputation like that if there isn't some truth to it. Like, I'm sure that they were, a lot of it was true.
Well, like Rodrigo, he had a girlfriend that he kept with him all the time, and so like that alone was just like, okay,
yeah.
Like, and so the other priest thought like someday he will die and he will be black and bloated with syphilis, and he so he was not a popular pope. He didn't last long, and when he died, Cesare made his shot at the throne. Didn't really work, but like a lot of people don't know, Cesare Borgia is the portrait of Christ that a lot of people know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like it's
well, a lot of the like Saint Mary, like a lot of those paintings are the models were prostitutes. Like, it's just
just a pretty
painters
girl.
have to find their models somewhere. Yeah.
Yep. I need my muse.
Yeah.
But
and
like
maybe they did some business before they painted them. I don't know.
I actually mentioned this to Osiris earlier. That's like, I was talking to my daughter about this. Like, all right, kiddo, like, because she's Hispanic and considerably browner. The likelihood, like, Jesus's complexion was probably much closer to yours than it was mine. Because this was a Jewish man in Palestine over 2,000 years ago. He probably wasn't blonde hair, blue eyed. Okay. Like, it's just like, like that's probably closer to what was reality at that time. So like there's a song about, white Jesus. It's like, I kind of think about that every time I see the white Jesus. Like, I think about that now every time I see the portraits that we know. But let's see. The Shroud of Turin was his that. Okay. All right. I was going to call it quits this evening, but before we do, I need to ask you about this. The Shroud of Turin.
Yeah.
What's your take on it?
Well, I mean, there was at one point they dated, like they dated the material that was on it because there was a lot of pollen that was embedded in the material that had to have been part of like the cotton or whatever the heck it was made out of. And I seem to remember that they dated back about 600 years. So like it's a medieval thing that was created. No one knows exactly how it was made. But yeah, it's not old enough to be what it purports to be.
To me, I was like, okay, this is a shroud of someone that was crucified. Like that's what it that's what it looks like to me.
I don't know that it was anyone. No, I don't No, I don't think that. I think it was made to appear as though it was that.
Oh, okay. So you think it's a whole cloth fabrication?
Yeah. And I don't
Okay.
even necessarily know
I could
that it
totally
was made.
see that as well.
I don't necessarily know that it was made to fool people. I just think it was made for some reason or whatever, and then discovered at some later point. And, people made assumptions or whatever, like when you see Jesus on your tortilla or whatever, and then people start believing it. It's like that.
So what I had read this years ago, that it was an actual shroud of somebody that had been crucified, but probably like Vegas
crucified in the 14th
not,
century, though. Like, I don't know.
It's like maybe Vlad the Impaler was fucking going nuts.
Maybe.
Like,
but,
I got a new.
Yeah, but the idea was like putting a shroud around somebody wouldn't do that. And so like believers believed that it was kind of like, or actually modern day believers say that, well, when the resurrection process was happening, like the radiation from that process is what left the image on the shroud.
Oh my.
That's what they like to say. Yeah. I mean,
Radiation
whatever. It is what it, yeah.
Like, it's like,
obviously, they wouldn't have said radiation 600 years ago. When they would have said something else. But
Okay. Like, I thought, like, shit. Is that the story that they're sticking with, man? Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, okay, fascinating. Because like, that's what I like about you, Rich, is because like most Christians, they have every motivation to want to believe.
Yeah, I want to believe too. I would love it to be. I think it's an amazing story. I would love it to be true.
I've always been skeptical of it because it's like, to me, it's like, okay, at best, it's probably somebody that went through this. At worst, it's a whole cloth fabrication. But the likelihood of us actually finding the actual cloth from the actual crucifixion from a guy that was known a little bit from, like, somebody would have snatched that and made off with it.
Okay, I just looked it up because
thousands of years ago.
I'm sure I wasn't saying enough detail to be accurate or anything, but I just looked it up. This is sort of the Wikipedia like summary of the radiocarbon dating. After years of discussion, the Holy See permitted radiocarbon dating on portions of the swatch taken from the corner of the shroud. Independent tests in 1988 at the University of Oxford, University of Arizona, and the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology concluded with 95% confidence that the shroud dated to 1260 to 1390 AD. This 13th to 14th century dating is, I did say 14th century, so I kind of got in the range. Is much too recent for the shroud to have been associated with Jesus. Yeah. Some proponents for the authenticity of the shroud have attempted to discount the radiocarbon dating result by claiming that the sample may represent a medieval invisible repair fragment rather than the image-bearing cloth. Because, of course, they're not going to cut off like that part of the cloth to test.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Fascinating.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So they're saying that, well, maybe that part of the cloth was repaired at some later date, and that's what we dated. Like that's. But anyway, yeah, I just don't see. There's a lot of other evidence too. Like I said, like the pollen that was embedded inside of it also like dates in a certain way. And
nice.
Yeah.
Now, Aiko, before we wrap up this evening, there's a couple. One thing I want to bring up with you. On Big Buckin' Empire, we're going to start doing pre-recorded episodes.
Okay.
And I would like to invite you for some of them because they're going to be ranging all kinds of crazy stuff.
Right.
Because it's kind of more timeless because, it's like one of the things that we're going to do, and I got Osiris on board for this. We're going to do how we would have voted in every presidential election starting from the 1850s.
Yeah.
And Osiris, like I told him, okay.
See, it's boring for me because I would be a Republican until.
And we said we're going to cut
20s.
it off at 2000s. Year 2000 is kind of the cutoff, but we're going to go to every election to the 2000 election and how we would have voted in each of those. Because once we start getting into closer to modern time, that'll be kind of fun. But also like Osiris, we were talking about. I was like, all right, Osiris. 1870 was the first election that black people were legally allowed.
So you can't go any further back.
So 1870. And for this particular election, we've got a new friend. Hey, Osiris, welcome to the franchise, buddy.
Right.
And so he's like, I kind of hate how I like that joke. And so he's done. And so we'd like to get and my daughter also, she says, Daddy, when it's 1920 and women get the right to vote, let me pop in and say like, hey, now I got some things to say here.
Right.
And and this is something I'll leave you on with this. And I told my daughters like, all right, kiddo, you always got to watch out for us dudes because dudes have a real weird issue in their hardwiring where they freak out at the idea of a woman being in charge of anything. Okay, so just keep in mind that some dudes are gonna be fucked up like that throughout your life.
Never had a woman president, for crying out loud.
Well, I'll do you one better. This is what I said to her. You want to know how freaked out men are at the idea of a woman being in charge of things? Men gave their former slaves the right to vote before they gave their mothers, wives, daughters, and sisters the right to fucking vote by decades. Okay, so keep that in mind, kiddo. So don't ever let any motherfucker tell you you can't or whatever the fuck, because you fucking can do what you like now in today's world. So fuck them. But got a couple last things from the comments. Arguments against I've heard some interesting arguments against Shroud. I would hope Christians wouldn't base their faith on the Shroud. And it was gangsters he was talking about. Nice. But like now, Aiko, I will let you know in the coming days and weeks. But folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the KOE Nation, folks. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser, and hazard analysis as we analyzed hazardously. Aiko, you're always welcome here, good sir. And folks,
sure. It's always fun.
We are going to leave you with my poem of the week by Alfred Austin, Is Life Worth Living? Folks, God bless all y'all. Travel well.
How we doing, all y'all? Another poem of the week. This one by Alfred Austin. It's called, Is Life Worth Living? Yes. So long as there is wrong to right, wail of the weak against the strong, or tyranny to fight. Long as there's lingers gloom to chase, or streaming tear to dry. One kindred woe, one sorrowing face, that smiles as we drew nigh. Long as a tale of anguish swells, the heart and lids grow wet, and the sound of Christmas bells, we pardon and forget. So long as faith with freedom reigns, and loyal hope survives, and gracious charity remains, to leaven lowly lives. While there is one untrodden tract for intellect or will, and men are free to think and act, life is worth living still. By Alfred Austin. So folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just drop it in the comments. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. So folks, that's been this poem of the week. God bless. Travel well.